A very good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of the Amidst Institute of International Studies, I, Radhika Watts, along with my co-host Paulina Banerjee, welcome you all to the last day of VIJIGISHU 2023. Today, we begin with the third plenary session of the conference on the theme India's Foreign Policy Amidst Global Uncertainties. We have been graced by an incredibly prestigious panel for this session, and we here at Amity Institute of International Studies could not be more grateful to have had the opportunity to host this panel. I extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished moderator, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi, and co-moderator, Commodore Pushkar Kumar, for this panel discussion.
Lieutenant Colonel Jasinder Singh Sodhi is a veteran from the Bombay Sappers, Corps of Engineers of the Indian Army with over 21 years of distinguished service. He is a 7th generation Indian Army officer and a 3rd generation Corps of Engineers officer. He has been a part of rescue and relief operations in the Bhuj earthquake that hit Gujarat on January 26, 2001. He has been awarded the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief's Commendation Card in 2007 and the Chief of Army Staff's Commendation Card in 2013. He is now a media personality whose articles on defense and strategic issues are frequently published in 30 reputed Indian and international publications, and he often appears on 54 leading Indian and international television news channels, apart from many prestigious FM radio channels for discussions. He has been a panelist speaker in an international seminar on From China's 20, National Party Congress onwards, organized by the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom on October 20, 2022. He has also been a speaker in various international and national conferences discussing several contemporary topics. He is also an awardee of Icon of the Year Award for his contribution in the field of defense and strategic affairs. He features in the World Book of Records, London, and in the Indian Book of Records for his articles in the print media and news channel appearances. He is the editor of Global Strategic and Defense News. His immense knowledge and experience will undoubtedly enlighten all of us.
Commodore Pushkar Kumar was commissioned in Indian Navy on 1st Jan 1997. He is an anti-submarine warfare specialist and presently serving at Naval Headquarters. He has served in a wide range of operational and training appointments in his naval career. He is currently pursuing his doctoral studies through the Naval War College, Goa. VIJIGISHU has been a rendezvous of sorts of illustrious personalities in the field of international relations and diplomacy, and our panelists do not shy away from this description. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our panelists. On our panel, we have Ms. Aparna Tripathi, Central University of Gujarat, Mr. Lotfullah Maksudi, Central University of Gujarat, Mr. Anurag Kaund, also from Central University of Gujarat, Mr. Shiladitya Basu, University of Calcutta. We are extremely glad to witness your presence today. Sir, ma'am, now without further ado, I would kindly request the moderator, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi, and co-moderator, Commodore Pushkar Kumar, to take the session and this gathering of intelligentsia forward. Thank you.
A very good morning to ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud honor and privilege that I'm part of VIJIGISHU-2023, being organized in the prestigious Amity University, a university which has made a mark not only in India, but in the international fora also. I'm indeed honored that I could see the university, and I would really congratulate each one of you for the lovely ambience and atmosphere that you all are studying in. Well, today, the plenary session of day 3 is to discuss a very important topic, which bothers each one of us, be it India or be it in any other foreign country. The topic is India's foreign policy amidst the global uncertainties. We have seen it is more than 20 months that the Russia-Ukraine war is on, and there's no sight of it being finished at the earliest. China is staring at us with an imminent war. The whole Indo-Pacific is virtually ablaze because every other day there is something happening there. Now, in all this, when it is happening, one thing which stands out is India's foreign policy. Since 47, India has adopted a neutral and a non-aligned foreign policy. Today in this discussion, we'll discuss that how has India's foreign policy shaped up? Is it good? Do we need a reboot? Do we need a rethink? Or should we continue the status quo? I would now request Commodore Pushkar to please speak a few words and then we'll begin the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. A very important issue which I see in our discussion when we discuss about the foreign policy is that we always need to look back and first look at the internal situation of a country, because how stable you are decides how proactive you are in your foreign policy. As in the sense, your internal dynamics is a critical enabler of your foreign policy. So let's look back, take a minute and see how our internal dynamics have shaped up. So over the last decade, we have had proactive policy interventions, be it reforms in various sectors, be it various steps to formalize the economy, as well as the Make in India, which resulted into our vaccine Matri, Skill India, Digital India. We are seeing how it is formalizing the economy, how it is benefiting the poorest of the country, which is helping us to uplift many mass population from the poverty. Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence, National Data Governance Policy, which has recently been unveiled, as well as the ease of doing business. What's taking up more space in the international forum is the green economy and the steps we are taking to do the address the climate change, take whatever name it be, climate justice or whatever. We are the only country in the world which has increased its contribution towards share of renewables of whatever we had placed before. We are obviously initiated the International Solar Alliance and now the Global Biofuel Alliance. We are renegotiating FTAs with most of the countries at present. And lastly, the military part, how robust countermeasures you undertake against terrorist activities or a conventional security threat like whatever we had is an important issue. The world looks at you as to how you take your security. The more you respect yourself, the world will look at you in that frame. So having just given a glance through of the internal dynamics, let's look at the foreign policy. Obviously, the only objective of any country's foreign policy is to secure national interest. And by doing that, you ensure inclusive internal growth. So that's the aim of, I would believe, every country's foreign policy. And India is firmly on that path as far as the main objectives are concerned. Before we go on to discuss the main objectives, there are certain principles of India's foreign policy which we have always abided by till now. Okay. So these principles are obviously, we are opposed to export of any ideology. Okay. We do not support any change of regimes in any other country throughout the world. We do not support unilateral sanction or any unilateral military action against any country. For us, interference is no, a strict no in any other country's affair. Intervention is yes. So we have intervened in certain countries' affairs. but interference is no. Intervention, obviously, the difference being that the host country has asked us for a support, and that's how we have gone to intervene into that country's affair. Constructive engagement, we do it throughout the globe. Strategic autonomy is obviously the buzzword which we are hearing now. We have been following it for long. Earlier, we should only call it as a non-aligned movement, and we are part of NAM, but now the strategic autonomy is the buzzword, which has led to us to believe that we are only getting into a partnership with another nation. There is no alliance. So we don't get into an alliance with another nation. We only get into a partnership with another nation. And lastly, we have always strived to build global consensus on many issues, as we have seen in G20, recently held G20. So that's the primary which I would give as far as the topic or the plenary session for today is concerned. There are two red lines which we have drawn for ourselves, as I see in the conduct of our India's foreign policy. Both are country specific. So for Pakistan, we have drawn a red line that the terror and talk can't go together. It's as simple as that. With China, whatever Wuhan agreement we had, whatever Wuhan spirit we had, they all have dissipated. And now we have a red line that if you can't resolve the border issue, if you can't go back to pre-2014 positions, we are not going to talk to you bilaterally. On a multilateral forum, yes, we will speak to you, but bilaterally, it's not going to happen. So I guess these are the two red lines which we have drawn in our conduct our foreign policy. Thank you so much.
Right. So my first question to Loktullah is that in view of the global uncertainties which is happening the world over, how do you view India's foreign policy? Has it stood the test of time, or do you feel there is a time has come now for a reboot or a rethink?
Uh, uh, as Sir mentioned about India's foreign policy in global, uh, as I reviewed Indian foreign policy since it's getting its independence, it is its uncertainties and mm, all the affairs. I can see it is good, and it is in a way that today we can see India has arrived as a as a good power in the world. So I can say it is going in a very normal way. It is going in a very good way. That today India has proved its foreign policy in a very prominent way. So as I was not too much deep,
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Debaka that what we are seeing since 1947, many times our foreign policy is appreciated. Sometimes there are big bats also. So what is, in your view, the points that we should now incorporate in the foreign policy which needs a radical change? Or do you feel, yes, everything is fine and we should continue the way we have been doing since 1947?
Thank you very much for the question, sir. My view regarding Indian foreign policy is that ever since its inception, first off, we should always remember that India is still a young democracy as compared to the US or other democracies out there that have matured quite nicely already. we have had very little time, and a lot of political turmoil have been observed inside our country. Internal challenges have been present to a great extent. All of these have contributed to the formulation of a very shabby beginning to our foreign policy in the start. But over the years, as we've started to mingle with the rest of the world in this neoliberal world order that has been established by the Western countries, we have realized that the better way to survive here is not only through strategic autonomy, um, but also trying to survive with the other, coexistence, instead of trying to dominate others, or trying to impose our world views on other countries. Despite that, we have been still misunderstood in the past, where certain countries in our neighborhood, certain countries in our extended neighborhood have thought that India is trying to become a leader of sorts, trying to become a big brother. The Indian dominance over the region is a bit threatening to them because of the colonial past that they've all faced. But India has time and again tried to convey that this is not the case, that we are definitely not trying to go down that path, as we also share the same history. Um, and coming to the contemporary times, one of the main issues that India has faced in the international forum is the fact that in this neoliberal world, democracy has been exported a lot. The democratic peace theory stands very strongly even today. As such, other countries that have tried to establish strong relations with India have always complained that India's barriers to doing business, or any kind of economic interactions that India might that might have a great potential in terms of interacting with India, has been sort of undermined because of India's strict policies. So this is something that the current ruling government has tried to unravel. But there's 75 years of deep history behind it. The deep state in our country is also very much to be held accountable for this situation. As such, I wouldn't say that India has been failing on this front. India has definitely shown a lot of improvement. The ease of doing business index has shown that India has risen up a few ranks since the past, since 2014 at least. As such, a lot of FDIs, private investments, economic interest in our countries has been sort of increased exponentially since 2014. Then we have also decided to establish uh, defense diplomacy with certain countries, and that is actually a huge step in our trajectory. Something that nobody really expected India to be able to do, considering our colonial past and other economic policies. But this has played out quite nicely right now, and it will continue to do so. Even last year, in 2022, it was the Indian government basically established very strongly that we are focusing on building our defense outreach as much as possible, establishing partnerships instead of alliances with like-minded countries as a symbolic, as a symbol of our strategic autonomy, or the non-aligned notion that we want to have, that we want to portray. So all of these things combined has also given rise to our public diplomacy, and as such, our soft power has also risen considerably in the past. It is not it is nowhere near to being perfected or having been maximized, but we are definitely on the right path. A few hurdles such as bureaucratic red tapeism has also been addressed. That has decreased quite a lot. But apart from that, I believe that we do not need a reboot in our foreign policy as such. We definitely need to take care of a few other issues in the path. Certain hurdles need to be overcome. But apart from that, I believe we are on the right track. The G20 itself is a huge example of it. We have been able to induct the African Union inside of it, which exemplifies our desire to be the voice of the global South even further. So, and even though the G20 is generally, it's still the G7, but India's role in it has been to sort of reform the current oligarchic tendencies that these multilateral institutions sort of display as far as the Western dominance goes. So I believe that India just needs to sort of take care of certain issues in its immediate neighborhood. And once that is done through very clever partnerships with the developed countries out there, India is well on its way to become a global power, as it has always envisioned to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devaka. Your views are very nice, and I totally agree with you. The foreign policy of India has stood in good state, and we have seen over a period of time we are being respected immensely at the international level. Today, officially, we may not be called a superpower, but we are nothing less than a superpower. And I can go on and on for next 4 hours to say why we are an unofficial superpower. But since that is not the topic of discussion today, so I'll not stress on that further. Before I go to the third panelist, I have 2 questions for the audience, and I would request you to raise your hand so that I can request the mic be given to you. My first question to the audience is: though our foreign policy is neutral and non-aligned, but in the last few years we are seeing a tilt towards USA, and this is evident by the various defense pacts we have had with them, various trade deals that we're having with America. So, in your opinion, my question to the audience is: in your opinion, do you feel that the Indian tilt towards USA is right, or it can cause us problems in the times ahead? Please raise your hands.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the question, sir. Talking about the Indian tilt towards USA, I think it's completely justified. Given one of the major reasons why India is tilting towards USA, it's because we have to fight a two-front war possible in the future with Pakistan and China. We can still handle Pakistan. We are 4-0 in war, but we have a problem with China, especially. So the fact of the matter is that to counter China, you need a stronger ally. I won't call USA an ally because they have shown in the past that they're not as trustable. What we should actually focus on is to use American support for now, build our powers, and then in the future we can just rely on our own. We don't need to be allies with them for a long possible future. We just need to use them for now. So I think it's completely justified to use American support for now, build our strength, and then we can just rely on ourselves. As the Prime Minister called Atmanirbharta, we can use Americans for that. So yeah, I think it's justified. And then we can emerge as a regional power after we are self-sufficient. So thank you.
It was very well answered, and I totally agree with you, because we are staring at a two-front war, and this is what I'm going to present post-lunch. My topic is a two-front war design on India. So I think it's perfectly justified because we have no option. We have to, gravitate towards them, not for any other reason, but to enhance our defense technology, which the Americans are way ahead at this point of time. Thank you so much once again. My next question to the audience is that we also have a neighborhood first policy. How successful have been in this neighborhood first policy? Please raise your hands. Someone else? Since you already answered, I'll give a first chance to someone else. No one else?
I'll just add on to this neighborhood first, and I'll try and weave in couple of things. And let's see, I'll also request all panelists to give their viewpoint on this issue with respect to neighborhood first. We have seen in the countries which are our neighbors that their respective foreign policy changes with the change of the government. There is also in their local media and in their local populace, there is also a feeling of big brotherly attitude of India. And they have constantly played a India versus China match in their respective countries with respect to the foreign policy. Okay. Despite all kind of assistance and delivery being provided by India, whenever a natural disaster has happened, whenever there is an opportunity of HADR issues, India has been the first responder. to these countries. So what I would like to weave in, and let's have a discussion on this rather than a question on the issue as to, though India has a neighborhood policy, though India also has a policy of a preferred security partner in immediate neighborhood and has a policy of first responder. Despite all this, why do these countries gravitate to China more than India?
Yeah. Okay, I'll ask you again. Please.
Thank you, sir. I think one of the major reasons why these countries gravitate towards China is because Indian foreign policy approach changes with change in government. So, like during Congress government, we had a different approach, and during BJP government, we have a different proactive approach. So, I think that's what causes some kind of skepticism among these countries. Another reason can be ideology. For example, in Nepal, it's a communist party, so they are more aligned with the communist ideology of China. And they also want Chinese money because Chinese are just lending out billions of yuan for these projects. And even though Nepalese know that they are for occupying their lands, they still need that money because they need to show that they're doing some development, right? For example, in Myanmar, China was one of the only countries which supported the military government, while the rest of the world applied sanctions on them. So I think that's what gravitated the military government in Myanmar. And Pakistan obviously is, I don't even consider that to be a country. It's just a army-based country. So obviously they are more sided towards China. But I think in Afghanistan, we have shown good progress. I think Mr. Maksudi presented a presentation yesterday, and people in Afghanistan actually trust us. So I think the factors why countries gravitate towards China, it could be the money, ideology, and inconsistency of Indian foreign policy. So, yes.
Thank you so much, Arun, once again. And I would request all of you to read a book which is called The Great Game East by Bert Lintner. It is an amazing book which actually will give you goosebumps when you go page after page, because it tells the China's design in not only the eastern part of India, but also how it is planning to become a major player, at what expense, at what cost, and at what investment. So it's a book worth reading. Okay. Thank you for the audience. And now I'll go on to the third panelist. My question to Shiladitya is that what, in your opinion, is the most important point of Indian foreign policy, which you would regard as the best initiative of the Indian foreign policy?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. So I begin with post 1947, when India got independence, and when Jawaharlal Nehru was at the helm of power. We saw, and I am talking about the India's Southeast Asia relations, because basically this region, basically Indo-Pacific region, Southeast Asian relations just started from the year 1992, when India became the India-ASEAN sectoral dialogue partner. Before coming that, I would like to throw some history. In 1947, after 1947, we saw countries like Burma in 1948 getting independence, 1949 Indonesia getting independence. And the first major that we saw was in 1955 Bandung Conference, the Afro-Asian Conference, where we saw Jawaharlal Nehru, Sukarno, and other and major military power, major leaders of the country. From there started what we see, a kind of a decline in India-Southeast Asia relations, because there was a bit of a misunderstanding between Jawaharlal Nehru and Sukarno in Indonesia. And in 1962, when India-China war started, though there was also a major, that was the lowest ebb of India-Southeast Asia relations. And we saw India was tilting towards Russia. And when we saw in Cambodia, Heng Siem Rim government was actually being backed by Vietnam. India supported it, and that was the time when when the whole Southeast Asia region was actually going to pro-US, and they don't want communism in Southeast Asia. But when India supported, they were like skeptical. What is what India is doing? Are we enough? And I will also tell you the fact that it was Malaysia and Singapore, who actually said in ASEAN, when ASEAN was formed in 1967, 8 August, it was with five regions like Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore. Then what happened is that India didn't support it at first, the ASEAN, because India didn't believe in multilateral forum. But later we see a change. It was in 1991 when India liberalized. Slowly in 1992, when P.V. Narasimha Rao started the Look East policy phase 1, India became India became the ASEAN sectoral dialogue partner. In 1996, India joined the ASEAN Regional Forum, and in subsequently, that 1992 was the major part of India's foreign policy, because that opened the floodgates. And that not only opened the floodgates, it actually opened the floodgates with a Look East policy, with Southeast Asia, with ASEAN. And what I see in 2002, India formed the Look East policy phase 2, where we actually look beyond East Asia countries. And now in 2014, when we saw Act East policy, I see a major suppose the trade between India and ASEAN has rise to more than fivefold. And not only that, the tourism, the soft power diplomacy, if you look at ASEAN, means Southeast Asia countries, means I have been to countries like Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. You can see the major soft power over there. The Ramayana in Thailand is known as Ramakin. Mahabharata in Indonesia, they are still prevailing. The Garuda is the national emblem of Indonesia. So this is the thing. And you know, one thing I said, this is actually as you know, Indo-Pacific is now become a contested region. Vietnam is always our ally. We have to, and Vietnam, it was always our ally, because if you look at the ASEAN, there is actually a divided ASEAN. If you look, Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia is at loggerheads with China. Whereas if you look, Cambodia and Laos, there have been Chinification. If you look at the railway link between Laos and Kunming, they have a railway link. And if you go to Cambodia, Sinho village, there is a town which has been majorly Chinified. Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, there is actually a kind of balance. Surprisingly, I will tell you one thing, Myanmar is playing a very balancing act over here. The Janta was supported by China. But recently, when there was actually a UNHCR regarding human rights violation regarding Ukraine-Russia war, Myanmar actually abstained from it. So Myanmar is actually playing a very balancing act, and it is because of the policies that Aung San Suu Kyi has done. Aung San Suu Kyi is very much particular, was actually when she left, when the Janta took over, she was actually going through the policies, like reviewing the policy with China. So major portion of India's Indo-Pacific area region lies with, and you won't believe, Indonesia, Vietnam, they are actually welcoming India. And not only that, our foreign policy our soft power diplomacy and our foreign diplomacy have made to a major extent that in the recent Republic Day, we actually invited 10 ASEAN countries member to our parade. So this proves that India is actually gaining a power in Indo-Pacific. And in future also, the major takeaway from our foreign policy is that Indo-Pacific will be the region where India have a very strong hold because of the AUKUS or because of the Quad. But I believe that investing and surprisingly, I was reading a thing that in years to come, in 2 years, India will overtake China to become the number one tourism sector in Thailand. So India is overtaking China in tourism aspect in Thailand because more about last year I saw in Tourism Authority of Thailand, India's rise was 15%, and it was expecting that India will overcome China in years to come in within 30 to 50% of tourism. So Thailand is becoming a major gateway point of tourism, and also now a great destination is also coming out, that is Vietnam, and Halong Bay and all those regions are becoming a major tourist attractions. So foreign policy, tourism, soft power diplomacy is the major takeaway from our India's standpoint. And if you look at the Southeast Asian perspective, and also you can see that we have a Indian influence in Southeast Asia, like Angkor Wat, Borobudur, Bali, for example, the Hindu region dominated. These are the major takeaways. So India has a strong hold in Indo-Pacific region in years to come, and I believe that our foreign policy is going in the right direction. And regarding India-ASEAN relation, it will be stronger, better in years to come. And we believe, and I strongly believe as a researcher in Indo-Pacific and Southeast Asia perspective, that seriously people of Southeast Asia want India to play a major role in their region. And this will actually help us to get a outlook of our foreign policy, and it's a major takeaway from years to come, and it will follow. And this government has done an exceedingly well in building the Actis policy with India and Southeast Asia. So this is my takeaway, that India's foreign policy in Indo-Pacific, India will become one of the major leading powers in Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiladitya. I totally agree with you that, and it was a very interesting point that you made, that 1982 was a turning point in our, foreign policy. That period, 91, 92, was also a very important turning point for India, because from the economic point of view, from the opening up from our economy. Now, my last question to the fourth panelist, before I'll hand over the mic to Commodore Pushkar to ask the questions to the panelists. So my question to Anurag is that, in your view, is China a big threat to India and to the world, or we are overplaying it, or till date we have been downplaying China? What are your views about China as a threat to India and to the world?
Yes, sir. So, sir, as you asked in the question, like whether China is a big threat or to India and the world at large, or is it we are downplaying the threat? So, sir, I was listening to a podcast by the Chinese scholar Wang Gongyu. So he said that since history, India and China, since they didn't have any political boundaries back in the era of the Ming Dynasty and during the time of Harshavardhana, so they were not political enemies because they were not shared boundaries, and there was instead an ethos of cultural exchange in terms of Buddhism, the coming of Buddhist pilgrims like Fashian, Xuanzang to Nalanda, and vice versa, and also the routes through both the maritime routes and the overland route through Central Asia, but only with it's during the period when the West was expanding, during the colonial era, when and with the expedition of the British, expedition of the Francis Young husband into Tibet during the Qing Dynasty era, and during the Opium Wars. That's when India and China, at the end of the World War, back in 47, 49, that they had a common boundary. So that's when the issue became, because of the lack of understanding, clarity, on where the boundary lies. So, sir, I have read this book, but the Long Game by Ambassador Vijay Gokhale, where he says that as compared to Nehru, who held, although he had vast knowledge, a statesman, but he still had a very just like a very idealistic version of Afro-Asian unity. The unity of the Asian unity between Beijing and New Delhi. But still, so he says that the communists, since they had been dealing with various players like the Japanese, and also among the fellow nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek. So they had become quite expert at this at the task of diplomacy and sort of how to keep the other party in the dark. So sort of how to sort of double speak in terms of diplomacy. So that's why, sir, as per again, which let's quote Kanti Vajpayee in his book, why India and China can't be friends. So he says that during the border boundary negotiations, the Indian side or the administration Nehru was not able to pick up the signals when China, during the Mao Zedong had sort of given these new maps on release maps showing the vast swathes of Aksai chain as part of China, and even the deal given by the premier Enlai Juvenile of the swap agreement, saying that instead of Aksai chain, so India should give up its claims on the eastern sector of Tawang and Arunachal Pradesh. So, sir, and so we know, sir, how these and how this model did dispute soon led to 1962 war and continues to be a sword in ties between India and China. So, sir, I believe, sir, sir, initially, sir was thinking that, sir, when our Prime Minister, earlier Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi went to China back in 1988 to sort of, to normalize relations. So back then, the mindset of China had changed. Now, so Mao Zedong had passed away, and that was the time of Deng Xiaoping, who had opened up China in his open door policy of 1978. So at the time, since China wanted to focus on its own internal development, so hence it didn't want any new pressure on its western borders with India. So hence it led to normalization of ties. And so, as was mentioned by my co-panelist Shraddha Basu, that during that also at the time of PB Narasimha Rao, we had embarked upon the 1991 Act, the opening up and the LPG reforms. So China saw India as an attractive market where they can invest. And at the time, the top leadership would often speak that India and China are the Asian center, and we are the natural leaders of an Asian age. But in the period from 1991 to 2008, during the global financial crisis, China tremendously progressed in the economic front. And during the crisis of 2008, which hit the US and the Western world, and even parts of India, China was able to sort of easily handle the crisis. And the period of 2008 also coincided when Beijing hosted the Olympic Games. And this led to a mindset that the time of China has come. Since US was affected, so it's time for the US to go down, decline. And this led to a change in attitude. And this attitude was seen, during the recent Galwan Valley clashes, right? Where China, in today's, for instance, so I've heard from experts saying that when people speak about India and China to Chinese experts, they get angry, irritated. They say, "Why are you comparing us with India? It's like comparing USA and Mexico. Compare us with America." Talking in terms of USA and China, not in India and China. They say it's like comparing USA and Mexico. So that's the attitude. And so I would like to stress this. So since the theme is around like what changes should be occurred, the issues to take in foreign policy. So, sir, we have seen this. Sir, we are also, sir, as per Gideon Hackman, so he's a British journalist of FT Financial Times. He said that, sir, now we are seeing, so from the era of nation states, so now we are in the era of civilization states, sir. And so India and China are two civilization states. And so the clash between India and China, so now also constitutes the level of civilization too. For instance, sir, so in the case of Buddhism, so sir, the Buddhist route, right? Which China proposes, like Nepal, etc. So, sir, they are now trying to promote the narrative in these countries, like these countries of which are Buddhist majority, like Nepal, Sri Lanka, and even some countries of ASEAN, Southeast Asia, that actually China, the narrative is that India, which was the homeland of Buddhism, was not able to preserve the Buddhist ethos. And given our history of facing invasions from the Hinduish mountains, they said that we are a weak race. That's the view which they had, and say that the CC, look at us, the Chinese, that since we're able to preserve our heritage despite facing invasions from the Mongols or from the Manchus and Chinks, but still we held on to Buddhism or ancient the culture. So there's a view being promoted that Buddhism is actually central to China, and instead of India, China will become the next sort of like guardian of Buddhism, and that's why, sir, the issue of the next Dalai Lama becomes important for India, because after the passing of the 14th His Holiness, so there'll be a conflict between two Dalai Lamas, the one chosen by His Holiness in India and the one based in China. So I also believe, sir, that our foreign policy, sir, should also take on this narrative war. I mean, the war on civilization state, which, sir, has our policy has taken cognizance. So by promoting the use of Hindi, the Sanskrit, or, sir, this so the recent debate over, sir, over the change of name from India to Bharat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, sir, I also believe, sir, like, sir, sir, given us, sir, the current attitude, so this administration by Xi Jinping, so where he states our, sir, this, his idea of, sir, the Chinese dream. So, sir, sir, I believe, sir, that China has to become a threat for India, and even, sir, if we see the Chinese idea of, sir, like Tianxia harmony, so there is a caveat. So by harmony, they mean, sir, they mean hierarchy. Is that China, which is the Zhongguo or the Middle Kingdom, it's at the top, while other countries are below it. And so they classify the countries in the traditional Chinese sphere in two terms: Shengfang and Shufang, raw barbarians and cooked barbarians. So, sir, the raw barbarians were the Mongols, the Manchus, and people in frontier, and the cooked or cultured barbarians were Koreans, Japanese, and Indians. And hence, when Buddhism first entered China, so there was a conflict between Buddhism and the traditional schools like Taoist school, because as per Buddhism, India was the Madhya Desh, or the country, or Tianzu, Western Heaven, which was not compatible with the beliefs of Taoism and Confucianism, which saw China as a middle kingdom. So hence, as a result of cultural appropriation, there was an attempt by Taoists saying that Lao Tzu, who was the founder of Taoism, that he was actually Buddha, who went from China to India to spread Buddhism. So, sir, yes, sir. So, sir, I believe, sir, like, sir, given the current, the attitudes by the president, like, even so before the G20 summit, where China released a new map showing Aksai Chin and Arunachal as parts of China. So, sir, it is clear that, sir, despite these views in the media saying that the Sino-Indian ties are normal, they are normal route. So they are not normal. So, as was said by our our EM as Jaishankar, that Indo-Chinese ties are not normal. And, sir, it's the right attitude, sir, because earlier, sir, the Chinese, sir, after the 1960 war, they would say to India that keep the war issue aside, let's focus on other issues, trade, etc. So, with this attitude, they had, so as per Ambassador Vijay Gokhale, that through this attitude, they had always tried to delay the tactics. To issue a border, then demand that they always maintain this idea of grey warfare zone. So I think, sir, now India has taken the right attitude that, like, we'll first talk on the border issue, then we'll focus on other things. I think that's it.
Thank you, Anurag. You have made very informative and interesting points. And I totally agree with you. This book, Long Game, which you mentioned by Vijay Gokhale, it's a book worth reading. It tells you how smart the Chinese diplomacy has been and how at the receiving end, the world has been because of the over smartness shown by the Chinese diplomacy. Another book which I would recommend to all of you to read is the India's Strategic Challenges in 2030 by Jaydev Ranade. Now, this book also brings forth the problem, these strategic challenges which we as a nation are facing and will go on to face in the next few years. My last question to the audience before I hand over the mic to Commodore Pushkar is I would like to ask the audience that we have seen in the recent past some of the Western European nations like France, Germany tilting towards China. Now, in your view, how is this change going to affect the global geopolitical scenario? This time I'll not ask Aryan. I'll, yeah, please.
I think that would give China more influence in the Asia region because China has a policy of assertive dominance. That's what it wants, and the credibility from the Western European powers. And I think, sir, they would rely more on China because Russia is not now a major power as it used to be. And even though Germany had oil trade and all with Russia, but now because of the Russia-Ukraine war and the American assertiveness, they cannot do that. So they need a trade partner, and China is one of the biggest manufacturers. So, sir, that would not just give China a more economic expansion, but I think a narrative expansion also, because it would say that the biggest democracies of Europe, they are with me. Then why do you call me authoritarian or communist in such nature? And sir, that would lead to some very devastating consequences for us, because sir, our narrative of China, that China doesn't want a free Indo-Pacific, that would, sir, really be damaged because of that. That's what I think, sir.
Yes, you have rightly brought it out. You know, on 29 February 2020, when USA and the Taliban had their talks in Doha, which eventually led to America vacating Afghanistan, that time China sensed that there will be a geopolitical void in the international arena, and it is their opportune moment to come up as a credible geopolitical leader. And after USA withdrew from Afghanistan, that's the time China started becoming more powerful. And now we have seen in the recent past, even the Western European nations like France and Germany, who were traditionally regarded as the closest allies of USA, are gravitating towards China. So the geopolitical uncertainties in the world are not going to end soon. They are rather going to get more complex and complicated. Now I would request Commodore Pushkar to ask the question to the panelists.
Thank you, sir. So my question to you is, after Taliban has taken over Afghanistan, we see a constant duel between Afghan officials who were posted to various countries pre-Taliban phase. They call themselves as representing as Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. The Taliban calls them Afghanistan as Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan. And there has been a constant duel between these two nomenclature, as well as the use of associated issues like use of Afghan flag or whatever be the case. Today morning, we got the news that 80% of Afghan consular personnel who are in the Afghan embassy at India, they all have either got a visa to another country, and they all have settled in those countries. Afghan ambassador himself has been missing in action for last 8 months. And as it appears, Afghan embassy at India is heading for closure. Today, Taliban spokesperson has come up and has said that India should hand over that Afghan embassy property to us, for which obviously India has not responded till now. So, how do you see this interplay happening between Afghanistan and India, and how do you see Taliban playing this role?
Yeah. Unfortunately, today when I woke up, I got a news in my WhatsApp group that Afghanistan embassy has announced for Indian government that Afghanistan embassy will stop working, and the thing that sir said they have shifted in another country. This is something that new I understood, and this is the news that when I was coming to Delhi, one of my friend, Afghan friend, she said that please take my passport with yourself, and my passport is expired. You may extend it in Afghanistan embassy. I said that no, I will come back and we both will go again. Uh, she also called me that if Afghanistan embassy is stopped, then how should I extend my passport? Regarding the question, I should say, sir, that unfortunately we are facing with the very bad condition. I can say this is the darkest years of the Afghanistan history. Not only in India, in most of the countries, people are facing with much difficulties. And around 4 months ago, when the ambassador of Afghanistan went to London, someone else from Afghanistan embassy has announced himself as a Taliban representatives, and he said that I am the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan deputy, so I want to become ambassador. That time, uh, India was completely silent and didn't show any reaction regarding this. Finally, the ambassador of Afghanistan again came, former embassy, and he said that no, he is not the Taliban or Afghanistan Islamic Emirates deputy. Now, that today we got news about this. This is a little bit challenging because the embassy itself has announced for India government that uh, we don't want to uh, prolong our work in Afghanistan embassy. It's a little bit challenging, and still we don't know. There is a Afghanistan consulate in Mumbai. It has the same idea, or it will continue its activities. But regarding the Taliban, I can say if uh, the Afghanistan Republic embassy is not ready to prolong their work, we as an Afghan request from India, and we will request that the embassy should be submitted to Afghanistan Islamic Emirates, because Afghan students in India, they face with different types of problem. For example, visa extension, passport extension, verification of our documents. For example, I have completed my master's in Gujarat University, but still I have not verified my master's degree in our embassy. So if embassy stops working, how should I verify that? So we as an Afghan that stay in India will request from India government to submit the embassy to Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan, I mean Taliban. And I wanted to, it was, and I had an idea about Indian foreign policy, about the neighbors of India. When I came first in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, I saw there a lot of African. Today in Amidst University, I surprised that there is not any African students. But in Gujarat, we have numerous number of African students from different countries. For example, Tanzania. Then I surprised that India has a lot of neighbor, but African students are coming for scholarship here. After 4 months, then I got to understand that no, India has a special scholarship for its neighbors. For example, I met two people from Bangladesh, two girls. One was Muslim, one was Buddhist. Uh, they both have the same perspective regarding India. First I met Buddhist one, and she said that most of the Buddhist people of Bangladesh are living in India. There is a minority people in Bangladesh. It's their tribal name is Chakma. I don't know you have information about that or no? Chakma. She was from Chakma. She said that in most of Chakma people are living in India and they have very good life. After that, I met that Muslim Bangladesh. I thought that Bangladesh has a good relation with Pakistan more than India, but she said that no, Bangladesh people have a good relation with India more than Pakistan. And after that, I met with a Myanmar girl. This is my own experience. She had the same perspective about India. So, taking into consideration uh, my uh, uh, my own experience, I can say India has a good foreign policy regarding its neighbors. And about China and Pakistan, I can say there is a famous proverb that says, even God cannot keep everyone satisfied from himself. So we cannot do that. So thanks.
Okay, Divakar, all for you. We have seen countries' foreign policy, even the trade policies, being centered around SDGs. And one of the important facets of SDGs is climate change and labor-related issues. Yesterday, United Kingdom has announced that with respect to FTA with India, we are not going to insist on provisions of labor law, which was the sticking point, as well as issues related to climate change. We also come to know that UK itself has postponed its climate change goals by another 5 years. There were so many countries in European Union which had already decided, including Germany, to do away with nuclear reactors. And now all these countries have again restarted the nuclear reactors. Germany has already stated yesterday that they will think of reopening nuclear reactors. EU has already made a statement yesterday that they will develop their nuclear energy, so to say. So as we see that countries are sliding down on this SDGs. On the other hand, we see India, which has a very limited proportion of damage being done to climate proportionally. We are doubling fast on these SDG goals, including climate change. So, how does this affect the foreign policy of the countries? Because SDG was a very important factor in the consideration of foreign policy. So, could you please elaborate on this?
Thank you for the question, sir. With regards to the SDGs being one of the central tenets of any country's foreign policy in the last 20 years, India has done considerably well on this front as compared to its counterparts, especially in the developed zones. Now, before we actually get into how this exactly affects India's foreign policy, I would very much like to point out that the Western countries, especially the developed ones, that have been sort of imposing their principles and values regarding climate change on countries like India and the other countries in the global south and other LDCs out there. It has been very unfair for us because, first of all, they've had nearly 200-300 years of globalization as well as industrialization that allows them to reach a stage that has allowed them to reach a stage where they can afford to shift to other forms of energy. Whereas in comparison, we did not really have that much time. Most of our resources were siphoned off by them. Despite that, we have still been, in India especially, has been able to make huge strides in this aspect. This not only showcases our desire and our willfulness to to work in synergy with the global order, with the established global order. We do not want to change it or sort of be a disruptive force to it, but we actually want to work in tandem with it. So in this aspect, the European Union, when they said, especially with regard to Germany, when they said that they will reestablish their nuclear reactors again, and bring it to full force once again, it was kind of foreseen this would happen, especially in light of the Russia-Ukraine crisis that has been going on. The pipeline that carries their energies, the oil, the gas, has been disrupted. Russia has also temporarily halted off its energy exports to various countries, and that has been a major source of concern for the European Union. Because first off, without nuclear energy, they don't really have as much resources in terms of hydrocarbons. So where else can they exactly, what else can they exactly rely upon? So apart from that, and their investment in climate friendly energy technology, for example, wind technology or solar technology, has also not been as substantial as they claim to be in comparison to India. India is currently the greatest ambassador when it comes to solar power. And I also believe that just 2 years ago, India had also signed an agreement with the International Solar Alliance in terms of manufacturing a large number of solar grids in our country indigenously. So, and that also plays a huge role in our foreign policy. We are showcasing to the countries out there, not just the West, but also to the other developing countries that have been facing this dilemma, that if the Western countries are going back on their promises, if they are the ones imposing such unfair rules on us, and yet they are the ones kind of backtracking on it, and we are the ones actually taking this forward. So this actually says a lot about the changing order of this world. What is exactly the true reality of this of the established global order, right? So nuclear energy is something that the West would not be able to avoid. In fact, even Japan, despite the disaster in 2011, had to reopen the Fukushima Daiichi reactor to a certain extent, not much, to a certain extent. And all of its other reactors are also operational, despite the country being completely earthquake prone. In this aspect, the European Union can't also really, it doesn't exactly have that many options left with it, because energy prices have been soaring high. There's massive inflation because of this, the Russian-Ukraine crisis. Brexit took place. Most of the countries themselves don't really live harmoniously within the European Union itself. Even though it seems like a super state, it seems like a superstructure, there's a lot of disharmony going on in the Union itself. So, especially with regards to energy. The US has been extremely critical of the European Union with regarding its dependency on Russia for its oil, for its energy supplies. And despite this, the European Union has not been able to sort of address these issues. In fact, it still continues to take it. Back when it was criticizing India for purchasing oil from Russia, it was actually revealed that the European Union had also hoarded a lot of barrels from Russia before even India got to that level. So, to put it very bluntly, that was kind of hypocritical of them. So, in conclusion, I would simply state that this was not a new development. In fact, just a few months ago, there were already reports circulating that nuclear reactors would be reopened in Germany and parts of Western Europe. And the fact that it has happened says a great deal that the Western order in the European Union, the Western order towards sort of circulating or projecting their propaganda, their sharp power, as well as other forms of diplomacy, in order to sort of tarnish countries that are dealing with Russia, or tarnish Russian reputation in terms of energy supplies, has not really been working that well. So, to conclude, I would simply say that it was a matter that was unavoidable, it was inevitable, And with regards to India's foreign policy, the fact that we've been able to sort of balance ourselves in terms of both hydrocarbons as well as gearing towards clean energy more and more. For example, we have been conducting this practice of collecting residual crops to produce ethanol out of them, so that we can have a cleaner energy for our vehicles. Shifting more and more towards electronic vehicles, opening manufacturing hubs inside our country. That, for example, in order to produce electronic scooters, certain very basic forms of electronic cars, etc., etc. And also, these vehicles are not being circulated or are not being sold at exorbitant rates as compared to other electronic vehicles electrical vehicles coming from the West. So, if I were a spectator from the global South or any other country that was kind of torn apart between which side to choose, I would definitely choose. If not very bluntly, I would just simply choose India's side, because this has been a more of a iconic stance for us to sort of follow. That if a country like this, that has had such unfair treatment towards it in terms of international stipulations and regulations, if a country like this can achieve such levels in the global order, then why should we exactly conform to the unfaced rules based order that has been established in this world? So those are my 2 cents for this. Thank you so much, sir.
Before I move on the left side of the panel, ma'am, you gave a very enlightening presentation on BIMSTEC yesterday. So this question is for you. We see Bay of Bengal as a zone of pretty less activity, mainly because it's a bay. Around 60% of the bay is hosted by India, and there are other countries which are also friendly to India, and we obviously can trade with them through land. So that's why the movement through ocean, or through the bay at least, between these countries are lesser. Okay, but there are two uncertainties which are being played through, which we are seeing for good 15 years. There is a talk of Isthmus Canal. Okay, now we are seeing some action on ground by China, by signing of a MOU or things like that. We know of the report of Cocoa Islands, which is firmly in the center of the Bay of Bengal. Okay, so given these two uncertainties, and the third thing of SARC being whatever it is in deep state of slumber, why is India not ranking up on the issues of BIMSTEC and making it much more active?
First of all, a very good morning, and good morning to all. So with respect to BIMSTEC and with respect to India, if we see, it was India only that actually raised the question and raised the prospects for BIMSTEC to come up more. Because if we see South Asia, and then if we only see South Asia in general, we have Pakistan and India basically. Yes, we have Bangladesh, we have other Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, but mostly because of India and Pakistan, South Asia comes to limelight in the whole world. Like in global affairs, it's all about India, what India is doing and what Pakistan is doing. Even in UN, if we see, the issue is only about India and Pakistan. But there are more other issues rather than only India and Pakistan. It is because of the border and the colonial ties and the historical ties that we have with Pakistan. But if we move and if we see SARC, they developed SARC because of that we have to create a region like we have, Southeast Asia has created for themselves ASEAN, and Europe has created for themselves as European Union. So we need to put ourselves, like the visibility of South Asia in world affairs should be there. So for that, SARC was created. But because of the tensions and the suspicions between the countries, the nation states, it became very difficult for SARC to continue. And that is why it just went it's not now that in picture and that effective for the regional integration. So that is why we see India coming up with a new prospect for us through land, because yes, a region, a geographical region is a proxim, yeah, but only proximity in these international affairs is not the reason. So it is better if India goes for more regional proximity or regional integration through land as well. So that is why I think, sir, India is working on BIMSTEC. Like in 2016, it's been only 7 years, 8 years. So they are trying to proactively integrate the South Asia, the east of the South Asia. It's only Pakistan is not there, but rest all of the countries are participating in BIMSTEC, and they're trying to integrate Southeast Asia with with them also. So I would not say India is not working on it, but yes, because of many challenges with respect to the region, India is still on it's on standby, but they're still trying. Exercises are being held. The sector that BIMSTEC has given to them, they are working on that. They are trying to put BBIN in forum. Then with respect to disaster management, they still did many exercises. And yes, India is known for humanitarian sector, because the peacekeeping forces, they actually go there and do the work, because we have the human resource. So that is what India is relying on and actually putting into use. So I would say India is working on it. Yes, it is slow, but that is because of the challenges. Because we see Myanmar, we have coup. In Bangladesh, fortunately, we are doing well. We have the connectivity. We have the connectivity from Agartala to Bangladesh. With Tripura, we are connecting. We are trying to connect Mizoram to Bangladesh. Road connectivity is there, and even the port connectivities are there. So we can directly come. We don't have to go through our Chicken Neck corridor, and then we can directly cross Bangladesh to the port and then to the Hooghly in the West Bengal. So we are trying to build it up. Yes, it is taking time. That is because of the challenges, because investment is needed, cooperation is needed. But yes, I think in coming years, if India focuses on BIMSTEC, so it will be a better a prospect for more regional integration and the neighborhood first policy, and also the Act East, and in a broader sense, I would say for the Indo-Pacific region. So yes, India is trying to do, and maybe it does better. Thank you, sir.
Before we move on, I just wanted to know from the audience, from the later half of the hall. Good morning, everyone. What are the three uncertainties which we see for India's foreign policy? Can any one of us say? Please. The three uncertainties which are worrisome to India.
Thank you for the question, sir. So, be able to highlight all the three problems that we're facing in our foreign policy, as you asked us to. But there is one big problem which we might face, which I would like to highlight, and that is India's role as a partner of the UN. And it is no contention here that the US and China are developing very sharp contradictions in the world order, and these contradictions are getting sharper and sharper each day. What we're also speculation that an alternate China-led world order may be established somewhere in the future. And there is also a relative decline of the US power on the world steadily. The less stable all around the world. Although again, there are claims that say that US dollar is not going anywhere on account of it being the most transparent currency for international trade. Nevertheless, we see that India's dominance or India's rising dominance in the world affair that we see now is on account of one of the major accounts is its partnership with the US. Now, this is how I analyze the situation. That US as the head of the new liberal world order maintain an equal presence all around the world in all regions. We saw that it had to leave Afghanistan because Afghanistan has always been a very hefty business for all the powers which have tried to colonize it. First, the British, they had to eventually leave because it was too expensive of an affair. The Soviet Union too had to leave. It was Soviet Union's Vietnam, as some may call it. And then eventually, when the US captured Afghanistan, they too had to leave because of it being an expensive affair to be there for a longer time. So it leaves these vacuums all around the world, and for these vacuums to fill up, not by US's adversary, that is China, because that will only facilitate the coming up of a China-led world order, but to sustain this new liberal world order, the US has to employ some partners all around the world in different areas. India being one of them, Saudi Arabia being other one. It was for some time, but now it's there's a relative declines on how US and Saudi Arabia relations are building up, and Saudi Arabia's partnership with US is going around. The Western Europe is again one of the partners of US. We see that there is a pattern in the development of these close partners of the US, that the rise to power, the rise to dominance, and the rise to influence does not threaten the US, but the rise to dominance, power, and influence of countries like China, which talk of an alternate world order, does threaten the US. So no matter how much capital, how much influence, and how much dominance we gain, it will never be a threat to the US. In fact, our dominance and influence is not threatening to the US. It's actually more of it helps the US to sustain its world order. So what happens? It is a question that we can all ponder on, perhaps. That what happens in the probability that in the future this US's decline as a world power, and then taking up of China as a new head of the world order. We also see that again it could be perhaps an extension of this analysis that we see India's dominance in the Indo-Pacific, because again it is one of these partners of the US through which it wants to establish, keep sustaining its hegemony all around the world. But at the same time, while we talk of this dominance of India in world affairs, at the same time we see that there are concerns over China infiltrating into our borders and taking up more land in areas of eastern Ladakh and near Sikkim, and on which the central government is completely silent, and where we are not taking a proactive stance. And so here, when it comes to directly being in a direct confrontation with China, that we shy away, because our power and our dominance is completely a given by the US. And so this could be one of the primary, this would be for me one of the primary concerns for India and India's foreign policy. So thank you.
Check. That was a good panorama which I heard. Couple of things which I want to add up. We heard of something called de-dollarization. Lot many discussions on this. Couple of days back, World Bank has released a note, and we realized it's not a de-dollarization in the world. Over the last 1 year, it has actually de-euroization has happened. Okay, the euro transaction on the SWIFT payment network has reduced from 33% to 28%. So actually, euro transactions are going down. The dollar transactions have remained more or less same, despite the effort by China or as well as many other countries, including in fact India, who wants to trade progressively with more number of countries in the local currency. we are, people may not say it, we may not acknowledge it, but we are in the midst of a big power game. There will be entropy in the world, and one way or the other, so-called international rules-based order will be written by whosoever wins the game. As of now, there is an international rules-based order. Someone is challenging it, and we are witnessing various issues related to that. And the vulnerability arise because someone is challenging the well-established international rules-based order. Lastly, this is a issue touchy to me. Central government's silence on Ladakh, Sikkim. Being a man in uniform myself, we know we are not silent, and we know we are pretty active where we are supposed to be. And I can only say we have not lost anything, whatever we hear on the news channel. Okay, that's it. Siladitya, we are seeing like Philippines has now started implementing aggressively the judgment of the International Court of Arbitration, okay, which was in a cold storage when Mr. Duterte was the Prime Minister. How do you see these panning out in Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asia. Okay.
And how does it, in the sense, see, we are slightly more closer to Vietnam, and there has been a news report where Vietnam has offered us a naval base as well.
Yes, yes.
So I'm just trying to see, because of the adjacent location of Vietnam and Philippines, how does it play for India?
See, firstly, India's role in this region, basically in the South China Sea, or I can see in the Indo-Pacific region, is very a cautious approach or a wait and watch approach. Vietnam has definitely invited us, and we also, our mainly, you can see ONGC is also having a refinery base in Vietnam. And recently, Philippines starting this arbitration is coming it's a good prospect, since see, one thing we have to look out, that when UNCLOS come into play, it was said about the 200 nautical miles in South China Sea. But China has that. If you go back to the history, China has this. I have read in this one of the book which was presented. It was in 1988, a journal from NUS, which says that China has this habit of that a big brotherly attitude. It's called South China Sea. So this South China Sea is the property of China. So this is what China thinks, that it is ours. How can Philippines or countries like Vietnam or Indonesia can have influence over it? And recently we have seen that Indonesia is having a face-off with China regarding the Natuna archipelago. So India's position in South China Sea is more or less like a wait and watch policy, since we have allies with Vietnam and Indonesia. But one thing I would like that to say that in the previous year, Vietnam has got the chairmanship of the ASEAN, and that helped India. And that helped India in the sense that India is making more investments. And not only that, to content, I will not say content, if India wants to have its power in the region, India has to go through this soft power, mostly India has to go through this bilateral relations. I don't know, man. With Philippines, India's bilateral relation with Philippines has not been much. It is just through ASEAN only. But if we look at our bilateral relations with Vietnam and Indonesia, it has been a very good prospect. And regarding Southeast Asia perspective, there is a notion in the Southeast Asia. I have visited the countries, and I have visited too many countries. Their first saying is, you what are you doing? Means when China comes, they just comes with these papers, they sign the treaty and they start investing. But what you are doing, you come, you sign the treaty, you sign all the MOUs, etc. And when you start implementing the plan, after when you start in it, your government changes, and the plan again it goes reverse back to the same square. I want India that whatever the plans are in Southeast Asia, they should continue, irrespective of what government are coming. For example, is the government is changing, they should implement the plan. Look at if you look at the Indians AH1, that is the Asian Highway 1, we have almost completed, and it is actually the Thailand has actually completed towards their border till Myanmar border. But the main issue that we are facing is in the Myanmar because of the Kachin state, the Chin state, and those regions of the Shan state. We are facing the because that's the very extremist place. So that's the place that we are facing. Otherwise, if Aung San Suu Kyi, when she was in power, she was actually hell-bent that we should completed that Asian Highway 1. And subsequently, what happened that it got stuck and delayed and etc. But I think it is well on course. More 80% of the work has been done. 20% of the work is still left, and maybe in near future, about 2-3 years time, we will see we can driving from Delhi to Mysore to Thailand through Asian Highway 1. So I want my perspective to Southeast Asia and India's standpoint in Indo-Pacific is to be more proactive. India has to take the step forward. If it means 2 step back, India have to take 3 steps forward regarding Southeast Asia, because these countries want India very much. I have seen, you won't believe, you may say I'm exaggerating. In Indonesia, I visited Borobudur. I said, they came and said, where are you from? I'm saying from India. Do you know Shah Rukh Khan? Do you know Amir Khan? And there is this taxi driver, he started playing Hindi music. And in Vietnam, there was this festival, New Year festival called Tet, which is Chuk Chong Mong Thai. They invited us. So say, you are Indians, we will play an Indian song, Bollywood song. So this is the kind of thing, means Bollywood and all this soft power is actually enhancing. So why not India make a huge step forward and make this soft power diplomacy and make a proactive approach? Because if they means there is was this writing I have seen that Southeast Asia, they are so much they are so much frustrated. There was this writing I came. They are so much frustrated with China. They say that they have used us as a dumping ground, and they are actually thinking that we have been made as a scapegoat. But what about India's role? And that's where the question comes, that we should be pressing with Southeast Asian countries, irrespective of what the regime comes, irrespective of what they are. And interestingly, there was recently this in Cambodia. They actually wrote that India needs to actually go through this Angkor Wat thing, and this Angkor Wat is a very precious thing to Cambodia. As you can see, if you look at the Cambodian flag, they have this Angkor Wat emblem. So this whole scenario in basically Indo-Pacific, India has to be more proactive. And it is being proactive. No, I will not say India is not proactive. It is proactive, but I think India should take 2-3 steps forward in making a really understanding. And I will like to tell one thing. if you look at the language pattern of Southeast Asia, it's very close to Sanskrit. You know, Thai language is one of the used language. It has Sanskrit words in it. For example, yeah, they call university as Vithalaya, Mahavithalaya. So when it comes to the words, they are more Sanskritized. If you look at the whole Southeast Asian language, if you look at Burmese, Thai, Cambodia, Laos language, they are more Khmer. They are more inclined to Pali language. They are more inclined to Prakrit language, and that's where it comes the Sanskrit language. So Southeast Asia language is very much close to Sanskrit language. These are the aspects now that we can actually develop, and actually we can make a competition with China so that our soft power diplomacy, our growing tendencies in Southeast Asia can be an important factor. And after COVID-19, what we have seen that we as what US has done and what West has done, we actually have to look east. It's time that we are acting east, but we have to act more of east. I will give examples since you have talked about SDGs and etc. There is one policy called sufficiency economic policy, which Thailand is following. It is actually a model of sustainable development. And that's a very important policy. This is self-sufficiency economy is saying that when a country has to be sustainably developed, it has to be self-sufficient. And regarding environmental aspect, or if you look at this environmental play, we could take cue from Malaysia. Malaysia is playing an extraordinary role during the in environmental climate and all those stuff. So these are the things which we can take, and we also can give. As for example, recently I have read this news that Thailand is actually expressing to that maybe sufficiency economic policy and Atmanirbhar Bharat can go hand in hand. So these self-sufficiency. So this is kind of things like made in Thailand, made in India. These are the policies which can actually help a country make closer. And not only since Thailand is a major power in ASEAN, and Singapore is also one of an important powers in ASEAN. So these are the big takeaways that we can take, and this can have a very good framework of our Indo-Pacific policy. And not only that, this Indo-Pacific policy, our Indo-Pacific policy will prosper through this soft power and Southeast Asian through language, through religion, through culture, and as I said, Buddhist tourism can be a major attraction between India, Southeast Asia. Northeast India can be connected with Southeast Asia through Buddhist tourism, and BIMSTEC, as you have said, is one of the major takeaways. The BIMSTEC region as can be a BIMSTEC like Myanmar and Thailand can actually especially with Thailand, can be a major takeaway from us, from India, Southeast Asia. So, to make and one thing I would like to also say that the Mekong Ganga cooperation, that is one thing which we need to revive. Mekong Ganga cooperation. Actually, if you look at Mekong, if you look at it's called Kong, which actually, if you say Kong, actually is an anglicized god thing of Ganga. Khonka. Mekongka is actually the thing that they call Mekong. So Ganga and their Mekong, which is the major river, they put together and they say Mekong Ganga cooperation. So these are the things which can revive India, Southeast Asia. I don't know Mekong Ganga, why it has not been held. I don't know, but if we can revive and if India can be more proactive in BIMSTEC and with Thailand and with regions like this, maybe in 2 to 3 years, I see a positive thing between India and Southeast Asia, especially with Indo-Pacific region. Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much. We have fallen short of delivery on expectations in respect of our foreign policy, especially with respect to the line of credit or the grant which we extend or the project which we undertake in respective countries. There have been times in maybe a decade earlier where we have signed a MOU with a country for a line of credit and we have not given a single paise out of that line of credit as well. So that has been the case. But yeah, we have ramped up this entire business. We are delivering projects on time now. And we have to understand this. India is a growing country itself. So we need a whole lot of cash to build projects and do everything in our own country. We need to employ our cash for our good first. Only then, only when we have this strong footing back at home, we can launch forward with respect to our foreign policy. But always remember one thing, India has smartly maneuvered on this in the recent times. We have instituted Asia-Africa Growth Corridor with help of Japan. We are getting into a trilateral, in fact, already a couple of conversations has happened between India, US and Japan with respect to infrastructure resourcing. Then we also have a couple of multilateral institutions which India has steered, something like CDRI. These all are going to deliver projects in time in this part of the world, and hopefully we will be on a much better footing. Coming to the last question for the day, Anurag, for you. India always had this policy of keeping a good distance away from Taiwan. We have recently appointed Charge d'Affaires at Taiwan, and we do completely understand that all actions, all partnership which we initiate with Taiwan has to be in a little bit of gray zone. Yes, it can, because we have a much stronger northern neighbor breathing down our neck at our northern borders. Yeah. So we have not been referring to this one China policy in our official document for last around 4 to 5 years. Now, how does this transcend into India's foreign policy on ground? And what should we do with this one China policy of India as such?
Thank you for the question, sir. So, sir, the question you asked was an area which I had covered in my presentation yesterday. So, sir, as I had mentioned that, sir, after the Doklam standoff of 17, the Indian Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs had stated that since China, Beijing, had never had repeatedly disavowed and never showed the sensitivity to our concerns in Kashmir or Northeast, Arunachal. So India should also should also stop adhering to the one China policy, or showing hesitation in trying to exploit the loopholes which exist within the one China policy, and hence adopt a flexible approach towards Taiwan. I mean, sir, just like as you mentioned, that sir, since I think, sir, since 2009, so we have we have not said the adherence to the one China policy. And so during the last Taiwan Strait crisis back in 2022, which occurred as a result of the visit of U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taipei, so India was this was the first time when India had given a vocal expression to its concerns over the Taiwan Strait crisis. And so, as you just mentioned about the appointment of Charge d'Affaires, Gauranga Das to Taiwan. So he's from Assam, my state. Assam. So yes, sir. I mean, sir, it's time. Sir, I think, sir, it's time. Sir, we had I think, sir, it's time. Sir, we took up this initiative more. So sir, which I wish to express to my presentation yesterday. And sir, as for sir, gray zone warfare. So that's how, sir, the Chinese have also had. So as concerning the idea of gray zone warfare, sir, that constitutes the cornerstone of Chinese military strategy. I mean, sir, if you see these thinkers like Art of War, Sun Tzu. So, sir, the main motive is about winning without fighting. And even so, in the fourth Taiwan Strait crisis, or sir, all the crises. So, sir, sir, China has never tried to attack the island, and sir, they adopt these gray zone war tactics, like sort of firing missiles in the EEZ of Taiwan, or like flying planes through the air navigation zone, or and even so in the last crisis. Sir, they also banned the sort of export of natural sand quartz, which is quite crucial for the Taiwanese semiconductor industry. And sir, as I had mentioned earlier, sir, although sir, the president Tsai Ing-wen had mentioned about this idea of a semiconductor shield or silicon shield, which will come to Taiwan's use during the time of Chinese extension. But sir, given the recent US China war, so just not on trade, so even in the areas of like AI semiconductors, so with the passage of the Chips and Science Act of the US, and the ban on exports of like critical semiconductors to China from US companies. So China has started taking these steps to develop their own indigenous semiconductor global supply chain, concentrate solely within their own boundaries, with no dependence on other countries. So it seems like an impossible proposition, but still, sir, but still, sir, under the Xi Jinping's Made in China program 25, so China aims to reduce its dependence on foreign made semiconductors from 85% currently to 35% by 2025. So this will, and so I had read this article in Japan Time by saying that sir, the issue of Taiwan, so which the current administration sees, sir, as the last vestige of the century of humiliation. So sir, so the emotive value attached with Taiwan, sir, would override the other pragmatic concerns. So that wouldn't stop. So China's dependence on Taiwanese semiconductor industries won't stop China from attacking or launching an invasion, which might be before 2049, which the current Xi Jinping said will transform China into a very modern country, superpower. So from India's perspective, sir, as I had mentioned earlier in the presentation, sir, the existence of a stable and strong Taiwan has become crucial. I mean, I will say vital to our interests, because sir, in the case of even that Taiwan has been annexed by China in the Straits, so this will open the doors for China to expand in the SCS, South China region, and so the defeat or the non-participation of US in the defense of Taiwan would raise doubts among its other allies in ASEAN countries and Japan, like whether can they sort of like stand up China. And sir, after having occupied also like military dominated the SCS, it will open the pathway of China to expand through the Strait of Malacca in the Indian Ocean. And so that will also at the same time, sir, the annexation of Taiwan would also provide space for the Chinese military machine to focus more on the Himalayan boundary. So which Ambassador Vijay Gokhale calls as the double squeeze. So I believe sir, as compared to the Indian chess game, so the game of chess, so where the aim is to sort of like kill the king. So the Chinese game, the game of Chinese chess, it's called Go or Weiqi. So it involves not killing the enemy, but making it like sort of like placing your allies around the enemy that he's made quite weak, vulnerable, that he chooses to surrender. So it's time for through Indo-Taiwanese ties, so India can try this Weiqi strategy, go strategy against China by surrounding China in the SCS through its allies like Taiwan. Through Indian partners, unofficial partners like Taiwan, along with Japan, the countries of ASEAN countries, which was mentioned by my panelists, that the ASEAN countries want India to play a more proactive role. So India, through these unofficial ties, so Taiwan can also become a part of India's this game strategy of trying to surround China in the oceanic realm. So in the landed realm, so we can't practice this way go strategy. So because because sir, our neighbors on the land, like Pakistan, sir, even sir, the Taliban of Afghanistan, and so the countries of Central Asia, so they are more or less sir, allies to China, and so they, I mean, so they have become sir amenable to China, or sir they, or so they are quite hesitant to sort of ally with India. I mean, to partner with India against China. But sir, in the oceanic realm, where these countries are also facing the brunt of Chinese expansion, so they will be very able allies against us. I mean, to sort of encircle China, so in the maritime realm. And so, sir, Admiral Sir Prakash had someone mentioned in his piece in the Express that sir, long sir, India had sir, we have sir, we were affected by maritime blindness. That's how we that's how we focus sir only on the borders of land, so not on sea. So it's time. So so with these initiatives, so the Indo-Pacific Forum, so the Indo-Pacific and so Sagar. So it's time. So we focus on the Indian Ocean, sir, not just in terms of economic and so these other issues, but also but also with the aim of sir having allies and sir playing the go game with China in the realm of the ocean. Thank you.
I came to know about this Go game today, but there's a very interesting comment which U.S. Navy Pacific Command commander gave 2 days back after the China's latest military exercise off Taiwan Strait, surrounding all. See, when you exercise, the Navy is a very funny service. You just take ships and submarines off the coast of a nation, and you have started threatening that nation without doing anything. Okay, you have to understand this. That's how the naval ships in our strategic parlance are pre-positioned always across the globe. Okay, so when you position something like around 30 ships and around 300 aircrafts of a country without firing a single shot at that country, you would win the game. That's exactly what China is doing with Taiwan. Repeatedly, they are doing this, because of which the merchant marine cannot go to Taiwan coast. They can't do anything. And the US Navy Pacific Commander rightly said that they threw all the armaments, all the missiles in the sea, which they would have. They just pointed at Taiwan and they fire it. And before we react, the US Navy Pacific Command reacts, Taiwan would already be subjugated. So there is a lesson for this. Yes, maybe they are playing Go game, so to say. Thank you, sir.
Well, it has been an educative and an excellent discussion, both with the panelists and with the audience. And I have personally learned a lot. And it's been really amazing once again. And finally, I would like to end the discussion with a famous saying of Sir Walter Raleigh, who in 1829 said, "He who controls the sea controls the trade. He who controls the trade controls the world." Today, with China as the major manufacturing hub, with a major economy, the global uncertainties are not going to end soon. So the theme for today's discussion is very apt and appropriate. We are in very uncertain times. Thank you all so much. Jai Hind.
I just want to say a few words. I think this has been the most thought-provoking, enlightening session ever. And I'm glad that we curated this session for the research scholars. This is what PhD does to you. This is how it makes you so articulate, and so you get to understand your topic in depth. So kudos to all of you. Thank you so much.
I thank the panel for such an enlightening session. Now I request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate our moderator, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi.
Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Alina Thomas for giving vote of thanks.
Esteemed panelists, distinguished speakers, faculty members, and my dear students, good morning to all. It is with a great sense of gratitude and appreciation that I stand before you today to deliver the vote of thanks for this enlightening and thought-provoking plenary session on the topic of India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. Over the past 2 days, our flagship international conference, VIJIGISHU-2023, we had the privilege of hearing from some of the finest minds in the field of international relations, and it has been a truly enriching experience. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished moderator, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi, Editor-in-Chief, Global Strategic and Defense News. On behalf of AAS and Amidst University, I extend my thanks to Mr. J.S. Sodhi. Thank you, sir. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to co-moderator Commodore Pushkar Kumar, Naval War College, Goa, who have graced this platform with their insights and expertise. Your in-depth analysis of India's foreign policy in the face of global uncertainties has provided us with invaluable perspectives and a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your insights. I would also extend my thanks to the panelists, Shiladitya Basu, Laftullah Maksudi, Anurag Count, Dibangar De, for your wonderful insights on the subject. Thank you for the panelists. My sincere gratitude to our director and head of the institution, Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi ma'am, and convener, Dr. Manjari ma'am, and my fellow faculty members for their dedication in making VIJIGISHU 2023 a successful conference by facilitating the exchange of ideas and knowledge on this vital subject. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to express our deep appreciation to the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in putting together this exceptional session. Their meticulous planning, attention in detail have played a pivotal role in making this event a resounding success. Thank you so much. Thank you for you. Lastly, I want to thank each and every one of you who attended the session and those who actively participating in the discussion also. Your presence here reflects your commitment to understanding and shaping India's foreign policy in an era of global uncertainties. Let us remember that India's foreign policy is not just the responsibility of policymakers.
and diplomats. It is a collective effort that involves all of us. By staying informed, engaging in meaningful discussions, and working together, we can contribute to a foreign policy that best serves our nation's interests and values. Once again, thank you all for your unwavering support, dedication, and enthusiasm. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable moderators, and our prestigious panel for an enlightening session that has enabled us, especially the students of Amity Institute of International Studies, with a greater understanding on the theme India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. We couldn't have been more honored to have been an audience to this wonderful panel and the intellect we just observed. Thank you so much for holding us a crowd worthy of investing your time and thoughts. We will forever be grateful. We will resume the next session in 10 minutes.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Today, I, Ekashmi Gaur, am immensely honored to co-host this technical session alongside Manjot Kaur. In a world that is constantly evolving, where power dynamics shift and new centers of influence emerge, the role of a nation's foreign policy becomes even more crucial. Today, we gather to dwell in an exceptionally timely and relevant topic: India in the Indo-Pacific. India plays a significant role in the Indo-Pacific region due to its strategic location and growing influence. It has been widely involved in regional initiatives, partnerships, and security arrangements to maintain stability and promote economic cooperation in this broader area. Our esteemed speakers are poised to shed light on India's engagement in the Indo-Pacific. Today, we will we will get a deeper understanding of how India reflects its aim of strategic interest and its desire to be a key player in shaping the future of this dynamic and crucial part of the world. So, without further ado, let us embark on this enlightening exploration of India in the Indo-Pacific. As we navigate with these discussions, may we uncover insights that inspire cooperation, understanding, and a vision for a more peaceful and prosperous world.
Now, it is my privilege to introduce you to our keynote speaker and chair for this session, a distinguished individual whose expertise in this field is unparalleled, Dr. Shrabni Roy Chaudhary. Dr. Chaudhary is an associate professor in Japanese studies in the Center for East Asian Studies. Dr. Chaudhary is a professor in Japanese studies in the Center for East Asian Studies, JNU, New Delhi. Her focus of interest lies in Japanese management. She has been in advisory roles to many companies involved in using Japanese management principles. She has written papers in international journals on transferability of Japanese management styles and issues of language in international business. She is a member of the Melbourne Research Group and actively participates in international conferences. She has been awarded a PhD degree from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, on transferability of Japanese human resource management practices into India. She was also a recipient of a Japan Foundation Fellowship during her tenure as a PhD scholar. I'll now request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman to felicitate the keynote speaker, Dr. Chaudhary. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request our keynote speaker and chair, Dr. Shrabni Roy Chaudhary, to please take the floor to give her keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. It's my immense pleasure to be among young people and talking on a subject which is obviously one of the emerging contours of India's foreign policy. I would at the outset like to thank Professor Nagalakshmi M. Raman for inviting me to be here. And to many of you, she's Manjari ma'am. To us in JNU, she's Manjari. We've seen her scale. She's with you. She's giving you probably immense amount of pressure to do well. I have been in the boat of giving her pressure to do well, and I'm sure she's learned her stuff. Thank you, Manjari. I was very appreciative of the subject that was chosen to be looked into for the last, for 3 days, and I'm sure the last 2 days plus one session right now, you've been gathering a lot of information as well as analysis of 3 important things that are mentioned out here. One is the emerging contours, one is India's foreign policy, and the world of uncertainties. If you look at Indo-Pacific as a region today, you people are essentially stationed in yourself in the uncertainties of the world and the Indo-Pacific as a theater. But let me take you back a little more and look at how this theater actually emerged in its thing. So the genesis of it actually began when the force of production, because of the fact that production could happen in the integrated fashion within the ASEAN and China because of a low cost model that emerged. Economically, production shifted to this region. So if you look at it in the turn of the century, people talked about it as Asia Pacific. To them, Asia did not include India. At that point of time, Asia included ASEAN and China and the newly industrialized countries at that point of time, that is basically Korea, Hong Kong, Singapore, as well as Australia. So effectively, if you look at even till the 1990s, India really didn't factor into it. So the question that arises, and you should be always asking yourself, what has significantly changed, which makes India one of the central pillar of Indo-Pacific strategy today? Look at it from there on, as the Asian model got a premier, 2 things happened. One, Japan was the second largest economy. China became the second largest economy, third largest economy. So people said, okay, you have the second largest and the third largest economy in this region, and therefore this is important. Things happened. The first change that really shook the liberal order was the fact that China becomes number 2 and Japan moves to number 3. What is it significantly made in the economic order? In the world economic order, here you have a power that was a different power. It had its order of a different kind, which it wanted to emulate in the economic field. So essentially, the country which was most affected by this change of order was Japan, because Japan had moved to the 3rd position. Japan is a country which has its own complexities because it has a very pacifist constitution, and therefore politically it cannot play a game. Internationally, Japan essentially played game in the international economic order. Here, Japan was now going to face a threat from a country which was larger, had lower labor cost, and therefore had the potential of changing the order within the Asia Pacific. And there began Japan's worry and anxieties. But worries and anxieties can lead to wanting to push the order in various ways. But the natural disaster of the tsunami that happened was the reason why Japan, USA, India, Australia, Netherlands came together to give support to the Southeast Asian countries with respect to managing the disaster. Disaster that occupied people, capacity building of countries, and really, sent the entire set of these countries rocking again, coming out of the financial crisis. This was the second crisis, and this was affecting each and every common man. When these countries came together to give them help, internally, the bureaucracy as well as the political leadership realized there was strength in these countries coming together. These countries had in them three important elements. One, they were all democratic nations, so therefore the liberal order. Two, they were all important countries with respect to political security as well as economics. Third, they were all keen to develop this region in a prosperous fashion. So the terms that you really hear today, free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific, has its roots in that disaster management, where Navy, Air Force, as well as manpower from armed forces who reached out to these Southeast Asian countries. From there, the story moves. You have, Khurana, who came up from the academic circle, who came up and said, we have to move away from the land and move on to the seas. The game is going to be in the sea. Where the sea was originating, obviously it has to centralize itself in some kind of economic production system. And that is where the ASEAN became an important place where the major low-cost production value chain was happening, and that was the place where it would be centered. Japan was the country which was actually facing the maximum concern with respect to how this centralized ASEAN region will shape up. Why? Because sea route of communication that strengthens, that is critical for Japan because its resources, both food as well as oil, comes through that sea lane. For Japan, that was a critical point of thing to keep it free and open. Two, aggressiveness of China, moving away from peaceful rising of China to a more aggressive China under the Xi Jinping, which led to territorial contestation, led to air zone contestation, led to East China Sea contestation by China, repeatedly made Japan anxious that if China is able to get some amount of control over this region, that will marginalize Japan's way of functioning. And Japan, as I said, because of pacifist constitution, has little leverage to have itself upfront in its security policy. Therefore, Japan took upon itself, and its able leader, Abe, came up with, first he called this as the arc of prosperity, peace and prosperity, and then turned it around to make it as security diamond. Security diamond, he said, was Japan, USA, Australia, three alliance. And who did he pick up? India, the fourth alliance. And India, we are positioned very differently from an alliance system. We do not agree on an alliance. We look at something different. So effectively, to involve India meant he had to expand the concept of Asia from the vision of centering it around ASEAN to move more from Japan, if you look, move more west. So first he came to India, but over time, he declared the free and open Indo-Pacific in Africa, Nairobi, in the TICAD. So you see, he moved the Asia to a larger composing and therefore made it Indo-Pacific. This Indo-Pacific theater is a geographical construct. As we say, it's two seas coming together. You hear about it all the time. 65% of the population, largely made up of despaired economic development region. So you have the highly achieving developing countries to least achieving developing countries. This means that you're not going to have convergence of interest. There would be divergence of interest. And actually, between 2010 and 2017, you had so much of divergence of interest that Quad came, Quad defuncted itself, and then got back. All this happened under two reasons. One was the economic conditions prevailing, but the main factor was China. If you look at it, first round Quad does not come up, or what we call today as Quad 1.0, is essentially because while Japan was pushing a security strategy, the rest of the two, especially China, Australia and India, we were not keen to have an exclusion of China in the whole thing. We always wanted, our policy saga talked about inclusivity of India, of China in the whole Indo-Pacific theater. The reason being that at that point of time, the thought was that if China was made to be part of it, we can condition China to behave the way we would like it to behave. So the value norms that we talk about in the liberal order, China would be necessitated to function because China has no other option, because the rest of us will condition it. That was fine so long it was this peaceful rising of China. But the leadership change and Xi Jinping's approach towards the entire thing created waves both among us as well as among the rest of the Quad countries. And therefore, the convergences started happening. The pandemic and the Ukraine crisis has only, pushed this agenda further, because the pandemic gave the disruption of supply chain, the way China behaved in not accepting the role it had played in pushing forward a pandemic of the nature that had happened, and the fact that during this entire period, first it has it raises sanctions against Australia for wanting, because Australia had asked for a clean and open investigation of the COVID crisis, and with us at Galwan. All this pushed these four nations to come together. So what is FOIP today? Free, open, Indo-Pacific. What does it mean? What is free? In political terms, this free means freedom to act independently by actors and democracy. So these two things has to be fundamentally something that we had asked for in the free and open. Open has two connotations again. Economically, the free means freedom of enterprise, freedom or free markets, free enterprise, and open means, with respect to politics and security, is a convergence of interest to keep the sea lanes open and free. Open in economic terms means connectivity, commercial exercise of openness, and transferability of technology, manpower, resources. It's a huge thing to ask for, and every country will work on it from their own national interest. And therefore, while Indo-Pacific theater is something that is acceptable, each one of the countries around the world have focused on it in different way. But currently, especially with the Ukraine crisis, the Taiwan issue, and Taiwan being positioned within the Indo-Pacific zone, there is obviously a stronger concern on security rather than economics at this point of time. You see something else also happening, therefore. You have IPEF, where you're not really talking about security, but you're trying to get people who are like-minded people, and the like-minded actually means the liberal order today. You have AUKUS, where you have US, UK, Australia coming together. Along with it, you have Australia-Japan's reciprocal access arrangement, where defense exchanges can happen. If you look at it, multilateral and trilateral, bilateral engagements among the various countries positioned within this region has been on the rise. If this is what is happening in the security aspect, in the economic aspect, you do have four things that has happened. One is, as a rebuke to the BRI concept, you have the expanded partnership on quality infrastructure and the blue dot network, BDN. These two are essentially a way of countering China, but we will look into what is the issues that is there a little later. We have two, associations in economics that has come up, that is CPTPP as well as RCEP. In both, remember, India is not there. We'll get into that a little later when we look at just after this. So effectively, there are lots of multitudinal approach towards trying to keep this place free and open, keep this as a place where the prosperity can grow. Remember again, 65% of the population is stationed here. Coming to India, how did we move in this theater? We have been very cautious in how we have placed ourselves progressively into this region, and we have shown ourselves as a very mature, thoughtful leader in the process. Let me tell you, first we went in with the Look East policy, which at that point of time, Indo-Pacific theater was not in place. But we did move from being Western oriented towards a Look East policy. Then we moved to a Act East policy. In the Act East policy, we have pushed ourselves to create a lot more bilateral engagements with the Asian countries, be it Thailand to Bangladesh, our near neighbors, to Japan, Korea, Pacific Islands even today. So effectively, we have tried to get ourselves to engage with these countries across. If you look at even this year, I'm not going far. In this year, we have inked two very significant deals with Vietnam, where we have NIS Kripan, which has been, where we would be stationing this particular ship out there, and we would be training them on cybersecurity and electronic warfare. We have the BrahMos deal that has happened with Philippines, followed by Vietnam today. And in ASEAN, India maritime thing in the South Asia, in South China Sea, we have been party of that thing. So there are lots of activity that we've engaged in with ASEAN countries to essentially create trust and create a semblance of operational approach. And this is something that is going to be our currency when we look at us placing ourselves in the Indo-Pacific theater. We have gone past this. We have gone forward to have an FIPIC, that is for Forum for Island Pacific countries, in which we have ensured that there are port calls by Navy ships to these smaller islands. This is the beginning. A much ignored set of islands, which are now today the area of contestation of great powers. The G20 was a huge leadership forum for India. We started off by having the Voice of Global South meeting, followed it up by a large number of smaller meetings, ultimately resulting in a Delhi declaration, where we have shown effectively that Global South matters and that Global South leadership is well established within our country. Why is our country able to take the Global South leadership? Two important factors. One, we might be a large economy developing in parlance with many other economies in the world. But within our economy, we have substantial number of people who are essentially having problems with most of the Global South have, whether it comes to poverty, health, education. So we definitely understand, and we are in the process of creating various various agendas to improve this group of people. And this is where we actually are much nearer to a Global South country than, say, for instance, Japan. because they realize that we are ourselves struggling in places where they are also struggling. Two, in the environmental concerns, India is upfront in accepting that, the renewable energy, climate change issues or climate change concerns are much more important, which the Western order wants to say yes, but their policies sometimes do not reflect. So therefore, we become a good option as a leadership for the global South. Given this agenda, what is it that we've done? We have large number of security engagement now in the maritime order, which was not there previously. And this has essentially given us the power within the region to establish ourselves as a country that is liberal, which essentially translates to being free. It translates to being open because we are open to engaging with these countries at the bilateral level. Question that arises is, why are we not power of RCEP and CPTPP? RCEP's reasons for India not being a party to it is essentially because it really compromises our domestic economy if we agree to be in the RCEP. Question that, and the way RCEP community reacted to our departure shows that how keen RCEP is to have us. And we've got a clean chit that whenever we want to go back, we would not be going through the entire process of delay of negotiations. We would be moving from the negotiation table from where we've left. That gives us a lot of hope that we can get in there. CPTPP is also a very important forum, but unfortunately, the standard that it is set is considered to be the gold standard. It is basically going to be, going to challenge the WTO system, which is anyway in the debunk today. So given these two reasons why India is not party, gives us actually a much more time to refocus and get our domestic economic conditions in parlance to be enabling us to join there and be an effective leader out there. So what do I see ourselves today? And, as our generations leaves the theater of policy making and you people join the thing, you are in a position today where you're seeing the uncertainties which are actually the reason why it's become an opportunity for India. The uncertainty that there is a great power contest, the uncertainty that there is space for leadership, the uncertainty that is there because India has today gained in strength and has the geography in which it positions itself, gives us the opportunity to move forward, to become a leader, Vishwaguru, as we've been talking about ourselves. But Indo-Pacific, while it is an opportunity, we are constantly constrained by two things: capital and capacity. This is where I think your generations have a lot of work to do. Unlike Japan, when it wanted leadership, it had capital to influence. We are therefore struggling on that front. We have a lot of soft power. We have a lot of capacity in form of human resources. Can we strengthen this and make the world use this for their benefit? And therefore, what kind of education that would embark us to be this resource people is what we're going to be looking at. Therefore, since these two capacities are, not as good as what, say, alternatively China has, we have to live on partnership. Partnership becomes therefore the core, whether it is through multilateral partnership or bilateral partnership or any other form of partnership, we have to look for partnership. And this is why we will be going beyond bilaterals in the future, partnering with third countries to effectively influence and keep the global order in place such that countries can prosper and countries' inequitable distribution of wealth on which the United Nations is actually pillared will finally find some kind of an answer. With this, I'll end my keynote address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights. Now, I would like to introduce the presenters of the day. As the first presenter, we have Mr. Beyond Soni Joseph from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. He will be presenting on the topic India in the South Pacific, examining New Delhi's role as a zone balancer. Next in the row, we have Commodore Pushkar Kumar from Naval War University, Goa, and is undergoing PhD through Mumbai University. He will present on the topic Indo-Pacific Geoconstruct, Indian Perspective. And as the final presenter, we have Ms. Sara Chaudhary from MET Institute of International Studies, MET University. She will be presenting on the topic India as a pivot in the Indo-Pacific. With this accomplished panel, we are set to dwell into this profound discussion. Now, I would kindly request the presenters to present their papers, please.
Just 1 second. As a chair, my only thing is to do timekeeping. So I give you 15 minutes so that we can have a round of discussion after you people present.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected chair, fellow presenters, and everyone else present in the audience. I'm Beyond Soni Joseph, and I'll be presenting my paper titled India in the South Pacific, examining New Delhi's role as a zone balancer. Now, essentially, I'll be talking about a few aspects. One, India's growing relationship with the group of islands in the South Pacific region. Two, shedding more light on a relatively new concept called zone balancing. And three, how India is practicing zone balancing in this region. Now, to further break down this theme and give a gist of my presentation, the paper has tried to study India's relationship with the Pacific Island countries, which is firmly based now on development cooperation. And for many decades, India's development partnerships have been South Asia-centric. We have focused our resources on providing development aid to our immediate neighborhood, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, etc. But in the recent years, especially since 2014, this focus has also expanded to distant regions, far-off regions which were not strategically important to India, at least since independence, like Africa, South Pacific, etc. For instance, in 2014, when the NDA government rose to power, that is between 2013 and 2014, there was a dramatic increase in the development aid, an increase of more than 140% in the development aid that India provided to this region. So through this presentation and using the concept of zone balancing, I'll be looking at how this shift can be explained better. Now, talking about, so these are the group of Pacific Island countries, north and east of Australia. India formally considers 14 islands as Pacific Island countries, PICs. Now, the significance of the study, as you all know, recently the South Pacific has become a very important site of intense geopolitical rivalry between the West and China, especially the United States and China. And India, in this context, is trying to enter the same space by attempting to play a bigger role and provide an alternative model to what the Western countries and the Chinese are providing. To go through the objectives of my study quickly, to understand India-Pacific Island relations, to examine zone balancing and how it helps us understand India's increasing presence in the region, and to examine India's development model that is offered to the islands. The study was qualitative in nature and the analysis was theory guided. The primary sources majorly include the reports published by the Ministry of External Affairs, the speeches and statements by political figures like the Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, Foreign Secretary, etc. And the secondary sources obviously include newspaper articles, research papers, journal articles, etc. Now moving on about zone balancing. Now zone balancing was first introduced by Arjun Tarpare in the International Affairs Journal in January 2023, where he was trying to use this concept to better explain India's balancing strategies, at least in the recent years, in the Indo-Pacific region. Now, for those who don't know, Arjun Tarpe, he's a research scholar, a South Asia research scholar at Stanford University. Now, if you look at how India has been balancing China over the years, it has been a rather patchy approach. It has lacked a solid strategy. On the one hand, India has been trying to balance China internally and externally. Internal balancing refers to how a state enhances its economic and military power, and external balancing is securing commitments from external partners entering into coalitions, alliances, etc. So on the one hand, India has been balancing China, but on the other hand, at the same time, India has also looked to reassure China. So this reassurance strategy has also continued simultaneously, because whenever a political figure, whenever the prime minister or someone goes to the United States or a Western country, whenever that happens, India has also tried to reach out to China, convince them that this is not an action that is aimed at China. This is not something that is provoking China. So this dual strategy of balancing and reassuring had gone on for so many years, and Rajesh Rajagopalan had termed it evasive balancing also. But eventually this proved to be something that was more of a failure, because in 2020, China, during the Galwan Valley clashes, completely altered the status quo. So India was now faced with rather a new strategic reality, and India realized that in accordance with this strategic reality, there has to be some sort of readjustment to this approach. And it is in this context that Arjun Tarpare introduces zone balancing, as he says that since India has been struggling with internal and external balancing with regards to China, zone balancing can be a more plausible option, a more viable option for India. Now, what is zone balancing and how is it kind of different? So traditional forms of balancing are more direct in nature. So if a country is balancing another country, if a balancer state is balancing a rival state, it is more direct in nature, it is more symmetric in nature. The balancing efforts are coordinated and aimed at that country in a more direct nature. So these are directly meant to limit the power and influence of the rival state. But in the case of zone balancing, it is a little bit different, because it is more indirect in nature, it is more asymmetric in nature. Now, how does this happen? It happens when the zone of competition in which the balancer and the rival state are present are shaped in order to resist this rival state. So this is indirect because this is not aimed at the rival state directly. This is mediated through third-party states, regional states, smaller powers. So what happens is the balancing state balances the rival state by using the third-party states. The third-party states are strengthened more, their resilience is improved, capacities and capabilities are ensured so that these can be effective bulwarks in resisting the predatory influence of the rival state. So for example, if South Asia is considered to be a zone, and if India is zone balancing China, India has to ensure that Sri Lanka, Nepal, all these smaller regional states are given enough capabilities. Their capacities are improved so that China does not get more space and start to dominate the region. So by reducing their vulnerabilities and improving their resilience, the balancing state can limit the coercive power of the rival state. And this is what India has been doing recently in the South Pacific as well, by providing development aid to these islands. So this is a very basic representation. Internal balancing or external balancing, the traditional forms of balancing are dyadic in nature. There are two parties. And zone balancing, there will be more than two parties, where the rival state will be limited by improving the conditions in the smaller states in the region, third-party states. Now, two important things to be understood here. Although the term zone balancing is relatively new, we can easily make out that this has been going on for a large number of lot of years. At least since the Cold War, it has been intensely happening. The classic example that Arjun Tarpade gives is that of the Marshall Plan devised by the United States in the post-World War II era for the European countries. Another example can be the USSR investments which were aimed at countering what the US was trying to do in the South Asian region. And like I said, India's development aid to South Asia can be also an example of zone balancing. Another point to be noted here is India's zone balancing efforts in the South Pacific is also not very new. It has been zone balancing for some years, but the important factor to be understood here is India's zone balancing efforts have had an added momentum. since the Galwan Valley clashes, India understood that it needs to pursue this strategy even more, and it is beginning to feature as a prominent characteristic of India's larger Indo-Pacific strategy now. Now, how does India promote its development plan for the Pacific Islands? So, yesterday also Presenter had elaborated on this. India's development cooperation program was launched in the late 1960s, the 1970s to foster solidarity between fellow developing nations, and it has a very long history as well. I will not delve into that. It is based on the ethos of non-conditionality. It prioritizes the recipient countries' priorities, the demands of those countries. It prioritizes on non-interference, respect for national sovereignty, etc. Now, as mentioned earlier, the West and China are involved in this region, involved in a very fierce strategic rivalry. And now India is at the same time trying to enter this space by providing a development model that is more comprehensive in nature, more holistic in nature. Now, these are a few principles of India's development cooperation. Moving on. Now, how is India's development model in the South Pacific and so many other regions as well? How is it different from what the West and China are offering? So, during the FIPIC summit in May 2023, FIPIC is Forum for India Pacific Islands Cooperation. FIPIC summit in May 2023, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had unveiled a 12-point action plan, which the few of the initiatives that was included are these. So he focused on initiatives like solar electrification of houses, government buildings, giving free prosthetic limbs to the poor, the children of the communities, providing desalinization units, providing dialysis units, building hospitals, cardiology units, etc. So rather than, so while China and the West has been more focusing on the traditional security concerns, Solomon Islands, they signed a security agreement with China. Papua New Guinea in May 2023 agreed a defense pact with the United States. So while the West and the others have been more focused on traditional security concerns, India has been stressing more on non-traditional security concerns, non-conventional security threats. So the focus has been on solar energy, wind energy, the marine security, combating climate change, then providing education, enhancing the health sector, etc. So rather than giving more attention to defense agreements, security commitments, which the US and China has been focusing on, India is trying to look into more important human security aspects that they are facing. So I'm arguing here that the zone balancing efforts, which India has been pushing forward in this manner, has not only helped in improving the goodwill and the confidence that we have had among the leaders and the people of the Pacific Island state, but this has also helped India push a development model that can rival what China is offering. Yeah, so I'll be concluding now. So a few observations and conclusions that I would like to put forward. India needs to involve these islands a lot more. In the Indian Ocean region, we have been focusing on Seychelles, Mauritius, Sri Lanka. We have been prioritizing on these islands. But while we are pushing the Indo-Pacific region ourselves, we need to prioritize the islands in the Pacific Islands as Pacific Ocean as well. So while India's Indo-Pacific strategy is evolving going forward, these islands have to assume a bigger role. So without doing that, India cannot match what the Chinese is doing in the region. And the FIPIC summit, which happened, the first summit happened in 2014, the second one in 2015, but the third one happened only 8 years later in 2023. So more regular summits, more grandinates, more priority to this region has to be ensured so that consistent and coherent policies are ensured for these countries. And another factor is we need to cooperate with other countries as well. Although India wants to go forward with its own ambitions for the region, India also needs to understand that it cannot counter China on its own. especially in a region like South Pacific, which is a very far off region considering where India is located. So India needs to cooperate. There have been many calls for cooperation between India and Australia, Japan, France, Germany, these countries which have very important stakes in the Indo-Pacific. These countries can collaborate with India in the South Pacific region. And finally, India must continue to emphasize on the human security aspects even more, because the Papua New Guinea leader had recently accepted India as the leader of the global South. It's not because India has been focusing on giving ships or giving ammunition. Of course, those are important, but India has been trying to push a model that has been completely different from what the Western Chinese have pushed. And to conclude, I would like to argue that the zone balancing strategy is not a replacement of what we have been doing traditionally. Traditional forms of balancing will continue to dominate the discourses, but zone balancing can only supplement what how we traditionally balance. It can only add to what is already happening. But that does not mean that this will stop. This is going to continue, and this will become a prominent feature of India's strategies in the Indo-Pacific region in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and distinguished audience. The best part of coming to present a paper on the third day of the seminar is most of the thing which is supposed to be covered is already known by you all. The worst part is somehow to weave together and present a paper. I'll be presenting the Indian perspective on Indo-Pacific geoconstruct over the next 15 minutes. As I navigate through my presentation, these would be my waypoints. Let's do a terrain analysis of India before we begin. Her northern borders are rough and steep mountain ranges dominate its borders. So for India, oceans are the primary means to conduct trade. India's foreign trade, to the extent of over 95% by volume and 70% by value, transits through ocean. When a person in the Navy looks at these oceans, it appears like this. It's a huge single geopolitical maritime arena, rather than a disjointed continental landmass where we all work and conduct business. In case of Indo-Pacific, this singular construct is majorly the underbelly of Asia. The geoeconomic opportunities of this region is intimately linked to the ocean and associated challenges, both man-made and natural. In that sense, usage of the term Asia-Pacific, as in the Asian littoral of the Pacific, was inadequate. Coming to Indo-Pacific as a term, in recent times, Gurpreet Khurana explained this concept of Indo-Pacific in 2007 in IDSA journal. On a later occasion, on this very same year, late Shinzo Abe emphasized the confluence of the two seas and used the term, very interestingly, broader Asia. Mr. Abe's speech to the Indian Parliament was widely discussed and led to the germination of Indo-Pacific concept among policymakers and wider strategic community. Let's have a look at India's maritime areas of interest as depicted on the slide. India's maritime security strategy enlists the Indian Ocean region, shown in the dark blue, as its primary area of maritime interests. Its Secondary areas of maritime interest include areas as shown in yellow on the screen. Though the conception of Indo-Pacific was very much in making and increasingly gaining traction, India's maritime security strategy, which was published in 2015, did not even include the whole of Pacific Ocean in its secondary areas of maritime interest. What does it point to? It's evident that it wasn't easy for India to spell out its perspective on the Indo-Pacific region in the early stages of discourse of this concept. We all love to be in the zone of peace and stability. It helps pursuing developmental priorities without disruption. But over the last 2 decades, India has observed changes in its immediate neighborhood, and these developments had an impact on its security. The majority of these changes are related to China's emergence as a belligerent neighbor and its growing maritime footprints in India's maritime areas of interest. In 2017, the People's Liberation Army opened its first military overseas base at Djibouti. China has always been on the lookout to acquire ports in India's maritime areas of interest, be it Hambantota Port or Gwadar, or dual-use facilities at Bangladesh, Maldives, or Mauritius. Let's face it, Djibouti port won't be the only one which will host the Chinese military base. Unveiling of Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, implementation of CPEC through India's sovereign land and its hostile intent at India's northern border, be at Doklam in June 2017 or at Galwan in 2020, have presented India with a fresh set of geopolitical challenges. Doklam was a wake-up call for India. As India examines its options in the wake of dramatically altered neighborhood led by an increasing Chinese presence, the potential of the maritime partnership became clear in India's choices. China's restrictive control and militarization of South China Sea islands in the complete disregard of UNCLOS provisions would not only limit India's marine trade, but put significant hindrance to India's marine traffic, which passes through these areas. The current volume of India's merchant trade passing through this area is 55%. By 2018, the Indo-Pacific had provided excellent opportunity for New Delhi to re-emerge as a key security player, and the Prime Minister Modi provided vision statement for the Indo-Pacific at Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018. India also unveiled its Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative at the 14th East Asia Summit in continuation of the Sagar mission. The main objective of the IPOI is to ensure the safety, security, and stability of the maritime domain through 7 pillars as depicted on the slide. Since chairperson had referred to free and open Indo-Pacific, normally known as FOIP, it is imperative to note that India has been persisting on a terminology which is free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific, in short FOIIP. Going further, let's see the differing geographical limits of the Indo-Pacific region. India, Japan, and ASEAN view the Indo-Pacific region as bounded on the view foil. US and Australia define boundaries of the region as shown in green. UK sees the region as that of yellow, while France sees the region as depicted inside the maroon boundary. India is the only country which includes Russia in the Indo-Pacific region. In essence, the strategic construct of Indo-Pacific has been limited differently by the physical boundaries derived on the nation's core concerns. Both China and Russia continue to use the old term Asia-Pacific as bounded by black boundary and considers Indo-Pacific as being aimed at their containment. They do not find the strategic link between Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Having said this, the maritime security of oceans, India's emerging power, and the location of Southeast Asian countries are the inherent pillars of the Indo-Pacific geo-construct. Major democratic powers in the Indo-Pacific region have naturally come together to safeguard the region's rule-based order based in conformity with long-standing international norms as a result of the region's growing prominence. In order to cooperate with nations in the region, India has actively participated in various multilateral organizations like IORA, IONS, BIMSTEC, WPNS, IOC, and ASEAN-led institutions. It is interesting to note that India also conducts bilaterals with nations under various titles: strategic partnership, special strategic partnership, comprehensive strategic partnership, strategic and global, and special and privileged. And then India also engages with friendly nations through many minilaterals, which seems to be better focused and action-oriented. Minilaterals are the flavor of the present times. The reincarnation of Quad is heartwarming and a very important minilateral for India. By 2017, the relations of India, Australia, Japan, and United States had soared with China. The South China Sea, through which considerable amount of India's seaborne trade transits, is an area of contestation, with China asserting rights on the basis of 9-dash line at United Nations in 2009 and the recent 10-dash line promulgated in August 2023, just before G20. Quad is a minilateral of 4 countries committed to supporting a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. Unlike many writers, Quad is not a quadrilateral security dialogue. It's not, in effect, it's not a security grouping. While talking of minilaterals, there are few of which India is not a part but play important role in the region. Trilateral Missile Defense Forum between United States, Japan, and Australia, established in 2007, as well as the strategic trilateral between Australia, United Kingdom, and United States, AUKUS, since 2021, are worth mentioning here. They have a definitive and tangible security perspective. In order to recap, it's apparent that the geostrategic construct of Indo-Pacific region is firmly in place. It is also important to note that the politics define geography and the physical boundaries of the region. Envisaged through each nation's core concern do limit the strategic escape of Indo-Pacific. India has been proactively engaging with partner nations in the Indo-Pacific region through multilaterals, bilaterals, and minilaterals. Indian Ocean dominates India's maritime objective as of now, with the Pacific Ocean receiving lesser attention. One of the prominent minilaterals for India to project itself outwards in Indo-Pacific is Quad. AUKUS, along with Japan, US, Australia, trilat, are emphatically a security minilateral to contain China. These trilats make India better positioned to influence the global order through Quad without being perceived as overtly hostile to China. The Quad also leaves open the possibility of close defense collaboration with India without the need for a security partnership. Thank you. Thank you.
Indo-Pacific construct has come to occupy central space in the contemporary geostrategic campus and in India's foreign policy, says Indian Army Chief. So 2 days ago, this statement made a headline in the newspaper Hindu. A very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. Today, I, Sara Chaudhary, would like to speak on India as a pivot to the Indo-Pacific. Respected dignitaries on and off the desk, esteemed guests, my beloved teachers, and all the IR enthusiasts present over here. I chose this paper because the Indo-Pacific is emerging as a new theater of power politics. And it is important for us as a nation to identify the opportunities to expand our footprint across the region. So my paper is broadly divided into 3 parts. The first part will talk about why India is significant in the region and India cannot be ignored in any Indo-Pacific strategy. The second part will be talking about India as a critical link in the Quad. And the third part will be talking about India's connection with actors beyond Quad, where I will be mentioning ASEAN and Europe. So now coming to how the term Indo-Pacific came into limelight. So the origin of the term Indo-Pacific is traced to the German geopolitical scholar Karl Hochhofer, who used it in the 1920s, whereas the Indian historian Kalidas Nag referenced it in the 1940s. So in a more contemporary history, the speech by the late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, The Confluence of the Two Seas, where he mentioned so this speech became relevant at the time when power was started shifting from the west to the east. Or we can say that the economic center of gravity started shifting from the Europe to Asia. So multipolarity was fast emerging in Asia, and there was a need to further strengthen it. So in order to achieve this, frameworks like Asia Pacific proved to be limited in scope and also were unable to satisfy the present geopolitical demands or developing economic engagements. So whereas Japan has formally put down this as a strategy in 2016, the US Department of State published a document formalizing its concept of free and open Indo-Pacific in 2019. In June 2018, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi mentioned for the first time the India's vision of Indo-Pacific. He considered Indo-Pacific as a natural region and put South and Southeast Asia at the center of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Also, Indian Ocean Pacific Initiative IPOI was launched in 2019, which added more clarity to the India's vision. So there are 7 pillars which have already been explained by the sir. I won't mention them. Now coming on to why India is so important that we cannot ignore it while formulating any Indo-Pacific strategy. Quoting Ministry of External Affairs here, through the Indo-Pacific construct, India envisaged a greater role for itself in the wider region. Some scholars are of the view that Indo-Pacific construct may have gained prominence due to the rise of assertiveness of China, or simply an attempt to the counterweight to the rise of China. However, we cannot ignore the fact that the importance of the Indo-Pacific is also a consequence of the changing dynamics of economic interactions in the region, overall and particular in the rise of India. Although the Pacific pole of the Indo-Pacific construct is important, but the Indian Ocean is far more prominent in the national strategic calculus because there are 3 factors. Because of the region's dependence on the Middle East. Second, the growing economic ties to Africa. And the third, the security of the important sea routes that pass through the Indian Ocean. Indeed, There cannot be any Asia-wide concept without the inclusion of India as an economic and military power. So here are some key aspects why India acts as a pivot in the Indo-Pacific. So the first and foremost reason, as we all know, is the geopolitical significance. So India's geographical location at the crossroads of the Indian Ocean connects the Africa, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Western Pacific, which makes it a pivotal player in the Indo-Pacific. So this strategic position makes it a natural power in the Indo-Pacific. So, talking about the economic potential, I'll be quoting UN report, which is recently released in 2023 only, stated that India's economy, which holds the largest position in the South Asian economy, is projected to grow by 5.8% in 2023 and 6.7% in 2024, while the world economy is projected to grow by 2.5% in 2024. So to those who are interested in knowing about the China's, its economy is projected to grow by 5.3% this year. So definitely we cannot ignore India in any strategy which holds such a good economic potential. So definitely India has a rapidly growing economy, which makes it an attractive trade and investment partner for countries in the Indo-Pacific. Now talking about strategic partnerships. So India has been actively participating in building these strategic partnerships. So India has more than 15 strategic partnerships with the countries, for example, US, Russia, China, Japan, Indonesia, Australia, Vietnam, and so on. So at this point, I wonder what is the deal with this strategic partnership. So why does India, at least formally and rhetorically, grant the same level of diplomatic elevation to its relationship with China as does it with the US and Japan? So I leave this question to ma'am to answer this. India now believes in issue-based partnership. This explains the role of India taking part in many lateral platforms. For example, India, Australia, Japan, India, US, Japan, India, Australia, Indonesia, which have mushroomed in the Indo-Pacific. Talking about the cultural connection, India has significant cultural connection with the other countries in the region. For example, Angkor Wat in Cambodia and Cham civilization in Vietnam. So both have the ties with India in terms of culture. Even the name Indonesia is a Greek word which means Indian island. According to some analysts, due to India's extensive presence, the influence of Indian culture and language has permeated throughout the Southeast Asia. That too without any state sponsorship, without any political imposition. Now, countries in the Indo-Pacific region can overcome geography and rewrite their history if they get their policies and economics right. So there are few examples of infrastructure and connectivity in the region. For example, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, there have been development of ports through Kaladan project. India has recently undertaken logistic facilities in Mauritius and Seychelles. India has launched several initiatives such as Sagarmala, Bharatmala, Udan Project, Mosam, Cotton Route Project, SCRI, Blue Dot Network, IPF, which has been launched by the US. So, talking about the security concerns, India's naval presence in the Indian Ocean gives its ability to project power and influence maritime security in the region. India's maritime capabilities are essential for maintaining the stability in the Indo-Pacific. For example, we conduct a lot of military exercises to ensure the stability of the region. For example, Malabar exercise, exercises with Indonesia, Singapore, Milan, and so on. So in now talking about the second part of my paper, India is a critical link in the Quad. What is Quad and the origin of Quad has been very well explained by the ma'am already. So I'll be skipping that. So there are huge opportunities for India under Quad arrangement. The first is that it can help counter China. A huge chunk of Chinese trade happens via the Indian Ocean routes that pass through the maritime choke points. So India definitely has a geographical advantage here. And even Syed sir, who came yesterday, he said that all that China has done by achieving its $18 trillion worth of economy is through the Indian Ocean route. And we sit there right at the top of it.
and we are the crown. India is the crown of the Indian Ocean. Second is the India also emerges as a net security provider in the region. There is a growing great power interest in the maritime sphere. For instance, many European countries, they are interested in the Indo-Pacific and have released papers. For example, France, Germany, and even Netherlands is also interested. So with India located at the center of the Indo-Pacific, geographical imagination can realize the vision of a broader Asia that can extend its influence even away from the geographical boundaries. In recent G7 summit, which held in Japan, the Quad commitment to the IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, is an important development that is likely to shape evolving geopolitical rubric in the Indian Ocean. Interestingly, 2 out of the 4 countries, Quad countries, India and Australia, are a part of it. Now, talking about a third part of my paper, India's connection with actors beyond Quad. So first, I'll be talking about India-ASEAN. So India has placed ASEAN at the heart of its Indo-Pacific strategy, pushing forward its own preference for the multipolarity. In India's view, if architecture of the world order is changing, India must be one of the founding pillars of that new architecture. Now, ASEAN has adopted the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific at its senior official meeting held in Bangkok 2019. So this outlook recognizes the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of the Asia-Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Its use of the term Indo-Pacific in the ocean, this statement already signifies the acceptance of the concept. So they are not aiming at creating a new regional institution. Rather, they want to draw on the existing regional cooperation architecture. For example, they have their own East Asia Summit, ASEAN Regional Forum, ASEAN +3, for example. So, however, the outlook may not focus on the specific countries and envisage closer cooperation in the Indo-Pacific as a whole. So, how India can play a key role in ASEAN and also like in the Indo-Pacific strategy, how ASEAN can help India to become as a pivot. So ASEAN countries have limited ties with the military ties with the China due to the maritime disputes. So India can fill this gap and become a significant military power in the region. We can enlarge the Quad also. So the concept of Quad can be expanded to include the ASEAN and become a Quad plus arrangement. So India's External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar, he said that India is already building infrastructure to foster links with Southeast Asia through Myanmar and Bangladesh, which will join the new framework. So this statement was given in his recent speech in UN. Now talking about Europe's interest in the Indo-Pacific. So what interest and concerns will drive European approaches to the region? Though EU has no official strategy, and the term is also absent in recent policy documents or any official statement. On the contrary, though it is very geographically distant, the EU has vital economic, political, and strategic interest in the region. First, as a major economic power, it has obvious stakes in the safety of sea lanes of communication and freedom of navigation. In addition, as 1/3 of the EU energy resources come from the Middle East through the seas, stability in the Indian Ocean is vital for the energy security. Second, the European Union has political interest in stability and cooperation with regional partners, as many of the global challenges it faces, from climate change to terrorism to migration. So these are the shared concerns for the Indo-Pacific nations. Third, in strategic terms, the EU supports a multilateral and a rule-based global order and promotes a cooperative approach to the global challenges. Europe, both individual countries and as a collective institution, brings 3 main strengths to the table. The first is money, second is norm, and the third is the knowledge. So a convergence of interest in India's and Europe's vision for the rule-based order provide the broader umbrella for the substantial engagements. So a recent development has been the Indo-Pacific has been in the, that India France has a strategic partnership, Germany and Netherlands. Now, concluding my paper, however, for India's, the region importance is neither a new deployment nor dictated by the American shift. Commerce and connectivity must be prioritized if India is to take advantage of its new opening in for its regional engagement. While India has consistently emphasized inclusiveness in the Indo-Pacific framework, it will be challenging to strike a balance between the interest of all stakeholders. While the primary proponents of the Indo-Pacific agree on the values that should be upheld in the region, the approach and the policies of these nations vary. So, for instance, India's vision is different from the US regarding the geographical boundaries also. So it is important that recently MEA has its own division of Indo-Pacific. So it moves beyond the security and political issues to articulate a more comprehensive policy towards the region. And Professor Manish, he said that India has still officially refrained to use the term balancing China in the Indo-Pacific. So India can be more clear on this perspective. And even like as Jaishankar sir has been using the term that the handful countries are dominating. So India should try to balance its relationships with the major powers while pursuing a policy of inclusive regionalism. Thank you so much. So that's for my talk.
Thank you. The floor is now open for a question and answer session where you all can directly engage with our experts. So, any questions? Yes,
So, I am Adityan. I am a student of Amity Institute of International Studies. My question is to Sir Beyond. So, is India's engagement in the South Pacific as a zone balancer primarily driven by economic interest and the need of resource security, or it is genuinely committed to fostering regional stability and development in the South Pacific nation? What is your opinion about this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it once more, please?
Yes, sir. Is India's engagement in the South Pacific as a zone balancer primarily driven by economic interest and the need for resource security, or it is genuinely committed to foster regional stability and development in the South Pacific nation? What is your opinion about this?
Traditionally, historically, India's involvement in the South Pacific has been development aid oriented. As early as the 1970s, in 1973, India had provided various items like clothes to Tonga, Fiji, and over the years, India's development aid has only improved. So it is not just one purpose that is being seen to be served here. India wants to play a bigger role in the Indo-Pacific over the years now. So economic collaboration, even the global South aspect, as India, even recently on the sidelines of the General Assembly, India and the United Nations had launched a global capacity building measures for the global South countries. So not just the South Pacific countries, all across the global South, India's development aid, that is zone balancing, is looked at from a perspective of fostering solidarity, development aid, giving capacity. But at the same time, India also realizes that this is one tool which can be used to counter China also. So all these purposes are looked to be served with this. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mahek this side from Delhi University. Ma'am, I have a question to you, Ms. Salam. Ma'am, you proposed that to link ASEAN with India, we can expand Quad to Quad Plus. But don't you think we already have some agreements in place to link ASEAN with India already? So do you think expanding Quad is a necessary step, or we can look at alternative solutions as well for that linkage between ASEAN and India?
As you have talked about, as a little as you have talked about, why ASEAN should be included in the Quad Plus. And ASEAN already has its own regional architecture and infrastructure. So, like ASEAN, it has its own forum, like ASEAN East Asia Summit, regional forum. But there's some issues in that. For example, there are already regional issues which they have among themselves, and second is the funding. They don't have their different organization on the Indo-Pacific, and they have the same regional architecture for the Indo-Pacific as well. So for one organization to handle so many things, which I read in a book edited by Dr. Nagalakshmi ma'am already. So there it's also mentioned that it is difficult for one organization to handle so many with such limited sources. So Quad, where there are external forces, for example, India, US, Australia. So Quad can be included in that, and also like ASEAN centrality must be also focused in Quad also. Like Quad won't be successful if ASEAN is not there as a central pillar of their strategy. I hope this.
Good afternoon, distinguished chair. My name is Saurabh Singh. I'm from BA3. So my question is to Sir Bjorn Sony Joseph. It was quite impressive the way you framed each and every details in terms of zone balancing. My question is about the military balancing by India with China. China has been accused several times for responsible act in Ladakh or other geographical parts of India. So how do you relate these things in terms of improving relations with China? So China, should India continue its military expansion, or they should promote dialogue and diplomacy?
Both will go hand in hand because, as I said, the patchy framework that is already going on for years, internal balancing and external balancing will definitely dominate India's discourses because India cannot stop modernizing its armed forces. Neither will India stop partnering with other countries, especially its Western partners. So dialogue, discussions at the border, consultations, the rounds of talks, all these will continue. But at the same time, India has also realized that the broader border agreements that were in place over the years in the 1990s and 2000s have been broken by China. And recently, for the Council for Foreign Relations, Minister Jaishankar had said that how can we trust someone who has broken everything that were in place? So since 2020, India is more skeptical about China. India is more hesitant to go back to what it was earlier. So dialogue is never unavoidable. It cannot be avoided because India is 6 or 7 times less powerful than China if you take the comprehensive power. So dialogue will go on, diplomacy will go on, back channeling will go on, but at the same time, internal and external balancing will also go on. In regions that are dominated by China, India will definitely try to infiltrate that region using zone balancing. Capacity building will become a prominent feature of Indian strategy in the years to come. So it's not that one strategy alone is going to work. India will try to use all of these together.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This question is to Professor Shrabani. So, ma'am, I have 2 questions for you. The first is that in a 2014 survey, the IMF had predicted 5 major challenges that East Asian nations may face for economic development. One of them was poverty and the middle class trap. So the COVID pandemic has further fueled this. So these are important regional actors in the Indo-Pacific, and being so, they are more vulnerable to terrorism and to proxy. So what kind of a realistic response should we expect from the international community? And ma'am, the second question is that, ma'am, you had written
on India-Japan's economic relations in 2017. You had published an article. So you had talked about strategic partnership with India and Japan, according to Shinzo Abe's broader Asia perspective. So how do you see that panning out now, post Abe, seeing as there are tensions in the South China Sea?
Thank you. I never expected as a chair to be answering questions. First, you talked about how is international community responding to the issue of terrorism and counter-terrorism, because this is much more prevalent in a poverty-ridden countries. Look at any of the declarations that are coming out of whether it is G7 declaration or G20 declaration. Significantly, there is a paragraph on these terrorist concerns. So I think at the policy level, there is a lot of, definitely there is a strong move towards counterterrorism in various ways and means, because one is to make a policy, another is at the ground level. At the ground level, he will be better in a position, because he's a practitioner, to tell you lots of dialogues that happen between countries who are looking at securitizing this, and terrorism is a non-traditional threat because it happens through people itself. So while you can increase people to people's exchange, you open up a country, you have what are the importance of this dialogue is to understand each other's way of countering the whole thing. Like, how do I counter my protect my country? Those can be learned by the other country, or vice versa. And sometimes such dialogue leads to an evolving of a newer method of doing things. So this is the basic issues that happens out, basic concerns that are being addressed at the ground level. And I think policy directions are very strong on counterterrorism. There is nothing to really say that there is another narrative happening there. There's no narrative. Counterterrorism is bad. Terrorism needs to be countered, is well established. As far as what is happening in the post-Abe era, nothing much that is very different from what Abe has suggested. You now have Kishida, who's come up with a new free and open Indo-Pacific, where only thing that is really new about it is looking at connectivity concerns and increasing much more of connectivity. Connectivity, it's built upon infrastructure. So Japan would be spending more on infrastructure, and we are one of the strong beneficiaries of such infrastructure capital, because your Delhi metro that brings you to your university, to our high-speed railway that we are talking about in Ahmedabad, and subsequently into many other link-ups, is all happening with Japan's capital investments and technology. Post-Abe, the basic big difference that is going to happen to Japan as a country, and therefore have a consequence on us, is the demographic dividend of falling demography, where now they're thinking of increasing more, enabling more migrations to happen. And India is one of the favored nations for migration, because we have a substantial number of software specialists who are more on the creating apps, AIs, etc., which is where Japan's is very strong on hardware. So this is a very good, strength of two countries coming together, and that is where you as a younger population would see that going to Japan on a migration is going to become easier. So I think post Abe we have much more to gain from Japan, not because things are different, but reality of their country is so placed today that it needs India on both for market as well as for people. So that's how I look at it. Thank you.
Hello, I am Jyotiradit, and I have actually two questions. One is directed towards Ms. Sara Chaudhary and the other one to Commodore Pushkar Kumar. So my first question to Ms. Sara Chaudhary would be, you emphasized on the expansion of Quad, and that would naturally mean that you want to put more emphasis on Quad and want to give it more importance in the Indian foreign policy. So my question to you is that the two members of the Quad are Anglo-Sphere countries, right? And they form five groups as well. And we have just seen that the five groups, technically in Canada, recent geopolitical developments, we can call it a backstab, that they shared intelligence with the Canadian Foreign Ministry, and because of that, according to them, because of that intelligence, the accusation to India was offered. So my question to you is, if we expand Quad, and we all know that West has some major allies in Europe that is very pro-China. Their trade with Europe is quite abundant in number. So will India be that special for them that they won't backstab us again for securing their allies' interest? And I will ask my question to Commodore Pushkar Kumar as well. So my question to you would be, as you are from military background, we all know that the Indo-Pacific region, what is very important for us, and one naval vessel that plays a critical role in wartime situation is aircraft carriers, right? And we all know that India's aircraft carrier is not operating in full force till now, and we have lagged multiple squadrons of our air force has been lacking, and we have seen continuous delays happening, and contractors like HAL, because of bureaucracy, have been a disappointing agent for the Indian military. So, and whenever the contracts are even published, we see favoritism sometimes happening, and you might be aware what I'm talking about. I won't go into the details. So, do you think that Indianization is going to play a huge role in countering China? And if that so, how can we figure out the loopholes and fix it in a timely manner so that we don't run behind, or there shouldn't be a scope to catch up? Thank you.
As you have said, why the external factors or the external countries, they should be interested with the India in their formulating in their Indo-Pacific strategy or the relations, and China is a more prominent actor for them to collaborate. So I disagree with you here, because 1/3 of the maritime trade of the Europe passes through the Indian Ocean. There are three important sea lanes that passes. Definitely for them, India would be a natural partner to collaborate, because China shows its assertiveness in the region, as we all know that. And the second also, that their debt trap policy and their strategy, their vision, they already know about that it is very assertive in nature. So definitely, in comparative to China, I really think that India is a good partner, can be a very natural partner for the external countries to be. And in this way, we can see that. In this way, we can see that already in France has already released their paper on the Indo-Pacific, and they're already interested to participate with the India in this region. And also, Germany has released. Even Netherlands is also interested. So I disagree with you with the question which you have asked.
I won't get into the issues of politics or favoritism, but the fact remains only one. You can't fight a war with someone else's equipment. Simple as that. Okay. You refer to a question earlier, and you gave a reference of so-called backstabbing by some country. It's not a backstabbing, but irrespective of whatever the word play be, the fact remains simple that when you're at war, the countries who give you equipment in the peacetime may not support you. Okay. And then you'll be found wanting to beef up your war resources. So it is imperative that whatever be the quality of the equipment, whatever be equivalent of its generation with other developed countries, we have our own equipment and we fight with our own equipment. Thank you.
India's role in Indo-Pacific is not just significant, it is vital. Its strategic location, economic engagement, commitment to maritime security, and regional partnerships make it a linchpin in shaping the future of this dynamic and crucial region. As we look ahead, India's continued active involvement in the Indo Pacific will undoubtedly play an essential role in fostering stability, economic growth, and cooperation among nations. In this era of interconnectedness and shared challenges, India's contribution to Indo-Pacific are not only for its own national interest, but also in the interest of peace, prosperity, and progress for the entire region.
In closing, let us remember that India's presence in the Indo Pacific is more than just geographical. It is a testament to the nation's commitment to peace, prosperity, and cooperation. As the tides of change continue to shape this vital region, India stands ready to navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. In the spirit of unity and shared goals, let us work together, hand in hand, with our Indo Pacific neighbors to build a brighter future for all. India's story in the Indo Pacific is one of partnership, progress, and endless potential. May the Indo Pacific's journey be one of enduring harmony and collective success. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Now, I would kindly request all of you to proceed for the lunch break and please be back by 2. We will have the next session.
Ma'am.
And all the presenters.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed scholars, greetings and welcome to the culminating day of the illustrious Vijigishu Conference, an embodiment of the spirit of triumph, knowledge dissemination, and scholarly pursuit. Conceived as a platform for professionals and research scholars to converge, interact, and glean wisdom from established subject matter experts in international relations, Vijigishu has evolved into a global stage fostering discussions that significantly contribute to academic process and cross-disciplinary collaboration. I, Anushka Avasthi, am immensely honored to host this technical session alongside Paulina Banerjee. Today, on the third day of Vijigishu Conference, our focus rests upon the theme India's Defense, Indigenization, and Outreach. This theme is of paramount significance in today's world as we delve into India's endeavors to foster self reliance, military diplomacy, and the adoption of disruptive technologies in defense. Now, it is our privilege to introduce our keynote for this session. Lieutenant General Sanjay Verma, former Director General, Weapons and Equipment from Army Headquarters, presently working as a consultant in DRDO. He is the foremost authority in defense indigenization, demonstrating unparalleled qualifications to guide us in this session. We also have on our panel Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi, Mr. Rahul Wankade, Mr. Dibakar De, Ms. Nadia Rawat, Ms. Aita De, Ms. Shabona Kundu. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Sanjay Verma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Lieutenant General Sanjay Verma, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, and BAR, was superannuated on 30th September 2020 as the Director General, Weapons and Equipment from Army Headquarters, Ministry of Defense, New Delhi, wherein he steered a large team with the focus extending across the entire spectrum of planning and acquisitions through outreach to Indian as well as global industries, R&D facilities, quality assurance, and associated national and international bodies. He has pioneered transformational changes to instill agility, efficiency, and generate responsiveness in the processes through innovative and out of the box solutions. He has deep exposure to apex decision making processes and functioning of government and international bodies. His postings gave him a wide overview of national strategy building, think tanks, and industrial bases both within the country and internationally. He is a consultant with DRDO. He is a fellow of the Indian Institution of Engineers and is an advisor, subject expert with the UPSC. He is also an adjunct faculty at IIT Delhi and a visiting faculty at RRU Ahmedabad. He is an avid sports person and paratrooper. He is a recipient of several awards, including Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal VSM Bar, to Vishisht Seva Medal Eminent Engineers Award IIE. It is an honor to have you here, sir. Now, I humbly request Lieutenant General Sanjay Verma to kindly give his keynote address.
First and foremost, thank you very much for the kind words. Deeply honored. And I look forward to such opportunities where you are looking and talking to people who are the future of our country. It's very easy to talk to people of the industry, people in the uniform. They are going through the same grind day, night, and out. But friends, all of you sitting right in front, are breathing into a nation which is now looking at dreams which will be fulfilled in your lifetimes, and you will be seeing a sea change in how our country is marching ahead and making a way, making the presence felt in the global scenario. I am extremely thankful to the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to come here and speak to you all. I'm also extremely thankful to all of you who are sitting here. I know you've gone through a 3-day session and this is at the end of it. And if you still have the stamina, I would make it more interesting and give a different dimension to what actually you're talking, emerging contour of India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. How does our topic today of this session, the technical session 7, indigenization, fit into this emerging contours of India's foreign policy? I must compliment the organizers that you've had a galaxy of speakers in the last 3 days. And I'm also fortunate to have very credible panelists along with me who are sitting here to talk to you on very pertinent issues which impact the India's indigenization roadmap. So with the formal thanks that yes, you all have got me here, I'll speak to you. I will start off from, what is the topic? India's defense, indigenization and outreach. Now, if I ask you that is India's defense, indigenization and outreach something new? This is the flavor of the season. Everybody is talking about. We've been talking about for the last 5-7 years. And I have written in one of my articles that this decade, we are standing at the cusp of a decade which will take us into strides into indigenization which we have never seen earlier. And the decade which I talk about is the decade which started 2020. I asked you a simple question that if this indigenization outreach we are talking, is it something new? So we have to understand that it's not new. So we have to understand where did we start. So let me take you back into a little bit into the historical evolution of how the indigenization dream started off. So if we take our minds back to when 75 years back, when we became independent, what did we inherit? As far as the industrial base, indigenization base, the military, what did we inherit? Even our services, the army, had to be divided. Some went to Pakistan, some retained in India. We inherited a colonial setup which was in the form of very rudimentary ordnance factories, say gun carriage factory and so on. Was there any technology threshold at that point of time existing in this country? Was there any industrial base? Not really. If we look at the industrial revolutions, and I'll focus only on the second one, the World War time, 1944. In 63 minutes, every 63 minutes in 1944, there was a B-24 bomber being manufactured. And in 1944, can you guess in that year how many aircrafts were produced, military aircrafts in the United States? 100,000 in the year 1944. So the industrial might which was existing there or other parts of the world, by virtue of having participated in the world wars, be it Germany, be it France and other countries, and what followed later on during the Cold War when Russia was trying to catch up with everybody, Russia was producing 3 times the military arsenal, guns, aircrafts, maritime capabilities compared to the US. Compared to that, when we became independent, we did not have a technical threshold level. Be it so, we started off on our own dream, own vision for the country, a non-aligned country with the dream of making everything on our own, and especially when it came to the defense sector, if you take the industrial policy of 1956, we kept the strategic sectors with the public and did not go private. So the defense and all remained with the government. And what did we do in the years that followed? We made a Department of Defense Production, lot of public sector undertakings, lot of ordnance factories. These public sector undertakings, whether it is Bharat Electronics, Bharat Earth Movers, Bharat Dynamics, came up sometime during that time, 58s, 50s, 60s. The shipbuilding, in fact, somebody was asking me prior to this session that if we have to look at who would be the leading service when it comes to the indigenization, definitely I would say it is the Navy. And in fact, it is in Twitter today or some news, this thing, both the Naval Chief and the Vice Chief are saying that they are achieving almost about 90% of indigenization in the years to come. So that goes because at that point of time, we came up with 4 shipyards, Goa, Mazgaon, and so that was a consolidation phase where we tried to build up the public sector undertakings. We also came up with a lot of ordnance factories. We also came up with DRDO in 1958 because we realized that yes, if we have to do, we have to raise the technology level. How will the technology level will go up? because we have to invest in R&D. The government would have to invest in R&D. And if you take your mind back to 50s, 60s, did the private sector also have that sort of money? No. We were a fledgling country trying to get our act together. So even if you would have given to the private sector at that point of time, without knowing the market, without knowing the size, they would not have come up with solutions. And of course, at that point of time, a lot of technologies were prohibitive. So the government took on its own to strengthen the defense industry. So this was our start point. If we move 1 or 2 decades later, while the Industrial Revolution, World Wars had ended, but we got into the Cold War period, what was our situation? 60s, 70s, we did our threat evaluation. We had gone through the China war. We had gone through one Pakistan war. We were looking at another Pakistan issue in 71. There was a need to strengthen the defense sector. Now, what did we do? We got into an Indo-Russian friendship treaty. And that's how, for 70s, 80s, we got into induction of a lot of Russian equipment, whether it is the tanks, BMPs, T-72, T-90, the air fleet, the maritime fleet. We got into the Russian dependency. There's no denying on that. But look, something smart was also happening at that time. We were not happy only on just importing. What did we do? We started establishing factories in our own country, the heavy vehicle factory in Avdi, ordnance factory in Medak, and other factories, HAL, where all this equipment was being manufactured. So an ecosystem started coming up. A defense base started coming up. We were building up. We were not happy in just importing. We said we will make it ourselves. So we made it. Fine. Now 60s, 70s, 80s was a period where, there was a lot of, we were growing, but there was complacency. There were no serious threats. Chal raha tha sab kuch. We were getting it from Russia. Somehow, there was no serious foray into R&D. Something which we would make ourselves. Now, this is the period where we lacked in indigenization. Whatever we were importing, we never looked at creating a substitute in our own country. If you were getting an engine from Russia, if you were getting a gearbox, if you were getting an assembly or components, when they were being overhauled, when they were having problems, we had to go back to Russia. Now, why did not we look at that point of time? I would also say at that point of time, also the industry, the private industry, was really not mature or ripe enough to take on these challenges. So somehow that 60, 70, 80 period, the guard was down. Now came the period 90s onwards when the globalization took place. The nation started developing. A lot of private players from abroad, global, made their entrance into the country. And that is the time the private sector now, laced with money, laced with technology, started asking, why don't we get a share in the defense manufacturing? And there was something else also happening at this point of time. The Kargil happened. You all are aware of what happened in the Kargil, and that is the time, if you all take your minds back, there was a Kargil review committee ordered. And now this is the first time when a real serious look was given to the national security. K. Subramaniam was the architect of this review, who is the father of the present External Affairs Minister, Shri Jaishankar. A roadmap was unleashed at the end of the reviews in all sectors, whether it is the military organization, civil military architecture, defense procurement, modernization, intelligence, budget, border management. You take it and everything was covered. So serious indigenization or make in India or something like that, for the first time, procedures, architecture, structure came up in the form of DPP, Defense Procurement Procedure, in 2002. The architecture we see today, the Defense Acquisition Council, Cabinet Committee on Security, Defense Procurement Boards, all those came in. So now you see, I've just taken you from the period 40s to about 2000, where yes, Our intention was there, but because of various reasons, not maturity in the private sector, not enough budget, not enough visibility. Now, 2002 to 2020 also, because 20, I say, is the cusp of a decade which will make 2030 look totally different. So let's now look at those things. If our dream is to become a 5 trillion economy, defense sector has a major role to play. Defense cannot be far behind. What happened post 2020 or during this indigenization outreach which we talk about today? A lot of things happened. Most of it was a fallout of the Kargil Review Committee. The first major reform came in the form of declaring or appointing a Chief of Defence Staff, CDS, on 1st January 2021, who took charge of the entire capability building in the form of planning, integrated capability development plan. The Department of Military Affairs came with the task was to integrate all the three services and come up with a roadmap. How will we fight the future wars? And if I quote late General Rawat, number of times he said that the future wars will be fought by weapons which are being made in our country only. So the Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the clarion call given by the Prime Minister can be taken as a igniting point where this indigenization has started in a real true spirit. Now, if I have to start indigenization, the first and foremost thing is that I have to take into consideration all the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? The first stakeholder is me, the man in uniform. Then the government. Then the private industry, the startups, the foreign vendors, the factories, ordnance factories. All this entire ecosystem is a stakeholder. In all our initial endeavors for indigenization, somehow we did not address all the issues. So in the next 10 minutes, I will give you the indigenization outreach, how we have looked at each and every stakeholder. So the first step, what happened was that the appointment of the CDS, Department of Military Affairs, a fresh look into the capability planning. What is our threat? What do we need? What sort of weapons do we need? An integrated plan, which transforms into a defense capability acquisition plan. You have to have timelines. You can't look at 15 years, 20 years. So this has been compressed into now 10 years. And then you look at acquisition plans of 5 years and 2-year roll-on plan. So this plan comes into place along with a technology capability perspective roadmap. This comes into the open domain. You can see this technology capability perspective roadmap. Now, whom is it addressing? It is addressing the industry. It is addressing the R&D people. Yes, that this is what I am looking at in next 5-10 years. I want this. The services need this technology. So first stakeholder, all these people who are there, at least the services are telling that I need this in the next 5 to 10 years. The next step is you should have good procedures, good enablers, ease of doing business. So the government came up with the Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, where the first time we spoke about IDDM, indigenously design, develop and manufacture. That means the design, development and manufacture of that platform has to be in the country. This will remain a statement unless until I don't do one thing. What is that? I stop imports. So if I stop imports, how do I stop it? So the government next comes in with positive indigenization list. What does this mean? That from this year, I am not going to import this gun. I am not going to import this radar. I am not going to import. So now you link it. I have given that I want this. and from 2024, 25, 26, I will not import it. So next क्या करना पड़ेगा? It has to be made in India. If it has to be made in India, the next step is the next reform or the next indigenization outreach. I allocate a budget for domestic production. So now you see how everything is getting linked. So in my defense budget, I say this much is for procurement from the domestic industry. So you see falling into place. Ab domestic industry bolegi, okay, you've told me that you need this. You've allocated the budget. I don't have a license. So lot of initiatives have been taken by the Department of Defense Production. And today, if I have to do business, I can get an industrial license much early in time frame what was taking early. So now this process is on the, it's an online process. So now another problem addressed. So I have a license now. I know what I have to make. Now I say that the problem is that I don't have infrastructure. I don't have resources. I don't have land. So what is the next initiative? Defense industrial corridors. So the government announces, okay, I need this. I have given you the list. I have stopped imports. I have given you a license. Okay, you needed infrastructure. So 2 industrial corridors were announced. One is in Tamil Nadu, the other is in Uttar Pradesh. So the government is giving land, infrastructure, water, electricity, roadways to the private vendors, industry to set up plant in all these places. Now, still there is a problem. The problem is that where do you get the funding from? The funding is also to come. So I say I need money also. So last year the government came up that 25% of the defense R&D budget will be for private industry. So you see there another problem has been resolved. So I need money, I need to participate. If I put my own money, what happens? If it is not successful, I don't get order, this is sunk money. So the government comes up, okay, I'll support you. So another initiative. Same time, something more is happening. Everything is not rocket science in the sense tanks, guns, submarines. There are other things also. So the government reaches much more deeper into think tanks, MSMEs, startups, academia by way of innovation. So we have 2 schemes in the defense to reach out to people who are bright and have some ideas to contribute into the defense technology. What are these? The IDEX, Innovation for Defense Excellence. Then there's another one, Technology Development Fund. 10 crores you can get from the DRDO if you have an idea and you would like to pursue. See how the dots are being connected. Another thing, the government comes out with another categorization, make. Now make one, government funded. Government says, fine, you don't have the money, I will support you. One support is by way of giving you R&D budget. The other is, you make a prototype for me, I will fund it till 70% of the cost of the prototype. So another assurance which has been given to me by the government that fine, I should now be able to take on this. So now you're seeing, friends, how the indigenization circle, which involves a lot of stakeholders and everybody's concern is being addressed incrementally. Still, a lot of issues. What are the other issues? They say that it takes long for the defense procurement. So, the gestation period. So, the trials and testing procedures, the quality assurance procedures, the qualitative requirements, all these things have also been addressed by the government and simplified. Today, any private industry which comes up with a, say, I know a lot of people who have come up with a rifle. This is, sir, हमने बना लिया, हम testing कहाँ करें? हमारे पास ranges नहीं है, हमारे पास नहीं. All the ranges of the DRDO or the army are ready to be shared. This is also in the open domain. You want to do a trial and testing? Please come over. So now you see another concern has been addressed. Now, again, what happens is there will be so many people who will be getting into the industry now. There was a point of time when in 60s, 70s, 80s, when I had to buy, I did not have requisite number of sellers. It used to be just one or two vendor or one or two countries. Now, if this is going to happen, there will be number of sellers who will be coming in. And you would have heard in the media also or papers also. हमने तो बना दिया है, government ले नहीं रही, army ले नहीं रही है. No, army cannot take from all the vendors. And army or this navy or the air force, when it takes, I will take 100 guns today. After that, it will be 2028 or 2030. I cannot be buying every year. So what happens? What happens to this industry? Does this industry close down? So what should I do? Simple answer. Again, making an enabling policy, promoting exports. Okay, you have established, you've got the technology, you made the factory. Okay, you are given to these services, but now how do you sustain? ये बंद थोड़ी कर दोगे दुकान. So the government has come up with very, very enabling export promotion policy. And today, look at where our exports have gone. From 500 odd crores in 2013-14. Today, if I tell you the figure, in 2023, it is 23 times of that figure. Today, it is 15,920 crores. And we are looking at 35,000 crores exports by 2025. So now you see how the indigenization outreach addresses problems of all stakeholders and reaches out to everybody. This perhaps was lacking when we started off on our Atmanirbharta dream long time back. We wanted to do it ourselves, but perhaps we did not address the concern of all stakeholders. Today we've been able to, address the concern of all, and we have done some internal restructuring also. Like we saw that we made the PSU, public sector undertakings, we saw the ordnance factories, we have reorganized the ordnance factories. आपने सुना होगा corporatization हो गया ordnance factories का. They are more accountable today. So where we are today, in the next decade, by 2030, I think we will be looking at various platforms, whether it is the guns, whether it is the tanks, whether it is the Tejas, BrahMos, Akash system, Pinaka ground system, air defense. All these weapons are going to be made in India. And we have also enabled, in a way, foreign manufacturers also to come in India. How? We have enhanced the limit of foreign direct investment. So I think, friends, I just wanted to give you a kaleidoscope or a canvas that how this dream of indigenization today encompasses each and every stakeholder and takes care of their concerns, whether it is technology, funding, infrastructure, export, license, and so on. So I will close my address here, and I would look forward the panel which is with me, in fact, spreads on different issues, and all those issues are very relevant. So you again here also in this panel we are going to get a 360-degree view. What are challenges which we are facing? What are the emerging technologies? How are we going to with the budgeting? So we look forward to a very valuable presentations by all of them. And I would look at the question answers at the end of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your time and words. As our first presenter, we have Lieutenant Colonel Jasinder Singh Sodhi. He is a veteran from Bombay Sappers, Corps of Engineers of Indian Army with over 21 years of distinguished service. He is a 7th generation Indian Army officer and a 3rd generation Corps of Engineer officer. He has been part of rescue and relief operations in the Bhuj earthquake that hit Gujarat on January 26, 2001. He has been awarded the General Officer Commanding in Chief's Commendation Card in 2007 and the Chief of Army Staff's Commendation Card in 2013. He is now a media personality whose articles on defense and strategic issues are frequently published in 30 reputed Indian and international publications. And he often appears in 54 leading Indian and international television news channels, apart from many prestigious FM radio channels for discussions. He will be presenting on China and Pakistan's two-front war design with India. His immense knowledge and experience will undoubtedly enlighten us. Our next presenter, Mr. Rahul Wankade, a PhD student at the Special Center for National Security Studies, JNU, will present on fostering self-reliance in India's defense industry, a strategic appraisal for emerging startups. Mr. Dibakar De, a PhD scholar, and Nadia Rawat will be presenting a joint paper on spearheading India's defense diplomacy and indigenization, military ambitions, security apprehensions, and Atmanirbharta. Their research explores the intricate relationship between public diplomacy, nation branding, and defense.
Aita De, a BA third year IR student at Amity Institute of International Studies, will share her insights on revolutionizing defense, exploring disruptive technologies in the Indian military. Finally, we'll have Shrabuna Kundu, a final year master's student in international relations at Amity University, who will share her insights on charting India's defense future, budgeting, US assistance, and the quest for self-sustainability in a shifting geopolitical arena. With this accomplished panel, we are set to delve into profound discussions. Now, I would like to hand over the session to the chair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Like I said during the closing, this thing that am I audible? That the organizers have been able to, stitch together people who will be giving a 360-degree view. If we are talking about indigenization, we have to look at the threat levels. So we'll have Colonel Sodhi telling us about the two-front war. That is the topic which has been given to him. China and Pakistan two-front war design. If we have to address that, how should we be prepared for indigenization? So I'll invite Colonel Sodhi to give us his talk, please. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to the distinguished chair, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege and honor to have been given a chance by Amity University, which is a very prestigious university and about whom I've been hearing for many years. And I feel honored to have come here. And having seen this lovely campus, I can tell you all of you are very lucky who are studying here. My special thanks to Dr. Nagalakshmi and Dr. Manjari Singh and the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful international conference where it has been a great learning. The topic on which I'm going to speak for next about 15 minutes is a two-front war by Pakistan and China on India. On 8th July 2013, an article was published in Win Vi Pu, which is a Chinese government newspaper published from Hong Kong. The title of that article was 6 Wars that China will fight in the next 50 years. In the series of these 6 wars, the first war that was mentioned was that China and USA will fight a war over Taiwan. On 3rd February this year, USA's intelligence agency, CIA's director William Burns, said in a statement that in 2027, USA and China will go to war over Taiwan. And just 2 days before this, on 1st February, General Michael Millihan, who is the commander of the Air Mobility Command of the US Armed Forces, said in a letter to all the troops under his command to be prepared for a war with China after a few years. Clearly, this article was not a normal article. This article had a lot of depth. It was approved by the Chinese government. In the series of these 6 wars, which this article talks about, is war number 3, which is that in 2035, Pakistan attacks India for Jammu and Kashmir, and at the same time, China attacks India for Arunachal Pradesh, thereby signaling a 2-front war with India. Now, if we go by the timelines, working backwards, everything fits with this war of 2035. The first is that in 2032, China has planned to complete its infrastructure in Xinjiang and Tibet. The work in these 2 provinces is going on day and night. They are achieving unprecedented levels in construction of infrastructure. Coming to another timeline, 2030, China has planned to construct 3 aircraft carriers, 21 nuclear submarines, and 200 warships. And yet again, the work in the naval dockyards of China is going on day and night. Coming little further back, 2027, China has planned the complete modernization of its army, which is called as the People's Liberation Army, or the PLA. Coming little more back, on 20th of March this year, China constructed the naval base in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. Thereby, what we had been hearing since long, that China is planning to encircle India by the sea route, by string of pearls, has now been done. With China's full control over Gwadar in Pakistan, Hambantota in Sri Lanka, and Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, the planning is complete. Going little further back, 2021, Pakistani army officers started getting posted to the Western Theater Command of China, which is in Xinjiang. Armies train with foreign armies. Armies send their officers and soldiers to other country armies for exercises, but never are officers posted to the army headquarters of the other nation's armies. But this has started happening since 2 years, with Pakistani army officers being posted in the Western Theater Command of China. And at the same time, a direct optical fiber cable was laid from China's Central Military Commission to Pakistan General Headquarters for uninterrupted communication. Now, when we see all these timelines, the intent of China is very clear. It has to be a 2-front war. And it will be. If this article was merely an article, USA would have brushed this article long time back. We are seeing in the last few months, every month, one senior US government official is going to China. Why would they do it? If there was no threat of war in 2027, why would USA do it? Till about a few years back, USA wasn't bothered about anything. But suddenly it is bothered. Now, though China is an enemy nation, and I have no qualms about saying it because many of the army soldiers have died because of China, there's one good thing about them. That is, whatever they plan decades ahead, they put it in the public domain. Because they have the national security strategy in the public domain. By putting the national security strategy in the public domain, they tell all the concerned agencies to act according to the national security strategy. So be it string of pearls, be it the two-front war, or be it those 6 wars, everything is there in the public domain. Now, as far as India is concerned, till 2008, we weren't taking the Chinese threat too seriously in spite of the 1962 war with them. But everything changed in 2008. And what was that? In 2008, China stopped giving visas to the residents of Jammu and Kashmir and Arunachal Pradesh. They said we will only give residents of these 2 states stapled visas. That had alarm bells ringing in the Indian government circles. That now China means business. So deliberations and discussions were held. And in 2010, it was decided to raise a mountain corps for the Indian Army. The plans which started fructifying, and now the mountain corps is in place. But what further jolted the Indian government was the statement or the military doctrine issued by the PLA in 2014. One was the article 2013, then the PLA doctrine which was released in 2014, which said that the PLA is ready to fight a war against any nation in any part of the world in all the 6 domains. And those 6 domains were land, sea, air, cyber, electromagnetic spectrum, and space. That was the time when we realized that China means real business. And thereafter, our infrastructure development started, our impetus for homegrown defense system started. And as we are seeing with each passing day, the threat from China is getting severe and severe. The war clouds between India, China, Pakistan have already started getting darkened. That is another reason that can be contributed to this is, apart from all the which I told you, is China's growing economic clout. Though presently China is supposed to be in economic doldrums, but still, there are reports of China having not shown 3 trillion US dollars in their cash books. This means it has that kind of reserve. They have faced a similar problem earlier. They have come out of it very easily. So we do not know what amount of money China has or what it is hiding. So where does your and my role as a common citizen fit in? In this scenario of a 2-front war, and of course, I forgot to mention the 0.5 war, that is 2.5 front war. The 0.5 is the internal terrorism. Because if internal terrorism will persist, it will aid these 2 warring nations on us. Hence, now in the media for quite some time, we are talking of a 2.5 front war. Now, where does your and my role as a common citizen come in this scenario of a 2-front war or a 2.5 front war? Your and my role comes in to have a strong, united internal India. Because a weakened internal India is an ideal platform for Pakistan and China to play merry hell. And one example is Myanmar. I would recommend you to read a book, Great Game East, by Bert Lintner. He has very beautifully brought out that in 1947, Aung San, who was the father of Aung San Suu Kyi and was a leading politician of Burma, that time Myanmar was called Burma, had said that if the unity and diversity of Burma is played with, it will sink, never to recover. Next year in 1948, Burma became independent. And just few days before Burma's independence, Aung San was shot dead. After independence of Burma in 1948, there was a democratic government for some time. Then in 1962, the military junta took over for the first time. And they played merry hell with the unity and diversity of Burma. As a result, Burma has sunk into such a chaos because China has played merry hell. On its borders with China is UWSA, United War State Army. This is such a potent force funded totally by China that the areas where UWSA has its writ, the Burmese army cannot dare enter. What we are seeing in Manipur has been again beautifully explained in that book. So the more divided we are, the more we play with our unity, the more we play with our diversity. Pakistan and China are waiting for such platforms, such opportunities. So your and my role as a common citizen comes in to keep a united India. The other point is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. In times of war, no friend's help should be expected. Like when a crisis comes in one's life, many a times the best friends turn away. Everyone is left fighting the life battle alone. Same is the case in war. We have seen in Ukraine. Till date, Ukraine has been crying hoarse for the American and the NATO soldiers. Not one boot has been sent on ground. So this is where the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make India have got tremendous importance. I'll just take 3 more minutes to end up my talk. The government of India has done its best by making good schemes, like General Verma rightly brought out, making infrastructure. It is now up to the businessman, to the common citizen, in whatever capacity and capability he is, to make Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India successful. We all know Galwan happened in June 2020. The Wuhan virus emanated in end 2019. The whole world knows. But still, year on year after 2019, not only India's trade with China, the world's trade with China is increasing. That is because China has made itself as the world's manufacturing hub so well that to decouple and delink is becoming extremely difficult. And for those few factories that moved out of China, and USA thought it had won the first round of war with China, and it started purchasing from Vietnam and Mexico, to the utter horror, they realized that the factories from where they were purchasing in Mexico and Vietnam are owned by the Chinese. So ultimately, things are back to square one. So that is where our indigenous production is of immense importance. And that is why, as a common citizen, wherever we can buy Make in India products, we should do it. It may be not fitting our requirements to the hilt, but then even as a common citizen, we are contributing to the security of our country. Because to give China a strong reply, first we have to get out of their economic web. That is the first prerequisite. Thank you all for listening to me patiently, and thanks once again to the Amity University.
Thank you very much, Colonel Sodhi. I think, friends, he's given you the correct flavor that what is the type of threat which faces us. He's given you the right example. Look at what is happening at Russia, Ukraine. There was a point of time when people were thinking last year that no, this war cannot take place. There were a lot many people saying, nahi, aise ladai nahi ho sakti. Then there were a lot many people saying, okay, it will be just 1 or 2 days war and then sanctions and then all these things will come up and it will end. Look at where we are today. So these threats, what Colonel Sodhi has given us the larger picture, are there for real. And if we are now making our strides as an independent, growing country, one of the fastest growing economies in the world, we become more vulnerable. So that is the reason that we have to be not only economically strong, but military also, we have to be strong. Seeing the threat perception, now when we are looking at self-reliance, it is not that the bigger industry houses will have a role to play. We have something going to be covered after two speakers, emerging and disruptive technologies. So I'll not dwell on that, but I will limit myself to saying right now that in this self-reliance dream, the startups, the academia, the think tanks, the MSMEs have a big role to play. So I invite Rahul, who will be telling us that in fostering the self-reliance, what is the role of the emerging startups?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Wankhede. I am a PhD student at the JNU Special Center for National Security Studies. And the topic of my presentation is fostering self-reliance in India's defense industry and appraisal of emerging startups. Now, it's said that well begun is half done. I thank to both officers for laying out the broad and exclusive framework about this topic. So we start with the basics. Military expenditure. Now, somebody yesterday wrongly pointed out that we are the fourth largest defense spender. We are the third one as of now. $76.6 billion. Indian currency में आएगा लगभग 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए you have in your defense budget this year. On the other hand, you have exports touching almost 16,000 crores. So big industrial opportunity is available. Now we need to locate the defense startups in this ecosystem. So the Sarkari definition of a startup is an entity headquartered in India, opened less than 10 years ago, and has an annual turnover of less than 100 crores. But startups started way back in 2001 when the private sector was opened. Now, before we move ahead, does anyone remember this? What is this? The film 2009 Three Idiots. Remember? Viru Sahasrabuddhe, Joy Lobo, and all these characters. So this reference is important, and I'll tell you how. Now, 19,000 crores worth of defense production has happened as of July this year, and 21% is by the private sector. But इसमें startups का कितना है? इस पर data available नहीं है, which is a red flag. Now, India has a total of 70,000 startups. This is official data. उसमें से 100 are unicorn. Unicorn is startup having market value of more than $1 billion. 8,000 crore के ऊपर जो है. Now they are supported by local MSMEs because they are sourcing raw materials from the local vendors. The time gap is less क्योंकि staff कम होता है, office कम रहता है. Human resources are managed well, so they can provide products easily. Now the government has the IDEX and the DISC challenge as mentioned by General Verma, and the government plans to fund 250 startups by 2026. 56 have already been funded, up to 50 crores per project. Now many startups have also exported their niche products, like not just to African and Asian countries, but even US. I'll give you the reference later. Now, some of the success stories. So Larsen and Toubro, they have been working on a plan to launch drones from submarines. उसके लिए 2 Indian startups के साथ they have partnered. Also, if you see, most of the startups are working on dual-use technologies. Now, dual-use is something which has civil applications as well as military applications. Now, when that is the case, you need to have the patents registered in India in your own company's name. Now, remember the film. Amir Khan is flying a drone developed by someone else. It's an IP violation. Real life में ऐसा नहीं होता, you will be in jail. Now, as Sir mentioned, the role of Indian academia and research. Why? Because startups के पास ना पैसा है ना टाइम है full time research करने का. So the academia has to do it in partnership with the startups. One activity is organizing conferences like this. But then we go one step ahead. We establish labs and we develop the product. IIT is already कर रही है. Even MIT can do it. Now this may help to address the brain drain issue. Why? Instead of your startups, IIT, IIM graduates running away, you better make them stay here and develop the products. Now, this is a list of top 13 defense startups that have got the defense challenges. They have developed successful products. As you can see, most of them are in Tamil Nadu. Why? क्योंकि वहां डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर बन के तैयार है, यूपी का भी वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है. जब यूपी का बनेगा, लिस्ट और बढ़ेगी. So these are the successful names. Now, India has 194 defense startups exclusively working in defense, space and aerospace, both. Success story number 1, sector is drones. कंपनी का नाम आइडिया फोर्ज. जो आपने पहले स्क्रीनशॉट देखा फिल्म का, उसमें जो ड्रोन है वो आइडिया फोर्ज ने सप्लाई किया था way back in 2008. Sir talked of the role of a common man. How did Idea Force start? IIT Bombay graduates were watching the 26/11 attack live on their screens. कहीं पे तो hurt हुआ होगा. That is where they came up. They came up with this idea. The first drone went to a commercial product, that is the film, and now they are supplying 20 million worth dollars of drones to the Indian Army. The BSF is using them on the Pakistan border. Indian Army uses them on the line of actual control. After Galwan, इनका order book तेजी से बढ़ा है. Switch and Netra are their products. So just 4 people started Idea Forge. 15 साल में वो यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं. Next is Tonbo Imaging from Bangalore. It is another startup. They make high resolution digital satellite images. 80% revenue इनका defense से आता है, 20% civil. Then you have Arca Aerospace. Again, just a bunch of people came out of IIIT Hyderabad, started a startup. Now they are making a micro drone. 5 किलो का होता है. उसका आप shape change कर सकते हो as per the target. It can hit, it can surveil, it can do video recording, everything. Second category is robotics, electronics and biosolutions. अब उसमें जो तीसरा नाम है, that is most important, Axio Biosolutions. The startup is headquartered in Bangalore and they make a special bandage. अगर आप घाव पे उसे बस रख देते हैं, blood clot happens in 10 seconds, saves lives. अब पिछले 3 साल से ये कंपनी एक भी बैंडेज एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाई बिकॉज इंडियन आर्मी से ही सारे ऑर्डर्स आते हैं एंड दे आर हाईली प्रॉफिटेबल. सो एक्सपोर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी है बट कैपेसिटी नहीं है. ये भी हो रहा है. सो दिस आर द टॉप इंडियन डिफेंस स्टार्टअप. सबसे ऊपर एज यूजुअल आइडिया फोर्ज. 169 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू है एज ऑफ 2022 एंड ऑल कंपनीज इफ यू सी एक्सेप्ट वन 100 करोड़ के ऊपर सबका रेवेन्यू है. आइडिया फोर्ज 30% प्रॉफिट मार्जिन में ऑपरेट करती है विच इज वेरी हाई इन दैट सेक्टर. नाउ सरकार क्या कर रही है सपोर्ट के लिए? देयर आर अ फ्यू गुड स्कीम्स. लास्ट ईयर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस सेड कि वी विल बाय 400 करोड़ वर्थ ऑफ इक्विपमेंट बट ऑफ द शेल्फ नहीं खरीदेंगे, फेजेस में होगा. दिस ईयर्स बजट 25% बजट रिजर्व फॉर अकेडेमिया. Thirdly, the procurement timeline fixed exclusively for startups to 22 weeks. 4.5 महीने में प्रोडक्ट खरीदारी पूरी होगी, ये assurance दिया गया है. The last one is important for us, wherein the project grant has been approved up to 10 crores for specific areas like surveillance, secure communications. ये ministry के focus areas है और ये public में है. So if you have ideas, you can. Some problems in the sector. The first is technologies are evolving on a daily basis, almost daily basis. Startup के पास इतना time नहीं होता है to be in touch with everything, so we need many startups. एक idea force से अब काम नहीं होगा. Now this is a technical aspect, but even basic things like getting payments for the purchased product is an issue. Last year when I was at the defense exhibition, one of the CEOs of a drone company said, "Sir, time पे पैसा नहीं मिलता है ministry से, product तो ले लेते हैं." Now make a guess, ये कौन सा कंपनी का होगा बंदा? आइडिया फोर्ज. इंडिया के टॉप डिफेंस कंपनी का ये हाल था. You can imagine what would happen with others as of last year. Secondly, defense and aerospace is a sensitive sector. Multiple checks, multiple clearances, intelligence people watching you, everything happens. So that is a problem for the startups. Then lack of sufficient funding. कहाँ पे? At the initial stage. अगर मेरी requirement 50 करोड़ के ऊपर है, सरकार पैसा नहीं देगी. Secondly, if my product fails at the last stage, the entire venture is a waste because the government is not going to buy it. Lastly, IDEX procurement. Now, even if you clear all rounds of the Defense India challenge, the government is not obligated to purchase your product. They can straight away refuse. That is a dampener. Then there have been last moment changes in QR. QR is qualitative requirements. कि मुझे product में क्या क्या चाहिए. Many times these changes have been unilaterally without informing the companies, and that is a problem. And lastly, as I mentioned, there are very few startups who are doing great work. We need more of them. Now, certain recommendations as to how these problems can be solved. Pehla, you can establish a robust regulatory framework for all dual-use technologies. Secondly, you foster collaborations between startup, academia, and the bigger players. There are bigger sharks in this market. L&T hai, Mahindra, Adani Defense, there are many. You have to save the startups from them also. The author, I personally stress the importance of investing in research and development in the academia because neither the private nor the startups invest any significant amount in the research. It takes a lot of time. Idea Forge अगर आप देखें तो उसको 15 साल लग गए यहाँ तक आने में. The smaller companies may take even more time. Then, of course, guaranteed procurement. And India's defense industry would need a clear export strategy, as Sir pointed out. Now, यहाँ पे सरकारी support is necessary because a startup does not have the human resource to analyze foreign markets and to ensure that the product is sold at the exact target point. That is where your foreign service, your intelligence, everything comes into play. Now, lastly, a few concluding points. Defense startups should not be treated just as commercial ventures. They have a strategic value if we know how to use them and where to use them. Now, to harness this potential, it is imperative that we need to support them because they are selling their products to the Indian government even when foreign customers can pay them higher amounts. So, nationalism has to be balanced with commercial profits. Lastly, you give them a conducive environment. So, if you need, let's say, a good flower, you put in good sunlight, water, fertilizers. Give them a good ecosystem, they'll flower on their own. Lastly, you have to collaborate with private players and all academic stakeholders, as Sir pointed out, to make self-reliance, ya Atmanirbharta, a vision, a reality. It's not a political slogan just that has been thrown out. It's a vision of the Prime Minister. Let's make it a national vision because armies don't go to war, the nation goes to war. So you, I, all of them, we are all the stakeholders. Start with what you have, with wherever you are and with what you can. विजिगिशु जो टाइटल रखा है ना, विजिगिशु अर्थशास्त्र में आता है, the top country is विजिगिशु. If you have to become like that, it's a whole of a nation approach. Thank you.
My compliments, Rahul. You covered the subject very well. In fact, in a few minutes, he's been able to give you the brighter side and the problem areas also, the challenges area also. He's also rightly brought out one thing that today we are looking at whole of nation approach. And that's what I meant when I gave you the 360 degrees view that all the stakeholders are party to nation building. And that's what Colonel Sodhi was also saying, that we also have to contribute in our own manners. Startups will have their own challenges. And let me tell you today, the DRDO has got into an agreement with almost all IITs, all technical institutes to give the students a chance to put their idea into an incubation stage and see the fructification of the same. But as rightly said, that it is a tedious path, not very easy to venture into. Some of the challenges, what he has said is right, but we should appreciate that we are in the learning phase. We are just into 4-5 years. Gradually, we will mature, we will rectify, we will look after all the concerns of the startups, which are very rightly being pointed out. Now, connecting the dots, we move one step ahead. Is indigenization only a way to look at the defense? A major role today is being played for indigenization by means of military diplomacy. So I think it would be very interesting to see what the Dibakar and Nadia have to tell us, that how does military diplomacy or the defense diplomacy comes into play in this area. Over to you. No, you can start from here only, no problems.
Hello. Good afternoon. Our working paper's topic deals with spearheading India's defense diplomacy and indigenization, military ambitions, security apprehensions, and Atmanirbharta, more specifically. Before I commence with this presentation, I'd like to point out that one of the more important one of the core reasons why India's modernization process has serves as a further source of security apprehensions for us. And for the scope of this paper, there was so much that I would have wanted to actually present here, but due to the paucity of time and the vastness of this subject itself, which is basically shackling my abilities to talk in further details, I'll jump right into one of the major research questions that we pondered upon in the course of this paper. So the research question itself is, how has India's pursuit of defense privatization and self-reliance affected its military modernization, including the key challenges and successes? So the involvement of private players in our industry and in the Indian defense industry has been very significant, especially in terms of development in the country's quest for modernization and self-reliance, or Atmanirbharta, in this particular aspect, to increase our defensive capabilities. Historically, the Indian defense sector was predominantly controlled by the public sector enterprises, the PSUs. And over the years, there has been a deliberate push to engage private companies even further. Even though this is not exactly new, but the push has definitely been increased in the last couple of years. Now, in this analysis, I will also discuss how this shift has contributed to India's modernization efforts in the defense sector. And I'll provide a few examples and a few case studies in brief. One of the first and foremost themes that I'll deal with has to do with enhanced technological capabilities. Now, the DRDO, the Defense Research and Development Organization, has collaborated with private companies for years now for various defense projects. For instance, it partnered up with the Tata Power Strategic Engineering Division, SCD, for the development of Akash, a medium-range surface-to-air missile system. This partnership not only accelerated the project, but also brought in private sector expertise, which is something that a lot of nations have been sort of monetizing upon, especially the developed ones. In terms of advanced technologies, private defense firms often possess cutting-edge technologies and access to global network platforms, which can significantly contribute to the development of state-of-the-art defense systems. This has facilitated the acquisition and development of advanced technologies in India that would have otherwise been kind of missing from our arsenal. In terms of increased competition and cost efficiency, or procurement and competitive bidding, which factors in greatly, the involvement of private players has introduced competition in defense procurement, leading to a lot of cost savings as well. The defense procurement procedure, the DPP, encourages competition amongst both public and private entities, and this has helped in generating more efficient resource allocation techniques. Moving on to offset obligations. Foreign defense companies are often required to invest in India as part of their offset obligations. This investment can take the form of technology transfer, joint ventures, or direct investment. FDIs, contributing to the growth of India's indigenous defense industry. And not only that, but the private sector's existence or private sector's contribution to our naval and aerospace sector also makes a very significant appearance here. Private firms like L&T, Larsen and Toubro have made significant contributions to India's naval and aerospace sectors, like I previously mentioned. They have played a vital role in the construction of warships and components for the ISRO. It also helps in expanding our product portfolio. Because private players participate, because their participation has increased so much, it has also led to the diversification of the defense product range, from armored vehicles to electronic warfare systems and naval vessels. And the diversification also strengthens India's defense capabilities. It augments our capacity. Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, which is a public sector enterprise, joined hands with Sukhoi Corporation, a Russian venture, to assemble the Sukhoi Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft in India. And private firms like Dynamatic Technologies also contribute to the production of aircraft components. And this collaboration has expanded our ability to produce even greater numbers of fighter aircrafts. And if we include the private sector, it also means that our production the rate of production gets increased. Speedy production. Private sector involvement is a critical factor in this particular aspect. For example, the Tata Advanced Systems Limited, TASL, produces the fuselage for the Apache attack helicopters, aiding this speedy induction into the Indian Army, without which we would have still been stuck in the testing and deployment process that was seen previously. And not to mention, it strengthens our country's R&D as well. Now, while we haven't reached the landmark where we want to, at least we are on the right path. At least the right amount of momentum has been generated. Bharat Forge and Kalyani Group, these are private players. They have invested immensely in the R&D facilities for defense technologies. Bharat Forge even has a tech park in Pune, Maharashtra that solely focuses on innovation in defense and aerospace, and solely focuses on defense engineering sciences. The export potential also increases thanks to privatization. For example, the BrahMos Aerospace, which is a joint venture between India and Russia, has enabled the development of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles. The missile system has export potential, enhancing India's global standing as a defense exporter. As part of a $500 million line of credit, India has offered Vietnam with BrahMos cruise missiles, Akash missile air systems, Varun Astra anti-submarine torpedoes, and coastal radars. Philippines is also set to buy an anti-ship missile system valued at $375 million in addition to the BrahMos missile systems that it has already ordered from us. And when it comes to economic growth, it becomes very obvious that this will lead to job generation, increased exports, and ultimately contributes to India's overall development. The creation of these tech parks are probably going to rise up in the next coming few years. And not to mention, it's stating the very obvious, privatization also increases our chances of achieving Atmanirbharta in the future. Completely aligns with it. The Tejas fighter aircraft, private companies like HAL, L&T, and Dynamatic Technologies are involved in this production. So, in this sense, indigenous fighter aircraft production is currently in the right path. To conclude my part of the presentation, I'd like to point out that the inclusion of private players in our defense sector means a lot. For example, last year only the Indian Navy unveiled plans to basically develop 75 new technologies in the name of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Currently, it is set to unveil underwater swarm drones, autonomous weaponized boat swarms, blue-green lasers for underwater applications, multiple firefighting systems, and small drones with ultra-high endurance. Now, as the Indian private sector participation continues to expand in the defense sector and is poised for further advancements in the years to come, this shift becomes very crucial in terms of our defense preparedness. And it also aligns with our broader goals of addressing our security threat perceptions, which we are surrounded by from all angles. Now, my associate, Ms. Nadia Rawat, will take over to deliver an insightful presentation on the modernization process itself.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The chair has made my task even easier by covering modernization efforts in form of DPP. Now, I would be focusing more on the policy, but just to touch upon the subject, defense reforms in India has undergone significant reviews. In 2001, the group of ministers constituted to review the national security system of the country recommended the position of a CDS. It took us about 20 years to get there, but it is also important to note that it took United States 15 years to get there. We look at the Kelkar committee set up in 2005 to review the defense procurement procedures and assess the participation of the private sector. So the document titled Towards Strengthening Self-Reliance in Defense Preparedness was tabled with several recommendations, like the preparation of a long-term defense plan that cover a span of 15 years, sharing defense requirements of the armed forces with the defense industry, encourage entry of small and medium enterprises, etc. So there's an exhaustive list there. But the responsibility, however, to cater to the demand of the LTIP was given to the headquarters integrated defense staff. The LTIP was to cover the period between 2012 to 2027. Now, coming to DPPs, in 2020, it has been renamed as DAP, the Defense Acquisition Procedure. It is understood to be a huge step towards Atmanirbharta because it delineates conditions for greater indigenization as outlined by the order of priority procurement, and conditions that apply to its various categories. It is one of the most elaborate documents the ministry has released so far, with up to 12 chapters. It has the LTIP also under the DAP has been renamed into Integrated Capability Development Plan, that is to cover 10 years, not 15 years anymore. There are procurement categories, for example, the Buy India, that is IIDD, that is by Indian indigenously designed, developed, and manufactured, where acquisition of a product from an Indian buyer that has up to 50% or more indigenous design. The second category, by Indian product from an Indian vendor that has 50% or more, or even up to 60 or 60%, that even if it's not designed in India. The buy and make category in India, where minimum is 50% for indigenization content that requires, in the case of collaboration, where transfer of technology may be involved. Now, there's an exhaustive list, but what's interesting is it also introduces the leasing category, where it includes a leasing category where it allows us to procure more easily equipment or product for a particular time frame, which is more cheaper. It increases capability within a shorter time frame. The impacts of this policy, however, is yet to be seen. Now, under DAP, there's also the limit for a foreign direct investment that has also been increased from somewhere around 40 to more than 70%. With growing efforts towards creating a robust defense production ecosystem in India, a wide range of products have been indigenously developed and developed through transfer of technology and manufacturing, licensed production in the last 2 decades. There is an opportunity for India to also capture a market where countries are looking to diversify their defense requirements. They're trying to look to cut their dependence on countries like China or the United States. By 2001, India was not exporting, it was exporting to a less than 10 countries, but today it does more than 70 countries. Now, the number of export authorizations since 2016 itself has gone up by 272% in financial year 2020 to 2021. The number of FDI flows over has also been recorded by the defense aerospace sector alone was about 4,191 crore rupees. There have been drastic changes in the policy with, as we see with DAP 2020, and it strongly indicates the growing confidence of the administration also as they continue to pursue self-sufficiency in defense production. The Ministry of Defense has been extremely flexible by various revisions in the DPPs itself in the last 2 decades. But however, it will need a lot of additional supportive schemes and policies in order to put it all into action. The technology has also been a major determinant of defense capabilities as the character of war moves out from the conventional, and the strategies used in warfare and the type of defense technology that a country possesses are largely there to impact each other. It is important to understand that specific capabilities or technology a nation requires depends on multiple factors such as the terrain you're fighting on and also the capabilities of the enemy or the kind of outcomes that are desired. Therefore, self-sufficiency in defense itself is largely to be understood as a capacity to domestically produce the need-based equipment and system which are affordable and made available within a reasonable time frame, so far to avoid any situation where the equipment may fall under a denial regime. The technology perspective and capability roadmap released in 2013, as the chair mentioned, outlines the capability roadmap to develop and manufacture critical technologies. And it's not that the Ministry of Defense doesn't realize where we want to be or what the kind of equipment we want, but there is a lot to be done in terms of capacity building and the R&D, and also making the needs of the army itself available to the private sector. One of the major issues is India still doesn't have a white document that delineates its national security strategies. There were promises made in 2013 as well, up till 2016, to make at least public version of the LTIP available, but it wasn't done so. Therefore, how do we develop an industrial military ecosystem without understanding the long-term needs of the defense, the armed forces? The defense planning is usually done 30 to 40 years in advance. So wherever we want to be in the next 10 or 15 years, we have to start now, and there needs to be drastic changes. The ordnance factories, there were recommendation to corporatize it in 2005, which has now been achieved in 2021. And the implementation of the long term to meet the requirements of the defense industrial ecosystem right now, if India at all wants to compete with China or the advancement Pakistan has been going through under the light of China, India needs to do a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dibakar and Nadia. I'm glad in the sense that when I gave my keynote address, both of them have put a lot of meat in the sense that the various nitty-gritties, whether it is in terms of what is being manufactured, exported, what are the categories of acquisitions, the transition from the LTI-PP regime to the ICDP. She raised a very pertinent question that in view of if we don't have a national security strategy, how do we go about it? But she also mentioned that yes, there is a document which is put up in the public domain, which I had also mentioned, the technology capability perspective roadmap, where the public knows that yes, this is the sort of technology. Very rightly also said that how does that technology transform into a capability? There is a technology, but now how do you want to use it as a platform? Those things are in a little bit of a gray area, but we are moving ahead. Thank you very much. You've covered quite in detail. I'm very glad your paper would come out with very nice conclusions. We move ahead and, we look at something which is the flavor of the day we call emerging and disruptive technologies. The Industrial Revolution 4.0. Let me tell you, I gave you an example that there was a point of time in 1944, the US made 100,000 aircrafts, military aircrafts in a year. During the Cold War, it realized that this World War, which was the war of might, numbers, now it has to change to war of technologies. So in fact, in 70s, the US shifted. You should Google and study the offset strategy. They said, this is no way we are going to fight wars. आपने 100 टैंक बना लिए, मैं 200 बना के लेके आऊंगा. आपने 3000 बनाए, मैं 4000 लेके आऊंगा. How can we overcome the gaps with technology? That's how over a period of time, new technologies have developed. Stealth technology, space technology, cyber technologies, and so much. So I think we are in for a good exposure by Aita Day when she is going to talk about revolutionizing defense, exploring disruptive technologies. We look forward to that.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone present. So I am Aida Day, and my paper, as sir already mentioned, that it's titled Revolutionizing Defense, Exploring Disruptive Technologies in the Indian Military. So this month, I had the opportunity to attend a conference where the keynote speaker was Ambassador Sanjay Verma, and I would like to borrow his words to set the discourse of my paper. And I quote him, "Today is the age of disruption, transcending at all levels from social, political, economical, and technological, revolutionizing our way of living. With increasing globalization, all the barriers have been broken, and change is the new necessity. Some actors will take advantage of it, while others will barely manage to keep up." Now, if you notice that throughout history, scientific innovation and adaptation have always acted as a force multiplier during war times. The need to adapt to new threats and technical breakthroughs, they continuously drive changes in the defense industry. Now, NATO identifies 9 areas of innovation: artificial intelligence, hypersonic, quantum, autonomy, nanotechnology, biotechnology, etc., which it contends will have a disruptive impact in the global defense industry in the ensuing years by changing the nature of warfare and bringing about a revolution in military affairs. Now, if you notice the world, it's an anarchic world order, and it has forced the states to develop offensive defense capabilities, triggering a new arena of great power competition. The quest for disruptive technologies with potentially significant military and international security ramifications has become pivotal, starting a new technological arms race that is being driven by US, Russia, and China. Now, the third offset strategy of US has identified the importance of strategic advantage in emerging technologies, and thus US spends around $70 billion in military R&D itself, which makes it the global leader in new military technologies. The capability of developing an autonomous fighter jet under the future tactical unmanned aircraft system and hypersonic weapons are currently US's primary focus. Coming to China, China is fast catching up with the US in establishing a world-class military by investing in strategic technologies, with the goal to incorporate these technologies into the PLA under the People's War Under Modern Conditions doctrine. China's military spending is nearly $230 billion. PCL-181 laser-guided vehicle-mounted howitzers, Z-20 rotary aircraft, Dongfeng 27, China's most advanced hypersonic missile. These are some of the important developments which China has made, and it's to be noted of. Now, coming to Russia, Russia is employing a more targeted and scaled-down measures in its efforts of integrating the asymmetrical force multiplier technologies into its established weapon systems. The Advanced Project Agency of Russia, it has mainly developed direct energy weapons, railguns, hypersonic vehicles, and underwater unmanned vehicles. Now, in the recent Russia-Ukraine war, we have seen the use of the Kinzhal, which is Russia's hypersonic cruise missile, and we can see the kind of destruction it did on the Ukrainian army. Now, with a gradual transition of power from the west to the east and its expanding global influence, India is facing various interstate and intrastate security concerns, ranging from conflictual territorial claims with China and Pakistan, rising influence of Beijing in the Indian Ocean region, the insurgencies in Jammu and Kashmir and northeastern states, and the growing threat of urban terrorism. Now, China poses as a formidable military threat to India due to its repeated border incursions and its commitment to complete military modernization with the development and deployment of disruptive technologies by 2035. China has also become the primary supplier of cutting-edge military assets ranging from combat aircraft, air defense systems, radars, precision-guided missiles, drones, etc. to Pakistan. Moreover, Beijing is actively supporting Karachi in developing its defense industrial base. Now, on the other hand, if we see, Pakistan has been supplying illicit weapons to extremist groups in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab using drones. Thus, what my fellow panelists have already expressed, that India is facing a 2.5 front war challenge due to this nexus between China, Pakistan, and Pakistan non-state actors, demanding an urgency in its military modernization program. Now, under the umbrella vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, India has employed a two-pronged strategy to develop its domestic emerging technologies. Now, one is indigenization by fusing of the military and the civilian sectors together, and the other is foreign collaborations. Now, so far, people have talked about civil and military sectors, so I'm not going to delve deep into it. So we have already covered the IDEX program, and under the IDEX program, we have the Defense India Startup Challenge, Defense Innovation Organization, Technology Development Fund, and so far everybody has talked on that. So I'm going to focus on the foreign collaborations which India has made. So in foreign collaborations, the Indian government has implemented the model of strategic partnership, where Indian companies, they would collaborate with the international original equipment manufacturers to seek technology transfers in order to establish domestic manufacturing infrastructure and supply chains. Now, under it, BrahMos-2, which is a hypersonic cruise missile, which is currently under the joint development of India's DRDO and Russia's NPOM. Now, India and Israel has also signed a bilateral innovation agreement in 2021 to collaborate in developing the newest defense technologies and goods or products in drones, robotics, AI, quantum, etc. Now, India and US have announced the initiative on critical and emerging technologies in 2022, which is a precursor to the Defense Trade and Technology Initiative, which perished by 2018. So with this ICET initiative on critical and emerging technologies, India and US, they are encouraging cooperation in critical and emerging technological fields such as AI, quantum, semiconductors, and wireless transmission. Now, the framework agreement of cyber and cyber-enabled critical technologies between India and Australia outlined 3 areas of cooperation: the digital economy, cybersecurity, and critical and emerging technologies. And recently, at the 2+2 dialogue between Japan and India in 2022, projects in the fields of UAVs, anti-drone systems, robotics, underwater communication, lithium-ion battery technology, and intelligence systems have been identified to boost defense cooperation between the 2 countries. Now, if we move into India's weapons armory, it is lately transcoding towards a technological facelift. Now, to give some examples, is DRDO's Swift UCAV or Ghatak. It is an unmanned aerial vehicle projected to enhance India's air superiority and suffice India's quest for an expanded scope of drone military posture, especially in the mountainous LSE. India's aspiration of a potent hypersonic missile capabilities is gratified by our own indigenized Shaurya missile, which is alleged to have a range of 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers, and its expected speed is Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of the sound. Now, in the field of direct energy weapons, India has significantly developing some projects which are highly classified, and one such project is the Kali, or the kiloampere linear injector, which works on the microwave emitting concept. Now, this Kali, this weapon came into limelight when Pakistani newspaper, the report suggested that India might have used this weapon against Pakistan during Operation Whitewash. Now, coming to Navik, India's alternative to the GPS, it's gaining speeds lately through its critical role, which is going to play in Army's network-centric operations. Now, the DRDO has also spread its wings through initiatives like quantum key distribution and multi-agent robotics framework in areas of quantum computing and AI, which is set to enhance India's border ISR capabilities. Now, India also aims to develop its anti-drone capabilities and railguns to maintain a credible deterrence in volatile neighborhood and match up global level advancements. Now, if we come to, there are certain roadblocks in India's way to modernization. Now, first of all, there is a lack of framework of cooperation between the military and the civilian entities, which is preventing India from innovating and manufacturing next generation technologies in a large scale. Now, the government's lack of vision in promoting domestic research and development of these new technologies is evident across various sectors. Now, there is a shortage of researchers in India, which is furthered, by the trend of brain drain, which we can see current days. Secondly, the main reason is inadequate government funding and a national commitment. And moreover, defense research in India is a centralized process. There is also lack of schemes incentivizing private investments in defense research. And the DRDO is the only government defense research organization, and it needs reformations. We need more defense organizations which are funded by the government. And lastly, India is highly dependent on China on the procurement of raw materials required to manufacture defense equipments. Most of these new emerging technologies, they require raw materials in the form of rare earth metals. So as we all know, China controls the supply chain of those rare earth metals. So India and the rest of the world, we are highly dependent on China on that front. Now, as a way forward, India needs to formulate, as my fellow panelists have already suggested it, a comprehensive national strategy that will not only cover the creation, but also the application of the emerging disruptive technologies, the role, organizing, equipping, and training of the Indian armed forces to execute new age warfare. There is also a need of setting up of a specialized structural organization under the Ministry of Defense with the purpose of capacity building for selection and acquisition of crucial technologies, convergence of assets, and building up economy of scale as a national mission. Now, to hasten the indigenization process, more funds might be allocated for R&D. And in India, we are in the nascent stage of the civil-military fusion strategy. So, taking lead from Israel's robust defense startup ecosystem and China's highly engaging academia in the defense matrix, so we can, form our own way to create a fair and equitable partnership between the government private and the government academia. Now, with the recent ban in gallium and germanium by China, it has become impertinent for India to set up an alternative supply chain of critical minerals to fulfill our requirements. And India needs to diversify its foreign collaborations through strategic hedging, as we don't have the luxury of time here with China's growing aggressive behavior in our immediate neighborhood. And lastly, in order to increase defense exports, it's a mere suggestion that India can focus its resources on a niche technology and achieve dominance in it, like Turkey's drone sector, which has made a name of itself all over the world. And I think India is on the right path with this drone sector, because we have already started with our drone Gati Shakti program, which is aiming to fulfill India's drone ambitions by 2030. Now, to conclude, in the age of disruptive technologies, India's military modernization isn't just a choice. It's a commitment of securing a future where innovation defends our nation. And I would like to conclude my speech with citing Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, our former president. So he said that, and I quote him, "Unless India stands up to the world, no one will respect us. In this world, fear has no place. Only strength respects strengths." Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was quite a exhaustive insight into the emerging and disruptive technologies and how we need to gear up. Friend, let me share with you that this is something which is of great interest to me. I am teaching this subject, emerging and disruptive technology, in 2 universities. And this really excites. I mean, every day there's something new. And do you all know when was this word disruptive technology first coined? It was in 1997 in a book, The Innovator's Dilemma, by Dr. Clayton Christensen. This is the first time he had coined that word. What is emerging? What is disruptive? Is emerging disruptive? Or is disruptive a subset of emerging? What comes first? There is a haze around it. I'll give you an example. I think it was just about 4 years back, September 2019, when there was a drone attack on the Saudi oil refinery. Now, how did that attack take place? By a set of drones, 10 drones, which went and attacked that. Now, was the drone invented for this? Is there a disruption in this? Yes. Otherwise, if I had to attack a refinery, maybe I would have set an infiltration party, a platoon, a company. They would have gone, they would have been collateral damage, they could have got identified, they could have got caught, or maybe I send an aircraft, could have been intercepted, could have been air defended. Now look at an innocuous way. So this is the brain working. You have a technology at hand, it is my imagination how I can make use of it. Now where does it fit into the national security? See, the pie is fixed, the budget is fixed. By using these incremental technologies, can we cause the disruption behind the enemy's line? So this is an area where a lot of people are working. Every day there is something new. Today's technology is old tomorrow before you see tomorrow. So thank you very much. And now the last speaker today, Shrbana Kundu, will take us through the new perspective, which is of budgeting, which is a very important element, looking at US assistance and the quest for self-sustainability, and that too in a shifting geopolitical arena. And like Aiti had mentioned, we are looking at ISET from US, so I think you are going to talk about US. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, respected chair, my beloved faculty, and distinguished guests present today. Since I'm the last speaker, I'll try to keep it short. So the topic of my paper that I'm working on, I'll be presenting today, is India's defense architecture in a shifting geopolitical landscape, budgets and self-sufficiency. So my paper is a working paper, so there might be a few things that I might miss out on. I'll just start by giving a brief layout of my paper. First, I'll be covering India's defense posture in the changing geopolitical landscape, which will include the factors which are currently influencing India's approach. One thing to keep in mind here is that India has defense ties with a good number of countries, So I have not covered all the countries to not deflect from the main subject of my paper. Next, I'll be talking about the importance of indigenization, which my fellow presenters have already talked about, but I would still like to add some points to it. Then I would analyze India's defense budget trends in the last 2 decades, that is from 2003 till present. Moving on to the external assistance beyond domestic resources, and I have also tried to jot down a few jot down the emerging motives for why India and the US are engaging more robustly in the defense sector. Lastly, I would cover the analysis of defense research and development efficiency in India and how the government has strategized to develop research and development and the prospect of India's complete independence and self-sustainability in defense. So today we find ourselves in a world that bears some striking resemblances to the Cold War era, albeit with unique geopolitical factors at play. The power competition between China and the US has escalated to a level that some analysts have started to call it Cold War 2.0, as previously mentioned by Ambassador Anil Trigunayat in the earlier session of VIJIGISHU. India stands at the crossroads faced with the daunting task of navigating between these great powers. In the context of this intensifying geopolitical struggle, India's defense posture is undergoing a remarkable transformation driven by a number of concerns, each demanding its own unique approach. Many analysts and experts have argued that as China continues to grow in influence and assertiveness, middle powers like India will inevitably find themselves compelled to align with either the US or China in this strategic competition. India's external minister S. Jaishankar has stressed the importance of India taking a firm stance in this regard, stating India should take a stand and should take a side that is our side. That is, he was emphasizing on protecting national interests first and then moving on to other sectors. The tension between the United States and China has necessitated a delicate balancing act for India, forcing us to reconsider our long standing policy of non alignment. In the present geopolitical landscape, India cannot afford to remain detached from the emerging multipolar global order. Instead, it requires a well defined alignment strategy. Several factors are influencing India's defense strategy in these transformative times. First and foremost, excuse me. Next slide, please. So, several factors are influencing. First and foremost is China's meteoric rise and its assertive foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific region have significantly reshaped the global power balance. China's growing ambitions and its assertiveness demand that India strategically strengthen its alliances with countries like the United States, Japan, and Australia. These partnerships not only serve as a counterweight to China but also enhance regional stability. However, the intensifying rivalry between the United States and China is not the sole determinant shaping India's defense strategy. We must also take account the global repercussions of the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, a crisis that has far-reaching implications, even stretching to India's doorstep. The conflict in Ukraine has underscored the interconnectedness of global events and their impact on nations worldwide. India, as a responsible global actor, cannot afford to remain passive in the face of such global crisis. It reminds us that our defense strategy must not be isolated but should encompass a broader understanding of the global security dynamics. Hence, in a rapidly evolving global landscape, the imperative of self-reliance in defense capabilities cannot be overstated. India, as the world's largest democracy with a multitude of geopolitical challenges, understands the critical importance of ensuring its strategic autonomy. One of the most compelling arguments for defense indigenization lies in the assurance of strategic autonomy itself. Relying on external suppliers for critical defense equipment, research and development, and even the acquisition of resources can leave a nation vulnerable to the whims of foreign powers. Over time, this dependency can compromise a country's national security and sovereignty. This vulnerability is precisely what India sought to mitigate when it chose the path of non-alignment during Cold War, a stance aimed at reducing the risk of geopolitical pressure from either bloc. So, to understand India's defense indigenization, first we would need to take a look at the budget allocated for defense in the last 2 decades. So, the graph here shows the budget allocated to Ministry of Defense. I have deducted the defense pension from the total defense budget. We can see an improvement in the budgeting. India's 2023 defense budget makes it the third largest after the United States and China. Despite this, the defense budget has often been criticized for not meeting the ambitious modernization plans. If we look at the breakdown of the 2023 Indian defense budget, we can see a fairly large amount of it is being spent on defense pensions. In 2023, out of the union budget, 5.94 lakh crores was allocated for the Ministry of Defense, out of which 23.3% was for defense pension. It results in the cutting down of budget for defense procurement and modernization by investing in R&D. India's budget alone is not up to the mark to satisfy India's security threats and fulfill its domestic arms production. This leads India to not being able to fully use its resources on R&D and hence seeks assistance from other countries. This leads to the next part, which is assistance from external actors. According to Stockholm International Peace Research Institute's report of 2022, India remained the world's largest importer with Saudi next in line. In 2023, India still remains the world's largest defense importer despite an 11% decline in arms purchase between 2017 and 2018 to 2022. India's main defense supplier had been Russia, followed by the United States and France. So I'm skipping all the historical perspectives on Russia, US, and France's defense assistance to India. But I just want to draw a comparison between the external assistance that we received from the aforementioned three countries over the last 2 decades. So we can see that Russia had always been a major supplier of arms to India. But in recent times, US and France have also started to engage more with India. So much so that France actually overtook Russia in terms of arms export to India. Along with France, the US has also engaged more with India lately. So, next slide. So this is the graph showing India's defense imports from the US in the period of 2003 to 2022, as per SIPRI report 2022. In 2020, the sale of US weapons to India was a whopping US dollars 3.4 billion from a meager 6.2 million US dollars in the last year of Trump administration. In June 2023, the United States and India unveiled a significant agreement worth $3 billion, wherein India committed to acquiring 31 MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones from the US. So why is US collaborating with India on defense lately? First is China's ascendancy in the Indo-Pacific region. The US and India are also both members of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, which includes Japan and Australia as well. The two countries' defense cooperation serves as a crucial component of the Quad's collective efforts to promote regional security. The US has also demonstrated a willingness to transfer advanced defense technology to India, which will enable India to modernize its military and improve its capabilities. As aforementioned, Russia has traditionally been India's largest source of defense supply, but the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, which began in February 2022, has had a ripple effect on India's defense posture. India is also trying to diversify its energy resources and reduce its dependence on Russia. India has imported from France, US, Israel, South Korea, and South Africa. That would explain why is also India engaging with the US. The US needs a strong power in South Asia if it wants to have an influence in the region and in order to deter Chinese influence. India is also grappling with its own economic difficulties and is trying to reduce imports as a means to economize. And as you can see from the graphs, the import level are going down. So this leads us to the importance of indigenization, as I mentioned before. Defense indigenization, therefore, is an absolute necessity by which a nation can ensure that the vital components of its defense infrastructure and national security remain firmly under its control. This approach significantly decreases the risk of external interference and the ability to make decisions in its own best interests. It also creates employment within the country. I've mapped the amount that was being allocated to defense research and development over the years since 2003 till 2021. So the data for 2022 and 23 was not so clear. So I've not incorporated it in my presentation. So you can see that the growth rate is not very steady or rapid as such. India's spending on R&D is among the lowest in the world, accordingly to a study of Niti Aayog. So marginal increases in R&D spending will only lead to protracted troubles in cutting-edge technology development. Budget limitation, hence, remains a major problem. Though the defense establishment has been able to get more and more resources each year, it has not been able to spend those resources in a stipulated time frame, which leads to the Ministry of Finance to reduce allocations at the revised or final stage. This is the underutilization of capital budget. India has made sure to take the necessary steps to rapidly increase indigenization. Still, it is not sufficient to meet the goals set by them. India's defense budgeting and spending is increasing over the years, but India's defense spending as a percentage share of GDP, though, has decreased. According to World Bank report, military expenditure in terms of percentage of GDP was 2.4%. India's Make in India initiative launched in 2014 aimed to promote indigenous defense production and reduce reliance on imports. In May 2020, India unveiled the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is a self-reliant India initiative which includes a focus on self-reliance in defense production. It also envisions a more comprehensive approach, including reforms in procurement, increased involvement of the private sector, and greater investment in research and development. Hindustan Aeronautics is the biggest defense public sector unit and the unquestioned pioneer in the aerospace and defense sectors. Recently, Hindustan Aeronautics have spent a significant amount on R&D for this fiscal year that ended in March 2021. This was like this report was old. It is not current report, and a total of 16,874 million amount was allocated. So, what can India do in order to address these issues? All private manufacturers need to push the needle with local innovation and smart solutions to lower imports and get India on the global map as a provider of quality equipment and solutions. Self-sufficiency in the manufacture of defense equipment will bestow on India considerable sovereign strength, and on the other hand, it can usher in a new dawn for the domestic defense equipment industry vis-a-vis opportunities to scale up output. India needs to spend more and more money on R&D if it wants to lead the globe. By 2025, the manufacturing, which includes rupees 35,000 crore of exports, to achieve that, India must allocate a higher percentage of its GDP to R&D, which will enhance technological advancement in defense production. As mentioned earlier by my fellow presenters, lack of funding is a serious issue that needs to be addressed. Reevaluating the allocation of defense budgets to ensure that R&D receives a fair share is the immediate need. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avarna. You have given a very detailed insight into the budget. And I was just looking at now the intensity of the clapping is much more. Either it is because of the session coming to an end and the weekend coming near. I am also intrigued by another thing, that is the tea late or is the session ending early? Anyway, now let me tell that this has been a very fascinating experience hearing about lot many things. I am also, friends, fascinated by this booklet where I see the entire program, and I must share that you people are very fortunate. Over the past 3 days, you got such an exposure from so many people. Like Colonel Sodhi also said that yes, you people are very fortunate. I'm sure it would have got saturated, but still at the cost of taking a few minutes more. What have we done this last session, technical session? How are we going about defense indigenization? So I gave you an insight that what is important, why is it important, and why did we not walk the talk, as they say, till now? Why are we walking the talk now? After we got independence, what was happening? What were the shortcomings? What was our aspiration as a nation? What has happened today? Where are we economically? So I transport ourselves to today, and what Colonel Sodhi pointed to you out, that there is an imminent, clear and present danger. Like you see, there is an imminent danger. You cannot say, close your eyes, that Pakistan or China will not attack us. And as we are growing in economic might, as we are started flexing our strategic autonomy, the vulnerabilities become much, much more. So there is a need to look at all the role of all the stakeholders. So we've had sessions on the threat perception by Colonel Sodhi. We've had appraisal of emerging startups by Rahul, very interesting. We've had the indigenization by Dipakar and Nadia. We've also seen the role of disruptive technologies by Aita. And of course, the defense budget issue. She mentioned something about a mismatch between budget for modernization and all, but then and the pensions and the salaries. Let me tell you, don't all of us buy insurance? We all buy insurance whether we can afford it or no. We got to invest in our security. You have to invest. Then only our borders will be strong. Then only we can flex our strategic autonomy, not only in the UN but across all nations. Then only we can look eye to eye. So these are certain necessities which are there and which we cannot overlook. And this decade, friends, for you all, because you are going to see the coming years in the march of this country, say in 2025, 2030, 2047, where India will be totally different. I belong to a different generation, but I am also very fortunate, having served in the army for 40 years and seen what was available to me in late 70s and early 80s, and today what advanced weapons technology, surveillance, night vision equipment, like he just mentioned, there are bandages which stop blood clot, and we have seen our soldiers dying because of lack of medication, lack of technology years back. So today's India is a different India. Today's Indian defense forces are totally different, and the strength comes from all of you. Like he rightly used the word, it's a national approach. It's one nation, one approach as a country. Whether it is the defense, whether it is the budget, we all have to contribute in. At the end of it, I would like to convey my heartiest felicitations to Professor Nagalakshmi and Dr. Manjari and the large number of team, because in organizing such events, there is a whole lot of people behind, the staff, the students. Thank you for organizing this, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. On behalf of all my panelists, I thank each one of you and wish you a very happy weekend and the very best in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Due to lack of time today, we are not having the Q&A session.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right, then let us take a few questions from the audience.
It was not by design that the panel does not want to take question answers. But okay, yes, time of course, yes, we've overshot by 20 minutes, but definitely question answers, please. Yeah.
You could hear his question, or I should repeat it? His question was that how are our defense strategies going to change in event of a two-front war? Well, on 9th August, that is last month, General M.M. Naravne, the previous Chief of Army Staff who had retired about a year back, wrote an article in The Print. And in that he wrote that a two-front war will spell a lot of problems for India. If a previous chief who retired just over a year back is writing this, it needs a lot of introspection within. You know, ladies and gentlemen, we have lost lot of time, lot of decades have been lost in assessing the threat. In 1998, Shri George Fernandez, the then defense minister, had said in a statement that India's enemy number one is China. There was so much political pressure on him that 5 years later, in 2003, he had to withdraw that statement. If we look back in hindsight, Shri George Fernandez was absolutely right. We have lost a lot of time. We are trying to make it up. But if we think that we are, trying to make it up and China will do nothing, that's not right. They're also working equally the way we are. As on date, China is ahead of us in defense and infrastructure by 3 decades. So our strategy now should be first to get free of the yoke of the Chinese economic web under which we are. Year on year, our business with them is increasing, in spite of good schemes by the government of India like Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. So first is we have to get free of the economic web that we are getting entangled of China. The second is that our defense needs more budget. Because if we have more budget, we can make more warships. We can make or purchase more fighter aircrafts, more weapons for our army. Because in war, there are no runners-up. There's no silver medal in war. Silver medals are in Olympic Games, Asian Games, not in a war. We have just 12 years before the balloon goes up. So we need a major rethink as far as our economic strangulation by China is concerned. As far as our defense budget is concerned, only then can we think of defeating China and Pakistan in a two-front war.
Anyone else? Please. You shout at the top of your voice and you get a samosa if I hear you. I can hear you.
The export ratio of India is almost 13,000 crores, which is gradually has increased in the last 6 years. And the total military expend of India per year is $60 billion. So how do you think about these ratios and how India should act toward these to balance these figures, and whether they should reduce military expenditure or they should promote more for their business? Thank you.
In my closing remarks, I had mentioned that you take insurance, whether you can afford it or no. The defense is an investment for the national security. We have to spend on it. And like what Colonel Sodhi just said, that this clear and present danger, which is lurking in the form of a two-front war, and the half part we are fighting every day, you have to build up our capabilities. So there is no denying on whether you have to modernize or no. That is not an option. So no, the option is that if you have to look at growing economy, how do you do that? You incentivize your own system, inculcate growth, you stop expenditure on imports, you save forex. How do we do it? So then we create an infrastructure and environment in the country, like other automobile industry, software industry, other industries, that the defense industry also gets the capability to generate this economy. That is why Make in India, strategic partnership model, joint ventures, foreign direct investment, and see the result. In 2018-19, we were spending 46% of our defense budget on imports. In 4 years, in December 22 data, we have reduced it to 36.7%. So today, only 36.7% of our budget is going for procuring equipment from abroad. And let me tell you, more of this is of payments which equipment has already been brought earlier. So we are not procuring afresh. So what are we doing? We are saving forex. We have made positive indigenization list. We have told the industry, you make this. Industries will be set up. Defense industrial corridors will come up. They'll generate income. They'll generate employment. They'll generate more opportunities for growth. Will contribute in the national economy. So this is the complete picture. Did you hear that? You will do without this, Samyota. Yeah. Anybody else? Last question. Yeah, please. I was maybe in the journal. So he said that now is the era of test of laws. That's a and so many countries like US and France has that around its business. So sir, we serve it in some different countries and countries.
You know, in 2014, when PLA announced its military doctrine and it said it can fight in all the 6 domains: land, sea, air, cyber, electromagnetics, and space. And that set alarm bells ringing. And a few months after that, Pentagon in USA had a conference to decide what action should we take against this Chinese open threat kind of a thing that they can fight in all 6 domains. So they worked on AI, artificial intelligence. And for years they hid from China. Last year they had this Chips and Science Act under which China was put under various kind of bans. But China circumvented that, and just few weeks back it has made the Huawei Kirin 9000 chip, and it has told USA, now your AI can do nothing to us. The future wars will be non-kinetic wars, which China learned in 1993 from the 1991 Gulf invasion by USA. And China started working towards a non-kinetic war. A kinetic war is in which the soldiers fight face to face. The warships fight face to face. In a non-kinetic war, it will not happen. What China has planned in future wars is that when a war is imminent, it will launch immense cyber attacks on various civil and military installations. Through electromagnetic spectrum warfare, it will jam the communication systems of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and through space, it will attack apart from the rocket force and all it has. So that is the kind of thinking, that is the kind of planning, and that is the kind of fructification China has done on ground. So our need today is, like I said in my previous answer to the question, we need more defense budget if we have to come up to their parity, because we have less time. In this scale of defense budget, it will not be possible, which General Naravane has just said in his article, which I said of 9th August in the print.
Thank you, friends. Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this session, please note that we have the valedictory session in horizon. Thank you everybody for your attention, and let the knowledge and exchange commence.
Can all there are
I'll tell you. There are space for 8 people.
online I can come back. बाकी क्लास लगा
Aditi, you will stand this side or this side?
Okay.
Will you take the iCard out?
Yeah.
No?
Yes, yes.
Aditya, voice is audible. Clearly audible. Aditi, please take out the cards.
Nobody. Yeah. Shravani. Professor. All of everyone here.
You should do mics like this. You don't have to bend every time.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hmm. It's my name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Ready?
And Abhinav Tripla. Abhinav Mishra. Mr. Sastri will be joining us. हम तो हमारे साथ लगे हाँ कैसे अगर हम तो हमारे साथ
Change. फोन तो हम नहीं दिखा सकते ना फोन को नाम कुछ जगह है इसमें हाँ हम इससे तो कुछ जॉइन के सामने हाँ नहीं इसका 5 minutes मैम keep it like this doctor also with this 1 minute 5 minutes no keep it like this ask Vanchi to send it to
yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Once you have to send the entire people to Mindil Ram's mobile number.
Thank you so much.
Come in front, no?
I don't have the child. Mom, you want my phone? Can you read? I'll read it. And this I can read. नहीं रहने दो उसको चेंज मत करो बच्चे
No, ma'am, I might.
Ma'am, I won't get into the one. No, ma'am, no.
No. So, since women are driving now, in 5 minutes, we'll announce him first before the other speakers. Ma'am, secretary.
Ma'am, let's see in the sequence we have done now.
Can we just follow the sequence? No, because he has to leave early, no? Okay. Before I give Professor Shabini, you talk about Vanessa, because Mom said,
Venice.
because Mom said he has to leave.
This is after announcing the injury, ma'am, I will only say thank you, ma'am, and then next slide is
She'll come and let you know, don't worry. Ma'am.
Aditi, just tell me this. If
It's a channel, so she changes everything. According to this week, when he was coming late, now he's coming late. Yeah.
Then I will leave.
If Dr. Vinay is here, you directly flip. You will say this also, and you will flip. You will flip, you will speak. I told you that I'm done. Okay. Once you're done with this, okay? You sir, I humbly invite you to address the crowd. Then I'll go back to Professor Shabini.
It's as you say.
Then you will Kumar. Okay, so
I guess we'll have to do one first. I'm sorry. You want all of them comment to us?
May I now request all the dignitaries to kindly come up to the stage.
I think we should step aside.
The most beautiful moments always seem to accelerate and slip beyond one's grasp just when you want to hold on to them for as long as possible. Good evening to one and all present here. I, Aditi Krishnadas Nair, alongside Aryaveer Sharma, would like to welcome you all to the valedictory session of VIJIGISHU 2023, an international conference organized by Amity Institute of International Studies in association with our knowledge partners, JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, CUG, Central University of Gujarat, CIPR, Consortium of Indo-Pacific Researchers, and Springer Nature. They have been instrumental in shaping this conference into an intellectually stimulating event. With an aim to bring together young scholars, diplomats, and experts from the field of international studies on a single platform. We have been graced today with the presence of many dignitaries. I extend my warm gratitude to Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, Honorable Founder President, Amity Education Group, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, Group Vice Chancellor, Amity University, India. In the course of valedictory session, Dr. Manjri Singh will provide us with the highlights of the entire session. Valedictory remarks will be given by Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. Special address by Professor Shrabani Roy Chaudhary, JNU. Special address by Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra, IAS. Dr. Indu Saxena, Fellow and Chief Operating Officer, Consortium of Indo-Pacific Researchers. Another address by Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Dean Social Sciences. Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman will also be addressing the crowd. Finally, vote of thanks by Dr. Shrish Kumar Pathak, Senior Assistant Professor, AIIS, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and all our scholars and viewers who have joined us. These past 3 days have been an intellectual whirlwind, and to summarize the discussions, I would like to invite the convener of Amity Institute of International Studies, Dr. Manjri Singh.
Before we begin with the valedictory session, I would like to invite Dr. Nagalakshmi M. Raman to felicitate the chief guest for the day. These past 3 days have been an intellectual whirlwind, and to summarize the discussions, I would like to invite the convener of Amity Institute of International Studies, Dr. Manjri Singh. Dr. Singh, a doctorate from Jawaharlal Nehru University with a specialization primarily in contemporary West Asian affairs. She joined Amity as an assistant professor. Prior to this, she was associated with Delhi-based Indian Army think tank Center for Land Warfare Studies. Dr. Singh has published 3 books:
She has served as managing editor and assistant editor for 2 international and national journals and is the founding chairperson of Center for Land Warfare Studies, Manipal Academy of Higher Education's Army Officers PhD program. Her co-edited book, National Security Challenges, Young Scholars' Perspective, captures the essence of initiative and carries special messages from the Defense Minister, National Security Advisor, and then Army Chief General Narvane. With this, I would like to hand over the floor to Professor Manjari ma'am. Manjari ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Adevi, and thank you, Aditi. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries to the valedictory session. In these 3 days, we discussed a wide range of topics with regard to emerging contours of India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. These 3 days have been power-packed and enlightening, to say the least. We got to hear from some very articulate and diverse perspectives from our speakers, from various facets of India's foreign policy, India's presidency in SCO and G20, its stature in the global south, and that in the multipolar world order, its outreach to its geostrategic neighborhood, its public diplomacy and soft power, its posturing in the Indo-Pacific, to its growing defense industrial complex. We discussed India's emergence from a holistic prism. I will just try to walk you all through the conference through a video. This is what we did in the past 2 days. There's no audio. It's okay. I think you can just play the video. This is all that went into organizing this conference. Our inaugural session. I think we can switch on to the PPT, please. Emerging contours of India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties was the theme of our conference this time. We are proud to acknowledge that we had a very diverse knowledge partners ranging from JNU to Central University of Gujarat, Springer Nature being a publication partner, and consortium of Indo-Pacific researchers. We began with the inaugural session, wherein Professor Gurinder Singh, the Group Vice Chancellor, he gave the welcome address, followed by the keynote address by Sri Anil K. Antony, who is the National Secretary and National Spokesperson of BJP, followed by a special address by Professor Manish, and then we had a book. This is not working. Can you please change the slide? Followed by a book release of the past VIJIGISHU 2022, which focused on India and Africa relations. The first session, the first technical session, it revolved around India's foreign policy evolution. And for this, our keynote speaker and chair was Mr. Dipanjan Roy, who happens to be the diplomatic editor of the Economic Times. And then we had presenters from various universities, from Kolkata University, from Central University of Gujarat, from Amity Institute of International Relations, and from Jamia University. Then this session was followed by the plenary session 1. In the plenary session, we had a very compact discussion on India's presidency in the G20 as well as in the SCO. The keynote address was given by Ambassador Anil Trigoniath, followed by a special address by Major General Sudhakar Ji, Mr. Dipanjan Roy Chaudhary, Dr. J. Jagannathan, Associate Professor in JNU, and Professor Manish, who is the Dean of the Central University of Gujarat, and also happens to be our knowledge partner. Followed by another technical session on India's public diplomacy and soft power. The keynote speaker and chair for this was Mr. Arpit Chaturvedi, who is the co-founder and CEO of Global Policy Insights, stationed in the US. And then we had presenters from University of Kolkata, from Amity University, and as well as from Delhi University. These are some of the pictures of the sessions that were held at the first day. On the second day, we embarked upon the strategic neighborhood dynamics and impact of India's foreign policy. The keynote speaker and chair was Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnan, and the speakers were from JNU, from Central University of Gujarat, from Amity University, and again, Central University of Gujarat. The next session was revolved around India's foreign policy in multipolar world order. The keynote speaker here was Mr. Manish Chand, and the presenters were from Amity University, from West Bengal University, and from a college in Tamil Nadu. This is a very special session that we held towards the end of the second day. We organized a workshop with our knowledge partner Springer Nature, which was handled by Ms. Aprajita Singh, who happens to be the associate editor of Palgrave Macmillan. These are a few of the pictures of day 2. Day 3 started off with another plenary session, wherein the research scholars from various universities shared their views on India's foreign policy and India's stature at the global high table. The moderators were Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Sodhi, co-moderator Commodore Pushkar Kumar, and followed by research scholars from Central University of Gujarat, University of Calcutta, University of Amity University. Then we had another session on India in the Indo-Pacific, wherein the keynote speaker was Ma'am Professor Sarbani Roy Chaudhary. The speakers were from Kolkata University, from Naval War College, Goa, from Amity University. The next session was on India's defense indigenization and outreach. And for this, we had invited keynote speaker and chair as Lieutenant General Sanjay Verma, who happens to be the consultant of DRDO, and also the former Director General, Weapons and Equipment, Army Headquarters, Ministry of Defense. The speakers were from think tanks, from JNU, from Amity University, and other universities. So this is the snapshot of the day that the session that just concluded. Thank you. This is what we did in these 3 days. And I think we had a very wholesome, very holistic conference up until now. And we look forward to organizing many more such conferences. Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting glimpses and highlights of the past 3 days, ma'am. It takes untiring efforts, undoubted support, and unmatched resilience to bring an event to life. The distinguished gathering of learned people under the roof of Amity Institute of International Studies has rekindled the flames of wisdom and infused zeal and zest into the air of this university. We now have a special address by Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary. Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary is a professor of Japanese Studies Center for East Asian Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Her association with Japan began with Japan Foundation Fellowship 1996 to 1997. She has been on visiting scholar program to Kaizai Koho Center, Ministry of Economics and Industry, Japan. Policy Research Institute, Ministry of Finance, Japan. Kobe University, Nagoya University, and Keio University. She has been external examiner of doctoral thesis in foreign university. She has been promoting the division through regular international conferences and young scholar conferences. She holds honorary positions in many Japan-related associations in India. Her core research area is developmental economics, economic diplomacy between Japan and India, and micro-level studies of Japanese companies. In light of the power dynamics in Indo-Pacific region, her recent research looks at how this indispensable partnership is shaping as agendas unfold in the name of free and open Indo-Pacific. She writes regularly in journals, opinion pieces, in leading websites in the field. She has to her credit 4 edited volumes: Japan-SAARC Partnership, A Way Ahead, Pentagon 2014, Indo-Japan Relations at 70, Building Beyond Bilateral, Knowledge World 2022, Indo-Pacific Theater, Strategic Visions and Frameworks, Routledge 2023, Japan and its Partners in the Indo-Pacific, Engagements and Alignments, Routledge 2023. May I now invite Professor Shabani Roy Chaudhary for her address.
Thank you for the warm introduction. I was introduced in the morning also. So thank you again. And thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Manjari. Happy to be here again and as one of the special invitees. It's always a pleasure to be among young people. And the way your 3 days have been crafted by Manjari and her team, I really appreciate the amount of effort that is put in to make use of 3 days in such a productive manner as what I saw today and what I've seen in the program highlights. It is encouraging that you should have spent these 2 days, 3 days, essentially learning, understanding, and I hope there is enough assimilation such that good research works would start, coming out of this engagement that you've had with so many luminaries in this field. With this, I would like to point out a few things because it's a question of emerging contours of India's foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. I've given it on the Indo-Pacific front. I would like to this time concentrate on telling you why India has gained a status and has a significant identity in the global platform. We have been for a number of years being so strongly pushing our economic boundary. You all are now aware of a country which is only probably leading country that is performing economically, which none of the countries are. We are in a situation where we have been able to keep our inflation low, which is something that the OECD countries are fighting and fighting very badly. We have also gained status during the pandemic, the way we conducted our Maitri vaccine diplomacy, in which we reached out to our neighbors as well as Global South to engage in a action, which was something which many of the countries were not able to do, including a country like Japan, which was supposed to be capital rich. All this has put ourselves in beyond the traditional security. We are working far ahead in comprehensive security roles, whether it is developmental security, infrastructure connectivities, or with respect to vaccine diplomacy, as we showed in the health sector. Given all this, it is essentially, therefore, that we have become the talk of the world today. If you look at Japan, which is the country that I look into, Japan has been engaging with India a little ahead of the Western world, understanding our strategic importance, as I have delivered in my Indo-Pacific lecture. And this is essentially going to be a pivot in the ASEAN, pivot in the Asian and the Indo-Pacific, because they fight for us in various multilateral as well as in minilaterals. They engage in keeping us either as an observant or an invitee guest. Like, say, in the G7, we were an invitee guest. And the special status that our Prime Minister got when he went ahead and inaugurated the Gandhi's statue in the Hiroshima Park. US has, if I were to say, when I started studying India foreign policy, US and India had a very different equation to what it has today. It is very encouraging the way we are being invited into the high tables at times, and the way we are engaging with the USA today. Europe is on the downturn. They definitely need us. We are the ones who are going to provide manpower as well as intellectual capability. But as I said, all these are great opportunities that has been given to us. It is important that we turn ourselves to harness it. And in this, we have strong policies that has emerged, be it infrastructure development and connectivity, which will be a strong way to connect our neighborhood, move towards the productive network, as I've talked about in the ASEAN, be it the way we are engaging with the Middle East, the way we are engaging with Europe. I think we are in a very firm place, and soon we will be talking about not emerging contours of India's foreign policy, but established contours of Indian foreign policy. With this thoughts, I leave you to mull, discuss, and come back with better research in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are humbled by the opportunity to have been an audience to your words. Next, we have among us Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra, an exemplary civil servant of the Indian Administrative Service. His journey, which began in 2009, is a testament to his unwavering commitment to public service and transformative leadership. Dr. Mishra's tenure as District Magistrate of Pilibhit marked a turning point for the region, as his visionary leadership drove progress and development aligned with the aspirations of its residents. In his role as Special Secretary to the Government of Uttar Pradesh in IT and Electronics Department, he championed technology-driven governance, making government services more accessible and efficient. As Special Secretary in the Transport Department, Shri Mishra streamlined transportation systems, enhancing mobility for the citizens of Uttar Pradesh. Now, as he assumes the role of Special Secretary in the Higher Education Department, we anticipate that Shri Akhilesh Mishra will continue to make a lasting impact, shaping the future of education in the state. Dr. Mishra's career is defined by his exceptional leadership and dedication to public service. His journey from an IAS to his current position underscores his commitment to progress and development in Uttar Pradesh. We congratulate him and eagerly await the positive changes he will bring to higher education in the state. Over to you, dear Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Mishra, sir. I suppose we are facing some technical inconveniences. Dr. Mishra will be with us soon. His address is a bit delayed because of the technical inconveniences. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you, Arifir. Now we have Dr. Inder Saxena. Dr. Inder Saxena is a geopolitical and security expert. She is a fellow and chief operating officer and leads the consortium of Indo-Pacific researchers. Prior to this, she served as an acting director, deputy director, senior researcher, and team lead at the consortium. She has a PhD in political science. Her thesis focuses on terrorism and human rights. She has worked as an assistant professor in political science at university and college levels. She is a magna cum laude master's graduate in global affairs from Rutgers University. She has published and presented her work at international journals and research platforms. Her research is focused on international security, Indo-Pacific security, South Asia and Southeast Asia regions. I humbly invite you to address the crowd, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction, Aditi, and good morning, everyone. Chair of the session, faculties, dignitaries, and dear students. First of all, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the organizer of the event, AIIS, Amity University, and especially to Dr. Nagalakshmi and her team for a timely and pertinent discussions on India's evolving foreign policy.
Can you please adjust a little bit of your camera because we are not able to view you fully. Just we are able to see only eyes. Just a little bit.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
yeah,
now?
better. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I know that you have been listening to panelists and experts for the last 2 days and are overwhelmed on the topic. However, we as a scholar and researchers must continue this discussion to live up to our core values and what is evolving in the world politics, and especially when it comes to the India's foreign policy. And yes, in my observation, I see a paradigm shift in India's foreign policy approach. It's a kind of start from pragmatism towards the pragmatism rather than the idealistic modus operandi to deal with the issues of the 21st century and a tumultuous world, of course. And to me, the pragmatism is not only to serve the self-interest of a state, but to defining the way of the solution to uphold the values. And in my analysis, I comprehend the dynamic shift in India's foreign policy in 5 I's. First one is inclusive. We have witnessed the tagline of G20 summit, One Earth, One Family, One Future, and Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas. And this is the foundational value of our foreign policy of Vasudha Kutumbakam. And the second one is independent with multi-aligned. Though we started with the non-alignment, when recently I passed a few years here in the United States, and the people they say, the university professor, no, India was not a non-aligned country. India was never a non-aligned country. Then I asked why you are saying this? Because India was always aligned with the Soviet Union. And so when now these evolving features, when we are just sitting here in the West or say America, people have different view. And this is so vast from the non-alignment to this independent multi-aligned foreign policy that I think they won't understand what we are explaining to them. Because India is not influenced and biased in picking sides in a polarized world politics by the campus of direction, east or west, north or south. Sometimes people coin it assertive and so on. But what India needs to promote peace and emphasizing solution, I'm quoting here, by diplomacy and dialogue. As PM Modi stated, this is not an era of war, and which is now a historical statement, of course, re-quoted and echoed by world leaders again and again. And the third aspect that I see, the innovative. India has executed a giant leap in digital public infrastructure, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, and delivering its promise of connected, performant payment network to landing on Moon's South Pole. And today I read on the Bloomberg's news just in the yesterday night, one of the China's the senior scientist is saying, no, India didn't land on South Pole. So these are the challenges that we have with this opportunity, with these opportunities. I will take it 2 minutes to discuss these challenges after these 5 I's when I will complete. So the fourth one is indigenization. I just heard the panel before that, India's defense indigenization and the Make in India, that project, that initiative that we started, manufacturing of goods and products. Not only this, that I would say the thoughts, indigenization of thoughts, our culture, our history, our civilization, that is so vast, and that is indigenization. And we attempted our effort as a millet year of this year in the United Nations. And most crucial and most important, I is Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific construct has identified India as geostrategically and geoeconomically pivot in the region. And this is exhibited, I'm quoting here, defining and crucial US-India partnership. I just had the Professor Chaudhary just like when she started this India, reading the India-US relation, and when we are starting, our students have started this India-US, there is a dramatic change. And not only with the US, but with the France, with Germany, India's partnership and the prominent role in Quad, with Japan. And these are the 5 I's that are the opportunity that just evolving in India's foreign policy. And we say the shaping the foreign policy, the contour, whatever we say. And it doesn't stop here. We have many success stories: vaccine matrix, solar alliance, coalition of disaster, resilient infrastructure. And most importantly, that was crucial, G20 Delhi Leaders Declaration, India Middle East Economic, Europe Economic Corridor, just recently announced, created by. And what is that? That India is going to be a voice or a leader of G20, transform G20 to G20+1. That's a big achievement. Yesterday, Foreign Minister Jaishankar met with the Secretary Blinken, and everyone was expecting. Even Canada insisted that US should talk about India, about the diplomatic crisis that India and Canada have been facing. But in the readout, I was waiting to come this readout. Okay, what happens? So in they exclude that India-Canada diplomatic crisis part. So US didn't discuss. So now they realize what is sensitive for India and what is important to take these relations moving forward. India's neighborhood policy, extended neighborhood, Act East, Sagarmala, and Blue Economy. So these are initiatives that India reached from Africa to the Pacific Islands, from Latin American countries to the Eastern European countries. And I will repeat Prime Minister Modi's word during the River State dinner hosted at White House, that the growing Indian diaspora, we have 5 million of diaspora here in the United States, contributing, and also in the different countries, are ambassadors of India. Now you see that ambassador, we know the meaning of ambassador. That is the asset for India and a key feature of shaping of this contour. And why not? The largest population, the 5th largest economy, and hopefully 3rd by 2028, can make a big difference in the world. But so are true the challenges in the global uncertainties. Now I'm mentioning the challenges with possible policy recommendations. So we are multi-aligned, multi-directional approach can be chaotic, as it needs responsible stakeholders, partners, players, and institutions to deliver the promise. G20+1 is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement. However, how it will trust the voice of Global South is daunting. India must continue and extend greater collaboration and knowledge sharing with developed and developing countries, and of course, like-minded partners. And the biggest threat or the challenge that's India's China challenge. I heard that Lieutenant General and Lieutenant Colonel that was sitting there, the true front war, and of course they were talking about the Pakistan too. Sometimes when we see here the assembly, we excited wait for the UN assembly, what is going to India is going to speak, and then again the China comes. Sometimes I observe that India's rise and shine moment is often eclipsed by China, be it the membership of the UNSC, vetoing the declaration of international terrorists, ability to lead Indo-Pacific, and efforts to peace and stability in the region, and manipulating our neighbors as well. So, what is India's strategy to deal with China? Needs to be clearly defined now. India should march on alternative to preferred partners or world markets. That, yes, the Lieutenant General mentioned that our economy, we are still buying Chinese product. And, not only India, we are the manufacturing country, we are the producers. But here in America, you see every stuff, everything, whenever you buy, it's made of China. So what is the alternative of that? That to enable the nearshore partners to assist and aid together with providing them with opportunities, like if you're Bangladesh, Maldives, Nepal. So continue to take this good neighborhood policy to advantage of this good neighborhood policy. And the Pakistan, indeed, it's a challenge, not the challenge for India, but really it's frustrating for our relations to take our journey ahead. But what I think that India should step up its effort to help Pakistan in overcoming its challenges and balance relationship, which cannot be exploited by expansionist and revisionist power in the region. And what I think that I sometimes I wrote the 2-3 articles on Myanmar. So that's the Myanmar is a very sensitive for our northeastern states relation with Myanmar, and how China is influencing Myanmar. It's is island, Coco Island, and we saw the recent violence in Manipur. So India should take the step of with the dealing with the refugee crisis and human rights situation also in that region, that now it's time to step up. India needs the some kind of challenges like unprecedented, unexpected, like Canada, India. And we'll see that here in every newspaper, in every news, every day they are writing another article on Canada, India diplomatic. What will happen to the Indo-Pacific strategy? How US and India relations are going to impact? But I think I wrote that last week that no, it's not going to impact Indo-Pacific strategy or US-India relations. So now we reach at that level. And last but not least, I would say that India needs to channel its demographic dividend for an effective and qualitative contribution to global ideal stature, or of course, make India a global power. Periodic assessments and reassessments are needed to make sure we are training a responsible, healthy, and sustainable workforce in changing dynamics of the global supply chain. Thank you so much. I will stop here.
Thank you, Mom. In attendance with us today, we have Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Dean Social Sciences, for the final address. Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash, a prominent sociologist whose academic journey has been truly remarkable. Dr. Nirupama Prakash's academic path began with a strong foundation, including a PhD in sociology from Banaras Hindu University in 1985, followed by postdoctoral work in medical sociology at the prestigious Hartshill Medical Institute in the UK. Since 2013, she has served as a professor and director at the Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida, where her wisdom and expertise continue to inspire and guide future sociologists. Prior to her current role, Professor Prakash held key positions at JP University of Information Technology in Himachal Pradesh, where she headed the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences and coordinated the Center for Women's Studies. Her contributions to BITS Pilani from 1995 to 2010 were equally significant, where she led the Women's Studies and Societal Development Unit, the Department of Humanistic Studies, and the MPhil program in Hospital and Mental Systems, Health Systems Management. In addition, she participated in a faculty exchange program, further enriching her insights into health systems. Professor Dr. Nirupama Prakash's career is a remarkable journey of academic excellence and leadership in sociology. Her contributions have shaped students' minds and advanced our understanding of society. With this, I'd like to hand over the floor to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Well, distinguished members on the dais are experts. Director from AIIS, Professor Nagalakshmi Raman, faculty Dr. Shirish Pathak, delegates and dear students. Well, I'm overwhelmed to be here, and it's been a 3 days long, very, very informative. I've been getting all the insights and all the very, very important sessions that have taken place. So I think that's a great job done. So at the outset, a big applause for Director AIIS, all the faculty and students, and the volunteers. So that is the first thing to do. I think well deserved. Well done, students. That's very good. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, faculty members, fellow participants, and dear students, most important. As we bid adieu to VIJIGISHU 2023, let us take a moment to reflect on the themes and discussions that have defined this year's conference. And also, it's very nice to note that this is an yearly event, so which is really very, very, commendable. So we have embarked on this journey with the theme Emerging Contours of India's Foreign Policy amidst global uncertainties. And our deliberations have been nothing short of enlightening. Over the past few days at the conference, we have delved deep into the intricacies of India's foreign policy, scrutinizing its performance in multipolar world and exploring the dynamics of our neighborhood and multilateral engagements. Over the last 3 days, our eminent panelists, accomplished scholars, and very, very important discerning delegates have shared their profound expertise and perspectives, enriching our understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. So I'm sure, students, you have taken a lot of takeaways from all of these deliberations. The world is evolving and is at a very unprecedented pace, and the role of foreign policy has never been more crucial. As we move forward, we must recognize that the decisions we make and the policies we shape will have a profound impact, not only our nation, but at the global stage. So VIJIGISHU 2023 has been a platform for robust discourse and the crafting of strategies to optimize our national interests and elevate our global understanding. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the distinguished guest, esteemed panelists, and the audience who have graced the event with their presence through online and offline mode and contributed to the success of this important conference. Your participation and engagement has been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. I would really be missing out if I, as I said, did not acknowledge the dedication and hard work of the team, the entire Amity Institute of International Studies team that have made the event possible. Your tireless effort behind the scenes have been the driving force and behind the success of this conference. In conclusion, as we leave VIJIGISHU 2023 behind, let us carry forward the knowledge, insights, and connections we have gained during the event. Let us continue to be catalysts for an impactful and dynamic India's foreign policy. The world looks to leaders like us to navigate the complexities of the global stage and contribute to a better, more interconnected world. Thank you all for your active participation and engagement in this conference. I wish you all the continued success in your endeavors, and may the spirit of VIJIGISHU inspire us to conquer new frontiers of knowledge and diplomacy. So with this, once again, hearty congratulations, Professor Raman, and to the team of faculty members. Well done. And the students, and thank you so much, our very important guests. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are honored to be in your presence and grateful to have been an audience to your words. For the valedictory remarks, we have Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe amongst us. Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe is a nationalist social worker at heart, a researcher cum student of political science and a trainer in democracy by profession and a parliamentarian by elevation. Dr. Sahasrabudhe is a postgraduate in English literature and a PhD in political science, both from the University of Mumbai. Since January 2018, Dr. Sahasrabudhe is the president of Indian Council for Cultural Relations ICCR. As a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Upper House of Indian Parliament, Dr. Sahasrabudhe represents the state of Maharashtra since July 2016. Currently, he is also the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, Women, Children and Youth and Sports. During 2014-2020, Dr. Sahasrabudhe was the National Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, India's principal ruling party. Besides, Dr. Sahasrabudhe is the founding Director General and Vice President of Rambhau Malhagi Pramodini, RMP, a unique institution for honing leadership skills through training and orientation. In the past, Dr. Sahasrabudhe has worked on the Management Council of the University of Mumbai. Between 2012-15, he was also the Vice President of 208 years old Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Dr. Sahasrabudhe has authored and edited over half a dozen of books in Marathi and English, a couple of which have received distinguished awards. Dear sir, I humbly invite you to address the crowd today.
The person who has taken all the pains in the conduct of this particular VIJIGISHU. Very wonderful name. Dr. Nagalakshmi Raman, Dr. Nirupama Prakash, Professor Sravani Roy Chaudhary, Manjari ji, Pathak ji, and dear friends. First of all, my compliments to you for having remained present, participated for all the 3 days, and now it's 5:45, and still looks like you are tolerant enough to listen to the speeches and the presentations. So my compliments to you, because I was a little worried in a university like Amity University, for example. I mean, accepting an invitation, it's certainly an honor. But then I was wondering how many people will be there, and at the fag end of the day, whether people would be interested. And I recalled a witty repartee column in Times of India some 20 years before, when this Twitter and all these things were not around. There used to be a exchange column kind of. And in one such entry in that column, there was a very beautiful comment. It said, and it is applicable even today, that these days colleges and universities have become so very crowded that if you want to have some loneliness, you have to go to the classroom. So I was wondering that in a seminar room, and that is also on the very third day, really speaking, how many students would really be there? But I'm happy that all of you are here wanting to listen to, and I'm told that students from other universities, the partner universities as well, have participated, which is a really, really commendable thing. Insofar as the subject is concerned, certain things come out very clearly. Firstly, we are in a globalized world, and therefore we cannot afford to be ignorant about all that is happening globally, whether politically, diplomatically, whether in the economic context, or even in the context of culture. Secondly, our futures, in a way, as citizens of the global community, members of the global community, are intertwined. A war here and the impact is all over the globe. A banking crisis in US, and then again the impact is all over the world. So we cannot think in silos, and we cannot think about only our country and the immediate neighborhood. We have to understand the changing contours of global geopolitical journey, kind of, and therefore it is very relevant that students and of course teachers participate in this kind of a churning, which I am told is an annual feature of this university, which is again so very commendable. If I look back to the recent developments, I believe G20 in a way has underscored the fact that we have come a long way from being a member of the non-aligned movement, because today neither can we talk about non-alignment, and from non-aligned, if I may say, that the G20 has in a way underscored the fact that we have come from non-aligned to all aligned. We are now a country which has some pivotal role to play in the days to come. And this is not just I am saying since I'm an Indian, but the global community also says that we expect, and we have huge expectations rather, from India, a fact that we cannot forget. Again, there are two trajectories of the recent developments which in a way signify the role of India, the role that India has played, and the role that India desires to play, and the role that the global community expects that India should play. And there are evidences of how strong are the expectations from the global community. On that count, as I said, there are two trajectories, and I'll briefly mention some examples of them before I conclude within next maybe 10 to 12 minutes. As I have been advised that it could be maybe 15 minutes. So the first trajectory is the development trajectory. And as we know that during the last several decades, perhaps in the post-independence era, for the first time, India took the lead and ensured that we are on the forefront in establishing the International Solar Alliance. It's not a small thing to have the headquarters of the ISA established in Gurugram. So in a way, we are providing the aspirational, providing leadership to the aspirational sections of the global community who are wanting to walk along with the so-called developed countries. I mean, we are talking about, moving away, moving up in the ladder from a developing country to the developed country. And the pathway to that goes via these kinds of initiatives. And not just the International Solar Alliance, but today, as there was a reference, that the Ministry of Ayush and the World Health Organization have together established world's first and only global center for traditional medicine. See, this is something very, very critical, and especially in the days of pandemic, as we know, that our traditional medicines, and not just in India, I'm talking about, there are traditional medicinal there are medicinal traditions, if I may put it that way, in Africa, in Latin America, and even in Southeast Asia for that matter. And they require to be looked into afresh in the context of all kinds of new challenges in healthcare and wellness. And very recently, at the G20, we came out with the proposal of establishing a global biofuel alliance, and everybody endorsed. I mean, these are the days, everybody sees what kind of future lies ahead, and therefore we cannot remain upon fossil fuel, and we have to go for biofuel as well, and therefore countries immediately accepted India's proposal, and now G20 took lead and established a global biofuel alliance. Similarly, we talk about climate change and environmental issues. See, in our country, for example, there has been a tradition of being always grateful to Mother Nature. Our civilizational culture didn't tell us to have some kind of a language of conquest over nature. We always talked about confluence over Mother Nature, confluence with Mother Nature. There are many traditional families wherein the elders especially start their day by seeking forgiveness of Mother Earth. Padasparsham kshamaswame, as what we call. So this has been our thinking, this has been our approach. We are grateful to Mother Nature, and therefore we don't want to think about conquest. Our idea is that of confluence, and therefore it was very natural that in COP27, India took the lead, provided voice to all the developing countries, and told in no uncertain terms to the developed countries, that if you are going to continue to spoil the ecology and then expecting us to compensate that, this is not going to happen any further. And therefore, we took a very strong position, provided voice to all the developing countries, something very, very critical. Now, the latest development during the G20, and I'm sure you are aware of the history that in a way the discovery of India also had something to do with the soft power of India. Because first Columbus and later Vasco da Gama decided to set out to locate India because there was shortage of Indian spices. And the kind of route they took, because the geographical connection was not available at that point of time, after the defeat of Constantinople, they came from the seaway and then reached India. But now, today, with the establishment of this IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe connectivity, I believe in a way we have revisited this idea, and now this IMEC is going to be our answer to our northern neighbor who are talking about one belt, one road, as what we know. And therefore, we need to gather insights on these developments as well. Similarly, if I have to talk about the other trajectory, which is, as I said, the humanitarian trajectory, apart from development trajectory, there are many such things. I recall in 2015, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi, 2014, for the first time visited the United Nations General Assembly, to make a speech as head of government. He said that I'm new to the global politics, and I'm witnessing that there are many groups. A group says that we are G7, the other one says we are G70, there is a third one which they say we are G20. But I wonder why on humanitarian issues there cannot be anything like G all. I believe this is the role of India. When we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, remember, it's not just for the sake of saying so. An umpteen number of examples which I am going to later on present to you, which underscore the fact that we truly consider the entire global community as a part of our family. And remember, we have said Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The scriptures could have rightly said Vasudhaiva Bhuvanam or Vasudhaiva Samajam, but no, we say Kutumbakam because our Kutumba, our family system, is not simply because we move under one roof, we stay under one roof, but because we share our agony and aspirations, and that is what India wants to play a role in the global community. And therefore, when Prime Minister said that this is not the era of war, in a way, a very plain statement, a fact of life. But look how many global leaders also resonated and they said, yes, yes, correct. What Mr. Modi says is right. This is not the era of war. And this was a message loud and clear to both the warring nations for that matter, something very, very important. So this is how our acceptance is growing. There was a reference to Vaccine Maitri. I need not elaborate on that, but maybe you must have witnessed the YouTube dialogue, which appear later on YouTube also, when in New York recently, Observer Research Foundation conducted a kind of a discussion session where our External Affairs Minister was also a participant, and there were foreign ministers of Portugal and I think Guyana and Jamaica. The Jamaican lady said it from the bottom of her heart that if there is one country that might have stood behind us in the hour of crisis, it was India. And therefore, we are getting this kind of feedback from everywhere because of our approach, which has been truly humanitarian. Our contribution in peacekeeping. Many a times we don't realize how India has greatly contributed to the UN system as well. Many a times our diplomats also don't talk at length about this, which they should be, in fact. But every other peacekeeping operation, India has played a key role. I am not going into the details, but India has contributed approximately 275,000 troops in peacekeeping missions so far globally and in all the disturbed areas, whether they are in whichever part of the globe. Again, rescuing people from difficult situations. Do you remember what happened in Yemen, in Sudan? Wherever Indian tried, and the latest example of the war in Ukraine, when Indian students were rescued, our buses carried the Indian flag. And there were many countries, including some of the neighboring countries, who said, would you allow to use your flag when India flag flies atop the bus? Generally, Ukraine and Russia refrain from attacking those vehicles. So that is the goodwill that we have earned. And I must say that the challenge before us is to now translate this goodwill into a proper understanding about the idea of India. In a way, it is not a ideal state or ideal situation where a Ganapati procession taken out in UK, for example, is misconstrued and it is considered as some kind of a procession which is violative of the rules and regulations, and a family of 10 is then put behind the bars. Which should not be the case. We should be from the rooftop telling about our culture, our practices. And you know what happened in Norway? You must have seen that movie about a kid. An allegation that he is being mistreated and all those things. And there are several such examples. So this is a challenge before all of us to communicate, to convey what Indian culture is. And we cannot afford to have global community ignorant about the idea of India. And therefore, friends, before I conclude, let me tell you that the challenge before India, in a way, is to remain India. Bharat has to remain Bharat, period. And how do we do that? Number one, we have to appear like Bharat.
Shiladitya Basu from Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies, University of Calcutta. Technical session 3 meanwhile. Huh? Akriti ma'am. Technical session 3. Technical session 3 was on India's strategic neighborhood, dynamics and impact. Who had the most impact? Guess karo. Striking balance and avoiding traps in multipolarity. Role of rising powers like India amidst US-China rivalry. Miss Urja Tapan, Center for International CPOD, JNU. Technical session 4. India's foreign policy in multipolar world order. Guesses. India's dilemma, emulating China's Belt and Road Initiative. Alithia Paul and Ayushi Atri. Amity Institute of International Studies, Amity University. India and the Global South. Next session. Guesses? Tell me.
You should be really proud. This marking and everything was done by the keynote speaker in the chair.
The keynote speakers have marked them,
Yes.
not us.
So you should be really proud to receive this. Right?
Multilateralism in the 20th century, recapitulating India's role in United Nations reforms. Astha Agrawal from Calcutta University. Sorry, West Bengal National University of Judicial Sciences. Technical session 6 today. Guesses? Technical session 6. India in the Indo-Pacific. आप मेजॉरिटी में हो इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप ही सब जीतोगे. हाँ? India in the South Pacific, examining New Delhi's role as a zone balancer. Beyond Sony Joseph, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. Guys, he's an undergraduate student. Technical session 7. India's defense indigenization and outreach. Guesses? Fostering self-reliance in India's defense industry, a strategic appraisal of emerging startups. Mr. Rahul Vankade, Special Center for National Security Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Now comes the Palgrave Macmillan Award. किसको मिला होगा? best paper in the entire conference.
Springer Nature told you, no, that they will be.
Springer Nature is going to award, right? It goes to Mr. Rahul Wankhede. Special Center for National Security Studies, JNU. And I'm going to read the document. It says, the award letter says, congratulations on behalf of VIJIGISHU-2023 and Springer Nature. Dear winner, Springer Nature is honored to present you with a gift voucher for the value of 300 euros. As a felicitation for winning the Best Paper Presentation Award at VIJIGISHU 2023, organized by Amidst Institute of International Studies from 27th to 29th of September. A very congratulations, Rahul. We already have it. Excellent work, Vidya. Guys, be seated. Guys, be seated. You have been so cooperative and so. Another last, let's have a formal vote of thanks. Please be seated.
We have been led by a team of excellent professors here at Amity Institute of International Studies, and our program is led by an individual widely loved and appreciated. Dr. Shreesh Kumar Pathak is an expert in the domain of border security and border management, criminology, and its underlying issues, and has published several papers related to border management. He is well versed in global affairs, Indian political system, and emerging domains of liberal arts. Dr. Shreesh is a celebrated author, commentator, and debater in print, visual, and digital media. In addition, his writings are featured both in academic and public intellectual platforms. He is an institution builder and a pioneer in multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and cross-cutting research. He possesses an area of experience which intrigues the minds of students to learn shifting paradigms of internal and external factors of borders. Dear sir, I would like to invite you to deliver the final word of thanks.
Thank you, Aditi. आनो भद्रा क्रतवो यंतु विश्वते. पूरी दुनिया में जो भी शुभ है वो हम तक पहुंचे. I am deeply honored and feeling privileged that I'm here stand in front of you just to share my gratitude, sincere gratitude, as a vote of thanks at the concluding session of VIJIGISHU 2023. शुक्रिया तेरे आने से रौनक तो बढ़ी. शुक्रिया तेरे आने से रौनक तो बढ़ी, वरना ये महफिले जज्बात अधूरी रहती. I know that Our 3 days VIJIGISHU program is academically refreshing, but of course it's mentally tiring. So I thought I should start like this. I promise you I will try my level best to finish it in 5 to 6 minutes, but believe me guys, we are the host and this is the last season of VIJIGISHU. We must not fail to show our sincerity and sincere thankfulness to each and every stakeholder of VIJIGISHU. So bear with me. What we are doing, what we have done, very important topic, emerging contours of Indian foreign policy amidst global uncertainties. Often I say in classrooms that whatever we do, just to bring some elements of certainties. And if we are having conferences like this, and we are not able to bring some elements of certainties, then we are failing. But here, we have not failed actually. It actually in real terms. So we are here to acknowledge your efforts, and yes, we are listening you, we are observing you. Thank you so much guys. Here I must not fail to say something about Team Veritas also, that they are doing very much fantastic things, consisting editorial board, social media, podcast, the global cadence. And if you want to know the just to know the what they are actually doing, you can witness their work in our Amity portal, www.amity.edu/AIIS, and where you can find our blog also, www.aisamity.in. And of course, you should go, please must go to check all the pages of Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, the kind of indulgences they have shown along with the team VIJIGISHU, that is commendable. Commendable. Thank you so much. And I miss with this the team, but there are some few names I must need to take because sometimes some students are doing beyond the planning and we need them actually at the time of hour. So I must not fail to take name of Anushka, Aryuvir, Vanchinathan, and Aditi. And then Dr. Manjari Singh, convener of this edition of VIJIGISHU 2023. I must say, every VIJIGISHU is having their own set of peculiarities and achievements, but this VIJIGISHU has gone something at different level actually. And because of you, Manjari ma'am, you have given that much efforts and you have contributed that much things that we are witnessing nowadays. That VIJIGISHU, almost everybody in academic fraternity, they are very much aware what is VIJIGISHU. And I can recall that much before, because this I need to share that just 3 months before, I think she got only 3 months of the preparation for this Vijigishu. So that is really, really remarkable. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are doing preparation for Vijigishu, but we are not affecting the classes. So along with the Vijigishu preparation, I must take name of faculty members also, along with Dr. Manjari Singh, Dr. Ashutosh Singh, Dr. Rajan Jha, Dr. Alina Thomas, Dr. Gunabanta Thangjam, and all the research scholars who are actually contributing in this study. There's and And there are some people who are continuously complimenting us. That is our beloved staff, Miss Rupashri ma'am, Miss Maya Tripathi, Daya Bhaiya, and Ankit Bhaiya. I was talking about Manjari ma'am. I just missed one more point, that I thought that along with Manjari ma'am, I will take the name of our knowledge partners also. So our knowledge partners, because of them, this Vijigishu has actually become this type of conference. School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru, New Delhi. School of International Studies, Central University of Gujarat. Springer Nature, and Consortium of Indo-Pacific Researchers. We have just heard to Dr. Indu Saxena also from Consortium of Indo-Pacific Researcher. Students, without you, everything is futile, everything is meaningless. And I was just observing, when there was no electricity, gradually, slowly, all the glittering torches of mobile phones emerged, and our military speaker has continued his speech. So that is the ethos, that is the emotional bonding you have created with this conference, Vijigishu. We am very much touched. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. This conference is continuously being live broadcasted on our different social media platforms. So I'm very much grateful to all those social media fans of Amity Institute of International Studies. They are continuously witnessing our all the sessions of Vijigishu. So again, I'm very much thankful to them also. All the goodness is because of you guys. All the goodness because of all my guests. But if there is some kind of lacuna, if you are finding any, so that is actually for us. So we will work again on that, and in the next edition of Vijigishu 2024, that would be our fifth edition of Vijigishu 2024, and I'm sure that Vijigishu 2024 will be much grand at almost every scale. So with this thought and with this hope, I'm closing my remark here. Again, I'm very much grateful to Almighty, and I'm very much wishing to all the guests and all the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for extending your gratitude on behalf of all of us here at AIS. You couldn't have done it any better. I remember when my mother used to say sabr ka phal meetha hota hai, and sir, your words were the meetha sabr ka phal for us today.
Thank you, Ayuvi. Confucius once said, they must often change. Who would be constant in happiness or wisdom? With this, we have come to an end of 3 days of wisdom. We have come to an end of our journey this year of boundless intelligentsia. We have come to an end of Vijigishu 2023. I'd like to thank everyone present here for granting us the pleasure of hosting them and holding us worthy of being a part of. We extend our thanks to everyone who stayed with us throughout the 3 days.
Volunteers, you will be getting the certificates. Bear with me. I'll sign it and give you the certificates. All volunteers, you'll be all be getting the certificates, and we have got, the certificate of participation also for some students, and of course, anchors, reporters, everybody will be getting the certificates.